academic, scholarly perspective, using language that is understandable to all. Historical perspective, intertwined personal anecdotes. While the book is certainly helpful for anyone new to the Talmud, even those who are more familiar with it are sure to gain something. Ooh, that's nice. It is a story of learning humility and self-awareness. It's true. That's what I'm, maybe not so much the self-awareness, maybe not even the humility so much, but that's really what I'm trying to get to anyways. While at the same time showing non-scholars a clear and inviting path to further exploration of a study discipline that they might have been reluctant to pursue due to its reputed complexity. This is kind of a helpful one here from Daniel Reidler, and he actually puts in like recommended for, which is cool. Recommended for someone with rudimentary to no knowledge of the Talmud or other Jewish texts, and he also gave it a genre: inspiration, informative, quick read. I think those are three pretty accurate discussions here. Here's Eldine Webb writes, Professor Abramson offers up lessons from his life. He doesn't tell us what to learn from them, so that makes him a good teacher. I think that's actually a very wise statement. Thank you, Mr. Webb. Better than learning a dry explanation of what the Talmud is and what is not, Abramson gives us a personal tour of how he learned to spiritually swim. Abramson has a very readable, lively style, and I enjoy his writings and lessons elsewhere. The book itself is short, but the content is contemplative. Study and health. Nice. Two more. Okay. Alex writes, I enjoyed reading it, and so did my 14-year-old son. And I wasn't trying to go for the youth readership, but that's kind of cool. Story. And here's my favorite. I mean, I was blown away when I saw the name is Arthur Kurzweil. The famous, individual Arthur Kurzweil has done so much for Jewish publishing and Jewish scholarship. Wow. He wrote this. He said, I enjoyed this passionate, honest, and so nicely written memoir and introduction to the Talmud. Wow. So that's really good. I was really pleased to receive these reviews. If you're interested in reading the book, please have a look at it online. I think it's kind of worthwhile. I enjoyed writing it. I enjoyed rewriting it again for the Siyum Shas. I think it still has some value. I guess that's it. I hope you have an excellent day. Thank you for watching. That's it. I hope you have an excellent day. Thank you for watching. Very soon, the Daf Yomi cycle will catch up to one of the three most difficult tractates in the entire Talmud. They're known by the acronym Ayin. They are Eruvin, Yevamos, and Nidarim. These three tractates are among the most brain-teasing of the entire Talmud, and I have to say, the reputation is certainly true. Eruvin can be extremely difficult. Not, I think, as difficult as Yevamos, but nevertheless quite difficult. However, with Aldaf, we're going to get you through with tremendous resources to help you understand even this most challenging of tractates. My goal today is to give you a very short overview of the history of Eruvin, specifically how Eruvin and their construction affected Jewish history in just a few minutes to kind of give you a little bit of excitement about this amazing tractate that we are about to begin. For those of you who may be totally new to this, an Eruv is basically a kind of a border that is created around the Jewish community that allows the residents within that border to carry objects outside of their home on the Sabbath. This is something which was restricted heavily. You can't walk from a private domain to a public domain. You can't carry things within the public domain over a certain amount of space and so on. And all of these rules are mitigated by the creation of one of these legal boundaries that makes it possible, for example, for women to push baby strollers in the street to go to shul and things like that. And it's really a very, very important thing in many modern Jewish communities. But they are associated with machlokas. They're associated with controversy, as you see in this amazing Talmud, a difficult question, an argument question within the Talmud. The discussions that go on in Eruvin are extremely intense, and I'm sure you're going to have an amazing time in your shurim with them. In this brief presentation, we're going to rely heavily on the research of Rabbi Adam Mintz, who literally wrote the book on the history of Eruvin. I urge you to have a look at it. It is fascinating. At any rate, the machlokas over Eruvin goes back to the very beginnings of Torah Shebaal Peh. We have a lot of discussion in the Mishnah and, of course, in the Gemara that we're going to study. But it's fascinating that even outside of rabbinic communities, outside of Pharisaic communities, such as in the Dead Sea Scrolls community, you find a very great attachment to the principles that are imbued throughout Masechtas Eruvin. And they're very strong about them. A lot of the documents that were found in the Dead Sea Scrolls reinforce the importance of the halachos of Eruvin for the communities even living in the Judean desert. But when you get to the medieval period, although the machlokas does not die down entirely, one of the features of medieval life for Jews is that quite often they were living within city walls, sometimes within ghetto walls. And the construction of a wall around the entire community for Jews was actually something that helped quite a bit with the construction of Eruvin, and so there was actually a little bit less machlokas during the Middle Ages. When you get to the modern period, however, things change dramatically. When I say modern, I'm referring really to the period after Napoleon, when he famously broke down the ghetto walls, literally and figuratively, allowing Jews to interact as citizens within the larger boundaries of France. And it is at this time that we begin to see a really strong correlation between the expansion of Eruv boundaries and conflict with non-Jewish populations. Quite a bit within the Russian Empire, for example, in Congress Poland in the 19th century and the early 20th century, there are conflicts over exactly where the Jews are putting up their Eruv because many Christians felt that Jews were encroaching on their neighborhood, so to speak. And it was very much tied directly to the idea of Jewish civil rights, and a machlokas that goes on, of course, to the 21st century. One of the things that mitigated this machlokas as well, however, was the invention of the telegraph by Marconi, which resulted in the necessity of creating wires that ran all around major cities, and that tends to be where Jews live because it's overwhelmingly urban. And so the telegraph poles is kind of like the refuah before the makkah, the healing before the disease. These wires around the city actually facilitated an easier construction of Eruvin in such a way that they were less ostentatious. In North America, we begin to see the construction of Eruvin fairly late. And in fact, up until the middle of the 20th century, only 4 communities in North America had Eruvin. The first Eruv was actually constructed in St. Louis by Rabbi Zachariah Rosenfeld, and it was almost immediately opposed by Rabbi Shalom Elchanan Yakvi. Of course, this is the kind of thing that happens with Eruvin. The kind of issues that went on was, could you count the Mississippi River as a border? And what about the number of people who live in St. Louis? Doesn't that possibly argue against the idea of whether or not you can build an Erev in Rosh Rabbi. A similar kind of argument was raised on the east side of Manhattan when Rabbi Joshua Siegel in 1905 created the first New York Erev, and almost immediately opposed by Rabbis Bernstein, Gordon, and Herman. Among the issues there were also the Rosh Hashanah issue, how many people are living in Manhattan, and whether or not the Third Avenue elevated train could be used as a boundary. Another Erev was created in 1949 in Manhattan, and that's when it definitely had more than 600,000 people living on the island, and that was a pile-on machlokas with lots of rabbis involved. Amazingly, in the great country to our north, in Toronto in 1921, an Erev was established by Rabbi Yehuda Leib Graubart, and it was unopposed, amazingly, until 1980, which is one of those things that you have to say about Canadians. They're just so nice, right? They don't want to make trouble. But after 1980, of course, the machlokus was significant. By the time we get to our day, the Erev is now a well-known phenomenon in most Orthodox communities, but still a matter of significant controversy, as we saw earlier in the 19th century in the Russian Empire, as many non-Jewish residents of areas feel that the expansion of an Erev will alter the ethnic composition of a given neighborhood, and there's quite a bit of legal discussion about that issue. At any rate, this is just to give you a little taste of the history of Erevin. I know you want to dive into the machlokasim, to the controversies that surround this fascinating topic. It's actually not quite so hard as people make it out to be, because you've got Aldaf in your pocket, and with this app, you'll have lots of support getting through even the most difficult sugyas of this Masechta. I hope this illuminated your daf, and I wish you hatzlacha in your learning.
Muy buenas noches. De la Universidad de Guanajuato, a través del campus Guanajuato. Les da la más cordial bienvenida a la conferencia magistral Filosofía Jurídica y Política desde la óptica judía. Para efectos de llevar a cabo de la manera más adecuada este evento, me permitiré solicitar a los ponentes y a los presentes que al momento de la participación de nuestras autoridades y del ponente sean tan amables de mantener sus micrófonos apagados. Muchas gracias. Bueno, me permito presentarme. Mi nombre es Luis Emilio Delgado Jaramillo y mi compañera Andrea Verónica Carrizales Jiménez. Ambos somos alumnos de la División de Derecho, Política y Gobierno. Este evento es el primero de su especie y nace de la inquietud de ir más allá, de visualizar con más profundidad, de adentrarse en los fundamentos elementales de los sistemas jurídicos occidentales. El pueblo judío, a lo largo de 4,000 años de historia, dentro de los cuales ha sido la base de los principios que sostienen al cristianismo, hasta incluso se ha visto afectado por conflictos grandes en la Segunda Guerra Mundial, ha tenido una latente, sostenida y fructífera en la consolidación de lo que nosotros conocemos como Occidente. Sus ideas abarcan todas las ramas del conocimiento, desde la física, la filosofía, las artes, la psicología, entre otras. Lo que nos reúne el día de hoy es adentrarnos en la historia del pueblo y del pensamiento judío, en específico acerca de la ley y la política. Nuestra obligación como universitarios es la búsqueda de la verdad, donde sea que ésta se encuentre. Del pueblo judío podemos aprender resiliencia, adaptabilidad, innovación y sobre todo respeto a la diferencia. A continuación saludamos a las personalidades que esta noche nos acompañan. La doctora Teresita de Jesús Rendón Huerta Barrera, rectora designada del campus Guanajuato. El doctor Eduardo Pérez Alonso, director de la División de Derecho, Política y Gobierno. Y Henry Abramson, PhD, director del Lander College of Arts and Sciences del Touro College en Brooklyn, New York. Asimismo, saludamos al maestro Juan René Segura Ricaño, nuestro profesor académico y profesor investigador de Derecho, Política y Gobierno, a los estudiantes, al personal académico y administrativo, a los medios de comunicación, al público en general. Sean todas y todos bienvenidos. Cedemos el uso de la voz al doctor Eduardo Pérez Alonso, director de la División de Derecho, Política y Gobierno, quien nos dará unas palabras de bienvenida. Muchas gracias, doctor Pérez Alonso.
Muy buenas noches. Saludo con mucho respeto y afecto a la doctora Teresita de Jesús de Regón Huerta Barrera, rectora del campus Guanajuato, profesora de esta división, a quien nos da mucho gusto recibirla aquí en su casa, en este claustro, en esta conferencia. También, a nombre de la Universidad de Guanajuato, doy la más cordial bienvenida a PhD Henry Abrams Tom, a quien esta es su casa y estamos muy agradecidos de su presencia. También saludo a Aurus Sánchez, quien nos está haciendo labor para la traducción, a Andrea Verónica Carrizales, Luis Emilio Delgado y a todas y todos los estudiantes que hoy nos acompañan. Sin duda, este evento es de gran trascendencia para la formación jurídica de nuestros estudiantes. El derecho, como un elemento normativo de la sociedad, abre un debate muy importante para entender la historia, el progreso y la identidad de los pueblos. Profesor Henry Abrams, para nosotros este evento abre la puerta para eventos de naturaleza internacional y considera esta casa como su casa de estudios para nuevamente recibirlo de manera virtual o presencial. Muchas gracias por su conferencia.
Muchas gracias, doctor Pérez Alonso. Ahora cederemos la palabra a nuestra querida rectora del campus, la doctora Teresita de Jesús Rendón Huerta. Adelante, doctora.
Muchas gracias, muy buenas noches.
Hello, my name is Henry Abramson, and I'm really proud to be speaking to you today at Torah LA regarding a wonderful project that I've been so excited to be involved in for the last year and a half, the Jewish History in Daf Yomi podcast that is part of the amazing alldaf.org app. And this is something that has really changed my life in such a fantastic way. And I'm really grateful to Turo LA for asking me to spend a little bit of time telling you about this, because I think it's just transformational and it is just so much fun. So let me start with the basics here. What is AllDaf? So if you're not one of the tens of thousands of people who have already subscribed and downloaded AllDaf, I mean, why not? Because it's free and it is amazing and will expose you to a wealth of wisdom and fascinating information that is related specifically to the Talmud. AllDaf is an app that features a tremendous number of speakers who will not only provide the translation of the daf and a shiur, a class to go with it, but a tremendous amount of other ancillary information, like going deeper into the daf, later commentators on the daf, and my small part, Jewish history in Daf Yomi. The whole idea is the brainchild of this man, Rabbi Moshe Shwed, who approached me about 2 years ago now and had a really audacious idea. He said, hey, what if we were to have a Jewish history class on every single daf in Gemara? 2,711 short video classes that explain something historical on every page of the Talmud. Phenomenal. I thought it was so over-the-top amazing, and I really had a lot of doubts about whether it could be done. But the more I thought about it, the more I was taken with the idea. And now we're like a year and a half into this project, and it's going great, thank God. So why would I think that this is maybe not such a great idea? Well, first of all, we should recall the Talmud is not a history book. It is a thing unto itself. It's totally unique, I think, in world literature. But it is, thousands of minds grappling with some of the most essential questions of human existence. And it's primarily devoted to understanding how Jews can get closer to God in their daily activities. I'm not going to try and define the Talmud here in this video, but we should understand that it's not intending to teach history unless history is, subordinate to the larger goal of getting closer to God. And so there's lots of amazing historical information in the text, but it is not presented in a sequential fashion because it's not important. The Talmud itself is far broader in scope and in many ways far deeper in focus than a recounting of chronological events, things like that. But at the same time, the Talmud was written over the course of several centuries in a particular place, in a particular political environment, social environment, economic environment, and a lot of that material is definitely relevant to the actual text that you're studying. And in many ways, as I hope to show you in this brief video, it's really impossible to understand the Gemara properly without having at least some grounding in the historical background. And the final reason why I was so hesitant to move forward this at first was I was thinking, am I the guy to do this? I mean, sure, I really am interested in Talmud, and I've been studying Talmud for many years, and I am a historian, but this is like in a period that I've not explored very deeply myself. I only know some of the languages required to really know it properly, but Rabbi Shwed has a very winning way, and I ended up going along with it, especially because my Rav, Rabbi Yaakov Trump, decided to go along with it too. So, okay, I'm all in. And now I am so excited that I have done this. Now, one thing that definitely does make me qualified to do this is that I was always fascinated with the tangents in Talmud. I remember once when I was in yeshiva, I was scolded by my Rebbe. This is an adult yeshiva. I went to Or Sameach. I was scolded by my Rebbe because I was asking too many kind of like tangential questions. And at one point he said to me, you might as well ask what color socks Rashi was wearing. And that shut me up. But I realized, I was thinking to myself, what color socks did Rashi wear, France? And, it got me thinking of all kinds of things. So in many ways, I think that this particular project was so uniquely devoted to my special skills or lack thereof. Let's talk about the minutiae of history, the small things in history that are sometimes essential to the study of Gemara, that they are always relevant to the study of Gemara, and sometimes they're just so entertaining. Let's look at the essential minutiae first. So, for example, just this morning I was reading a daf in Pesachim that had a discussion of, where do you put the mezuzahs on the gates to a city, and a long discussion of that. And if you don't have a sense of what the gates of a city might have looked like or how big they were, you won't really understand the specific context of that very unusual Gemara in the first parak. So here's an example of a ruins of a palace, the Tat Kasra, which was the palace at the city of Ctesiphon, which was right across the river from Mechoza. If you lived in Mechoza, which is an important town in the Babylonian era when the Talmud was written, and many Jews lived there, you would have been able to, just walk to the edge of your city, look across the river and see this amazing palace. And look at those phenomenal gates. Here's a reconstruction of what they must have looked like when they were fully constructed with the building. And that all of a sudden, when you know the Gemara I'm talking about, it makes much more sense that you could have a problem if you were to be trying to check your mezuzah on these gates in a particular time and place. Another example, and we can give literally hundreds, but another example of how often understanding the historical reality is so essential to understanding the Gemara, we should recall that one of the most important figures in the Talmud is none other than Rabbi Shimon ben Lakish, also known as Reish Lakish, who went through a very formative period in his youth where he was forced to be a gladiator, that he actually had to fight for his life in the Roman gladiatorial games. As you can see in this ancient piece of art, gladiators fighting against wild animals for the entertainment of the many spectators who had come. Here's another example of an ancient mosaic that shows Roman gladiators on the left, especially in the bottom. You can see one is a net fighter, heavily armed, and then the other on the right, most likely originally a slave who was thrown in, is attempting to fight him with a spear. The top frame shows after the battle when Calendio, the slave, hands forward his dagger in surrender, but you can see there's a little zero with a line scratched out through it, which indicates that after he surrendered, he was, of course, put to the death. Now, it's hard to imagine these kind of dramatic experiences not having a tremendous impact on the mind of Reish Lakish, and there are many Gemaras you could point to where his experience was signal in deciding how he would rule on a particular situation. So there are many, many examples where you can't understand the Gemara without at least having some rudimentary element of the history. Far more common are passages in the Talmud which are best understood when you have the relevant context. So, for example, when you see Gemaras relating to Bar Kokhba and the great support that Rabbi Akiva gave to Bar Kokhba, a rebel of the 2nd century. When you see an example of the coins that he created, this was actually a silver. Bar Kokhba's forces heated up and then re-stamped with Jewish images. On the left, you see an image of the Beis HaMikdash, the temple, and on the right, you see what appears to be a lulav, another obviously religious symbol. And here you get a sense with the Paleo-Hebrew script on these coins that Bar Kokhba was truly attempting to reenact some kind of religious revival, and that helps us understand Akiva's backing of this rebel, even though other rabbis did not. Similarly, the terrible destruction of Israel some 60 years earlier with the destruction of the temple by Vespasian, shown in this coin. On the left is Vespasian. On the right, you see the slogan of the Romans that was literally printed into dozens of coins at the time, dozens of different impressions of coins. Judea capta. The Jewish state is captured. And you can see there's an image there of a forlorn Jewish woman by a balsam pine, guarded by a Roman soldier, meant to indicate that the Romans had imposed their control over Israel. Very difficult to understand many Gemaras after the year 70 if you can't put in context the political environment. Also, what about that passage in the Gemara when Shmuel has to flee Nahar Do? What is that all about? It doesn't even say why he had to flee, but the study of history indicates that none other than this individual, Septimus Odenathus, had invaded from neighboring Palmyra. Here you can see a map that shows you where Palmyra was and Nahar Do just to the east of it. And he invaded this region temporarily further down the Euphrates River. All of these things are really important to see the intersection of political and historical events with events that are actually recorded in the Gemara itself. And by the way, since we're in that region, have a look at this amazing bas-relief that shows Shapur I, who is a very important Babylonian king who had very close relationships with the Jews, incidentally. And here he is receiving the submission of the Roman Emperor Valerian. Shapur I, for Malka, is known as a great king in Babylonian history and also in Talmudic history. So this helps us place the information within its relevant context. Or here's another one. In Psachim, lots of discussion of Heseba, of leaning to the left while eating. Oh, when you understand that in Hellenistic Israel, the common custom of eating, upper classes, free men in particular, was to go into a room called an andron, which was literally a dining room, but the actual translation is a men's room, because in Greek circles, men and women ate separately. I don't think that this is necessarily the case in Jewish homes at the time, but at any rate, you would go into an andron, and you would have a situation like this. This is called a triclinium, or literally a three-leaning. It's an arrangement where wealthy free men would get together over a meal, and you can see the little table in the middle there that would be removed and brought back. That's exactly the way in which the Seder plate is supposed to remind us of the table being removed and put back, and they would be weighted upon while leaning to their left in this unusual setup. So you can't understand Gemara quite often unless you can actually picture what was the historical reality. And that's what I really love doing in Jewish history in Daf Yomi. Finally, there's like lots of tremendously entertaining minutiae that you can in fact understand the Gemara perfectly well. The crypts and how Jews would go through burial rituals led me to have a look at some of the ancient crypts that were discovered in Beit Shan and in Italy as well, and the amazing drawings and paintings that Jews would place on their crypts in ancient times. Or, for example, since right now we're holding with Hanukkah, I spent a lot of time looking at my Hanukkah and a lot of the interesting Gemaras about that, and that led me to the book of Maccabees, which describes the heroic death of Elazar, the brother of Yehuda Maccabee, who died when he tried to kill a war elephant that was carrying some soldiers, and he thought it was over under the elephant and stabbed it from below, but unfortunately the elephant fell. For many Christian artists in the Middle Ages, Jews were not that familiar with this story because the book of Maccabees was excluded from the Tanakh for discussion that's beyond our scope here. But the Christian artists making illuminated manuscripts, so there these depictions of this really important scene in the book of Maccabees is often shown with one example where he's imagining some kind of tiger, and you said it had a long nose, right? So okay, here's a really long nose on a tiger, and here on the right he couldn't imagine it in any other way except a horse with a very long nose. And this one looks a little bit to me like Dr. Seuss drew it. But this is like fascinating stuff. I love this stuff, don't you? I mean, Jewish history in Daf Yomi, it's amazing. There's even like scatological information in the Talmud because, Torah he, Belil Modonai Tzarech. This is Torah. We need to study it. So that took me to studying, well, what did an ancient toilet actually look like? Here's an ancient toilet, talking about it in the biblical period. And I'm just telling you, there's just so much fascinating history in Daf Yomi. It's a tremendous privilege to be able to produce these videos. We're now up over 700 of them, and we have about 2,000 to go. Please visit AlDaf, download it, and use it on your smartphone, or visit it online at www.aldaf.org. Enjoy the amazing shiurim by fantastic Magidei Shir, and I'm hoping you'll have a look at the Jewish history in Daf Yomi in particular. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you for inviting me to tell people about this amazing new online resource, and I hope you all have a freilich and Chanukah.
Fucking babies. Fucking babies.
And I don't know. I'm very sorry to hear it. Because I think it would have been good for both if the UFC had been on HBO.
I think so as well. I mean, HBO at that time was the premier network for combat sports. The work that you guys had done in boxing was the top of the food chain. It was the best.
Well, Larry Merchant, Ray Leonard, George Foreman, Roy Jones,
Emmanuel Stewart, everything was on point. It was just so well-honed.
Good production.
Yes, it was just a well-polished machine. One of the issues is they wanted to replace the commentators. HBO did. Was it did? Yeah. So if we came over there, I would go over there as well.
Oh,
Oh,
big
really?
boy.
Because HBO is always about their own producer autonomy.
Yes. So they wanted to have.
We don't want anybody telling us what to do.
Exactly. The problem with that is in mixed martial arts, there's a very small pool of people who have a deep understanding of the entire history of the sport. You can't just hire a regular sports guy to take that part. They're not going to be able to get it.
Well, going back to the developmental stages, and I try very hard not to use the word unique. It's massively overused in American society. Sports media have beaten it to death. It means only one like this on the whole planet. But you were unique in those days.
Hello, my name is Henry Abramson, and I'm really proud to be speaking to you today at Torah LA regarding a wonderful project that I've been so excited to be involved in for the last year and a half. Jewish History in Daf Yomi podcast that is part of the amazing alldaf.org app. And this is something that has really changed my life in such a fantastic way. And I'm really grateful to Turo LA for asking me to spend a little bit of time telling you about this, because I think, let me start with the basics here. What is AllDaf? So if you're not one of the tens of thousands of people who have already subscribed and downloaded AllDaf, I mean, why not? Because it's free and it is amazing and will expose you to a wealth of wisdom and fascinating information that is related specifically to the Talmud. AllDaf is an app that features a tremendous number of speakers who will not only provide the translation of the daf and a class to go with it, but a tremendous amount of other ancillary information, like going deeper into the daf, later commentators on the daf, and my small part, Jewish history, by Moshe Shwed, who approached me about 2 years ago now and had a really audacious idea. He said, hey, what if we were to have a Jewish history class on every single daf in Gemara? 2,711 short video classes that explain something historical on every page of the Talmud. Phenomenal. I thought it was so over the top amazing. I really had a lot of doubts about whether it could be done, but the more I thought about it, the more I was taken with the idea. And now we're like a year and a half into this project, and it's going great, thank God. So why would I think that this is maybe not such a great idea? Well, first of all, we should recall the Talmud is not a history book. It is a thing unto itself. It's totally unique, I think, in world literature. But it is, thousands of minds grappling with some of the most essential questions of human existence. And it's primarily devoted to understanding how Jews can get closer to God in their daily activities. I'm not going to try and define the Talmud here in this video, but we should understand that it's not intending to teach history unless history is, subordinate to the larger goal of getting closer to God. And so there's lots of amazing historical information in the text, but it is not presented in a sequential fashion because it's not important. The Talmud itself is far broader in scope and in many ways far deeper in focus than a recounting of chronological events, things like that. But at the same time, the Talmud was written over the course of several centuries in a particular place, in a particular political environment, social environment, economic environment, and a lot of that material is definitely relevant to the actual text that you're studying. And in many ways, as I hope to show you in this brief video, it's really impossible to understand the Gemara properly without having at least some grounding in the historical background. And the final reason why I was so hesitant to move forward with this at first was I was thinking, am I the guy to do this? I mean, sure, I really am interested in Talmud, and I've been studying Talmud for many years, and I am a historian, but this is like in a period that I've not explored very deeply myself. I only know some of the language that's required to really know it properly, but, Rabbi Shwed has a very winning way, and I ended up going along with it, especially because my Rav, Rabbi Yaakov Trump, decided to go along with it too. So, okay, I'm all in. And now I'm so excited that I have done this. Now, one thing that definitely does make me qualified to do this is that I was always fascinated with the tangents in Talmud. I remember once when I was in yeshiva, I was scolded by my Rebbe. This is an adult yeshiva. I went to Orsameach. I was scolded by my Rebbe because I was asking too many kind of like tangential questions. And at one point he said to me, "You might as well ask what color socks Rashi was wearing." And that shut me up. But I realized, I was thinking to myself, what color socks did Rashi wear? What color socks did they have in 10th, 11th century France? And it got me thinking of all kinds of things. So in many ways, I think that this particular project was so uniquely devoted to my special shy of history, the small things in history that are sometimes relevant to the study of Gemara, and sometimes they're just so entertaining. Let's look at the essential minutiae first. So, for example, just this morning I was reading a daf in Psachim that had a discussion of where do you put the mezuzahs on the gates to a city, and a long discussion of that. And if you don't have a sense of what the gates of a city might have looked like or how big they were, you won't really understand the specific context of that very unusual Gemara in the first parak. Here's an example of a ruins of a palace, the Tak Kasra, which was a palace at the city of Ctesiphon, which was right across the river from Mechosa. If you lived in Mechosa, which is an important town in the Babylonian era when the Talmud was written, and many Jews lived there, you would have been able to, just walk to the edge of your city, look across the river, and see this amazing palace. And look at those phenomenal gates. Here's a reconstruction of what they must have looked like when they were fully constructed with the building. And that, all of a sudden, when you know the Gemara I'm talking about, it makes much more sense that you could have a problem if you were to be trying to check your mezuzah on these gates in a particular time and place. Another example, and we can give literally hundreds, but another example of how often understanding the historical reality is so essential to understanding the Gemara. We should recall that one of the most important figures in the Talmud is none other than Rabbi Shimon ben Lakish, also known as Reish Lakish, who went through a very formative period in his youth where he was forced to be a gladiator, that he actually had to fight for his life in the Roman gladiatorial games. As you can see in this ancient piece of art, gladiators fighting against wild animals for the entertainment of the many spectators who had come. Here's another example of an ancient mosaic that shows Roman gladiators on the left, especially in the bottom. You can see one is a net fighter, heavily armed, and then the other on the right, most likely originally a slave who was thrown in, is attempting to fight him with a spear. The top frame shows after the battle, when Calendio, the slave, hands forward his dagger in surrender, but you can see there's a little zero with a line scratched out through it, which indicates that after he surrendered, he was, of course, put to death. Now, it's hard to imagine these kinds of dramatic experiences not having a tremendous impact on the mind of Reish Lakish, and there are many Gemaras to point to where his experience was signal in deciding how he would rule on a particular situation. So there are many, many examples where you can't understand the Gemara without at least having some rudimentary elements of the history. Far more common are passages in the Talmud which are best understood when you have the relevant context. So, for example, when you see Gemaras relating to Bar Kokhba and the great support that Rabbi Akiva gave to Bar Kokhba, a rebel of the 2nd century, when you see an example of the coins that he created, this was actually a silver tetradrachm, a Roman coin that Bar Kokhba's forces heated up and then re-stamped with Jewish images. On the left, you see an image of the Beis HaMikdash, the temple, and on the right, you see what appears to be a lulav, an another obviously religious symbol. And here you get a sense with the Paleo-Hebrew script on these reenact some kind of religious revival, and that helps us understand Kiva. Similarly, the terrible destruction of Israel some 60 years earlier with the destruction of the temple by Vespasian, shown in this slogan of the Romans that was literally printed into dozens of coins at a time, dozens of different impressions of coins. Judea capta. The Jewish state is captured. And you can see there's an image there of a forlorn Jewish woman by a balsam pine guarded by a Roman soldier, meant to indicate that the Romans had imposed their control over Israel. Very difficult to understand many Gemaras after the year 70 if you can't put in context the political environment. Also, what about that passage in the Gemara when Shmuel has to flee Nahar-Do? What is that all about? It doesn't even say why he had to flee, but the study of history indicates that none other than this individual, Septimus Odenathus, had invaded from neighboring Palmyra. Here you can see a map that shows you where Palmyra was and Nahar-Do just to the east of it. And he invaded this region temporarily, forcing the yeshiva to decamp and reestablish itself further down the Euphrates River. All of these things are really important to see the intersection of political and historical events with events that are actually recorded in the Gemara itself. And by the way, since we're in that region, have a look at this amazing bas-relief that shows Shapur I, who is a very important Babylonian king who had very close relationships with the Jews, incidentally. And here he is receiving the submission of the Roman Emperor Valerian. Shapur I, for Malka, is known as a great king in Babylonian history and also in Talmudic history. So this helps us place the information within its relevant context. Or here's another one. In Psachim, lots of discussion of Heseba, of leaning to the left while eating. When you understand that in Hellenistic Israel, the common custom of eating, upper classes, free men in particular, was to go into a room called an andron, which was literally a dining room, but the actual translation is a men's room, because in Greek circles, men and women ate separately. I don't think that this was necessarily the case in Jewish homes at the time, but at any rate, you would go into an andron, and you would have a situation like this. This is called a triclinium, or literally a three-leaning. It's an arrangement where wealthy free men would get together over a meal, and you can see the little table in the middle there that would be removed and brought back. That's exactly the way in which the Seder plate is supposed to remind us of the table being removed and put back, and they would be waited upon while leaning to their left in this unusual setup. So you can't understand Gemara quite often unless you can actually picture what was the historical reality. And that's what I really love doing in Jewish history in Daf Yomi. Finally, there's lots of tremendously entertaining minutiae that you can in fact understand the Gemara perfectly well without knowing this stuff, but it's just so cool, you just want to see it. So for example, discussions of the crypts and how Jews would go through burial rituals led me to have a look at some of the ancient crypts that were discovered in Beit Shan and in Italy as well, and the amazing drawings and paintings that Jews would place on their crypts in ancient times. Or, for example, since right now we're holding with Hanukkah, I spent a lot of time looking at my Hanukkah and a lot of the interesting Gemaras about that. And Elazar, the brother of Yehuda Maccabi, who died when he tried to kill a war elephant that was carrying some soldiers, and he thought erroneously even Antiochus, the king himself. He courageously dove under the elephant and stabbed it from below, but unfortunately the elephant fell on him and crushed him. Now this was incidentally a fascinating thing for many Christian artists in the Middle Ages. Jews were not that familiar with this story because the book of Maccabees was excluded from the Tanakh for discussion that's beyond our scope here. But the Christian artists, making illuminated manuscripts of this in the 12th, 13th, 14th century had never seen an elephant. So these depictions of this really important scene in the Book of Maccabees is often shown with an artist trying to figure out what an elephant might look like. On the left, you can see one example where he's imagining some kind of tiger, and you said it had a long nose, right? So, okay, here's a really long nose on a tiger. And here on the right, he couldn't imagine it in any other way except a horse with a very long nose. And this one looks a little bit to me like Dr. Seuss drew it. But this is like fascinating stuff. I love this stuff, don't you? I mean, Jewish history and Daf Yomi, it's amazing. There's even like scatological information in the Talmud because, Torah, this is Torah. We need to study it. So that took me to studying, well, what should an ancient toilet actually look like? Here's an ancient toilet, talking about it in the biblical period. And I'm just telling you, there's just so much fascinating history in Daf Yomi. It's a tremendous privilege to be able to produce these videos. We're now up over 700 of them, and we have about 2,000 to go. Please visit Aldaf, download it, and use it on your smartphone, or visit it online at www.aldaf.org. Enjoy the amazing shiurim by fantastic Magidei Shir, and I'm hoping you'll have a look at the Jewish history in Daf Yomi in particular. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you for inviting me to tell people about this amazing new online resource, and I hope you all have a great look in the time.
You want to see George do something? Tell him, because he's a self-constructed person. You're talking about a guy who, as a teenager, 17 or 18 years old, says to himself, I want to get out of the Fifth Ward of Houston. I don't want this life as a gangster or a laborer or whatever I'm going to get by living in the Fifth Ward of Houston. I want something else. So he goes to the Job Corps in Hayward, California, and enrolls in the Job Corps. And that's where he learned to box. That's what set him up a year and a half later to win his Olympic gold medal in Mexico City. And then go on to his storied professional boxing career. But, he was, in his own mind, proving he could do something that other people didn't think he could do, even at that point.
www.aldaf.org. Enjoy the amazing shiurim by fantastic Magidei Shir, and I'm hoping you'll have a look at the Jewish history in Daf Yomi in particular. Thank you very much for watching. Thank you for inviting me to tell people about this amazing new online resource, and I hope you all have a great look in the time.
Listened, wanted to hear what this is all about, and absorbed the lyrics, and paid attention. And when George told me this story, I said, George, you, Bob and Dylan, how am I supposed to process all this? And he began quoting the lyrics for me. Okay. From Blowing in the Wind, from Don't Think Twice, It's All Right.
Hello, my name is Henry Abramson. I'm a historian at Touro College, and I'm really excited about an upcoming trip along the Rhone River Valley, where we will be exploring the Jewish history of the region, which goes back millennia. And it's going to be absolutely fascinating. I'm really looking forward to it. This is a cruise once again with Kosher Riverboat Cruises with my excellent colleague David Lawrence, formerly of Sayeret Matkal, and the historian David Krause, who is based in Prague and does all of our local research, and of course, all kinds of amazing things associated with this wonderful trip. If you haven't been on one of these trips before, please have a look at the website because it is a lot of fun. And for those of you who just enjoy Jewish history and like watching videos, I'm hoping that this will be a benefit to you as well. If this is your first time watching my videos, here's a picture of me from before I grew my beard. My academic background is in Jewish history. I received a PhD from the University of Toronto back in '95, and I had the good privilege of spending time with some of the great universities of the world with postdocs and visiting appointments at Cornell, Oxford, Harvard, and now I'm very proud to be serving as the Dean of the mighty Avenue J campus of Touro College here in the holy city of Brooklyn, New York. Okay, that's enough for the introduction. Let's get straight to the material. Today I'd like to talk very briefly about the first Jew in France. Now, it's a little bit of clickbait there because it's not exactly the first Jew and it's not exactly France either. The reality is We don't know who the first Jew in France was. Probably not the person that I'm going to talk about today, but this is the first recorded Jew in France. This is the first Jew that shows up in the historical record as appearing in France. And he's actually quite a famous individual, not necessarily someone you'd want to take home to mother, but nevertheless a fascinating political leader. And of course, the first Jew in France probably would have been a Chabad Shaliach anyway. You'll get used to it. But nevertheless, this is our first recorded Jewish individual that we have in the region. Also, it's not actually France. This is well before the term France would actually come into any kind of commerce. We're talking about a period when Rome dominated the area, and it was known probably best as Roman Gaul. Okay, let's get straight to the material. So, the written documentation that we have on the Jews of France and Jewish communities of France and of the Rhone River Valley really extend from the 4th century on. That's when we start to really see much about them. The church is already much more established. The church has sometimes difficult relations with the Jews, and so we have a lot more of the written record as a result of this. But it is quite likely that there were some kinds of Jewish communities in France around the turn of the year 0, the turn of the first millennium, as it were. We know that there were Jews in neighboring Spain in the 1st century. We have some, gravestones and things like that date back really quite far to the west of France. And if there are Jews further west in the Mediterranean, it stands to reason that there would be Jews closer to the homeland in Israel and also closer to Rome, which had a major Jewish community even before the demographic upheavals of the First Roman Jewish War. We definitely know that there's a massive outpouring of Jews unwillingly and also by willing migration as a result of the First Roman Jewish War, when the destruction of the temple in the year 70. The Jewish population of Rome is significantly increased by Jewish slaves who are exported there. And we likely have Jewish communities dotting the Mediterranean basin, that happened in Israel at the time. The character that we're going to the temple in the year 70 and actually made his way to France in the very first decade of the first millennium. We're talking about Archelaus, who was one of the sons of Herod the Great. He was actually sort of a quasi-king of Israel under the Romans. He actually did hold the title of ethnarch, and we know a fair bit about him from 2 main sources, the most important of which is the great historian Josephus. I say great, but in reality is a very problematic character as well. Josephus was a Galilean Jew who originally fought on the side of the Jews in the revolt against Rome, but ultimately decided to switch sides. He ended up becoming the court historian under Vespasian and Titus, and he recorded very significant historical works describing that first Roman Jewish War, the title of one of his most important works, and later a massive book called Jewish Antiquities. And both of these sources tell us something about Herod Archelaus. We also have some interesting information about Archelaus from the Christian scriptures. He's described in the book of Matthew, and not in a complimentary light as well. We also have some archaeological evidence, such as coins that were produced at this time and so on. But let's go straight to his biography, and then we'll understand how he ended up in France at the time. So he was born in the year 23 before the Common Era. He was the son of Herod the Great, who had married, among his many wives, Malthace the Samaritan. He ended up coming to power when his father Herod died in the year 4 before the Common Era, and his father's 4th and final will actually named him king of Judea and Samaria. A really impressive thing that he was really quite pleased to get. However, this kingship, because at this point the region of Israel was under Roman domination, it required ratification by the Roman emperor. So Archelaus, immediately after his father's death, prepared to depart for Rome, where he would receive official sanction of his rule. But it happened that the immediate Herod had brutally put down a major uprising, or I should say a significant uprising, when Herod had placed a Roman eagle at the gates to the temple. It was considered a very offensive thing to put a state emblem and also a graven image of a living creature right on the site of the temple in Jerusalem. And so this Roman eagle was forcibly torn down by two scholars. Herod was quite upset by this, and he put those two scholars to death, along with about 40 of their students. That's where the passage in Matthew is connected. Joseph is afraid of heading up to Jerusalem because of the connection with Herod's activity at that time, and that's why he ends up going to Nazareth, and of course, the whole story goes on from there. At any rate, Herod then dies, and his son to the throne, and initially Archelaus tries to appease the population, saying he's going to address this horrible wrong of his father. He says he will replace the current Kohen Gadol, the high priest. He will remove some of the offensive Greek officials who are involved in temple activities, and he'll even lower taxes. It happened also, we should realize, there's a huge concentration of people in Jerusalem at this time, because all of this happened just before Passover. And he says, don't worry, I'm going to take care of all these things. Just let me go to Rome and meet with Caesar, and then I'll make everything right. The population, however, is unconvinced by his promises. There's also some questions about how he was actually observing the Shiva and Shloshim and so on, the morning rituals for his father. They felt that he wasn't doing this appropriately, a lack of piety. And so Archelaus, in an attempt to try and control the population, actually cancels Passover, right? Sounds like a kind of Grinch-like activity, but that's in fact what he did. And then he heads off to Rome. However, he is preceded in Rome by a delegation of his rival family members, a delegation of Jews who had left from Israel to go and try and lobby against him as the king. And the emperor hears all of these complaints about Archelaus, says, you know what, maybe this is not such a good idea. He says, I'm going to abolish the Jewish monarchy, no more king of Judea. And instead, he says, I'm going to appoint Archelaus as an ethnarch, like a ruler of a people, which is a lower level authority. And he's going to name two of Archelaus' brothers as co-rulers. And the three of them are called tetrarchs. Here's a map where you can see how the region was divided. Archelaus received the most important central areas of Judea and Samaria, but he did not get the title of king. So Archelaus returns to Israel at this point, and he is in many ways a worthy inheritor of his father's reputation on both positive and negative. On the positive level, he is he's big into public buildings, like Herod, who built so many palaces and so many major structures, renovated the temple, and Masada, of course, the palace there is one of Herod's and so on. His son also engages in significant activities, built a palace near Jericho, near Jericho, and so on. But at the same time, he's also very cruel and brutal, and is dismissive of Jewish tradition. He puts down brutally a lot of opposition, and he also marries his brother's widow, and this was in contradiction to Jewish law because she did have children, so therefore was not a levirate marriage and was actually a forbidden marriage. But he hoped to simply ignore all of these complaints. Behind the scenes, a lot of people are very unhappy with his conduct as ethnarch, and so there are more complaints that go back to the emperor. The emperor hears all of these complaints in Rome, and he says, you know what, this was also a mistake. He demotes Archelaus, he confiscates his property, and he banishes him to France. Right? That's how we get the first Jew in France. Not necessarily the nicest character, but nevertheless, that is our first named Jew in France. He ends up, he sends him to Vienne, of Gaul, which is on the Rhone River, just a little bit south of Lyon. You can see the map here. And at the time, it was actually a very important Roman colony. We have some amazing archaeological evidence from the Roman civilization there, such as this phenomenal amphitheater right overlooking the river itself, and this amazing temple, which was saved from destruction because it was pretty swiftly transformed into a church and thus preserved. We don't know much about the Jewish community there. We don't know if there was any community there. I mean, after all, Archelaus was sent there as a punishment. And I don't think Caesar would have cared if there was a kosher Chinese restaurant in town or not. We do know that it was an important Roman administrative center, and on the Rhone River, it would have had extremely significant commercial implications. And as a result, some Jews certainly would have been attracted to it. And certainly, as the next few centuries go on, we do begin to get a trickle of evidence of Jews settling in Vienne and all up and down the Rhone River. And that's something that we're going to be discussing much more in the course of this video series and, of course, on the trip itself. So I hope you found this brief lecture interesting, and look forward to speaking with you in the future.
Not many fun responses. Just doing it with a buddy is so funny because you have there's just somebody to talk to. Sometimes I do it by myself, and I'm like, fuck, I wish there was somebody else here. Doing it by yourself is crazy. That's so crazy. I can't imagine.
Hello. I hope you enjoyed the last video, which talked about.
Yeah, I think it's. I think sometimes it's just tough because if you have a bad attitude, it's just you know?
About the first Jew in France. As I mentioned there, it's not really the first Jew. It is the first recorded Jew, a political exile as a result of palace intrigue in Rome and Judea. And it's not France either, because that term France was not in currency, and we're speaking about the Roman-dominated area of France in the south. But nevertheless, even though we can't speak with a lot of authority about the first Jew of France, we do have a lot more historical information on the first Jewish community of France. Specifically, we know a little bit about the community at Arles, which is a city at the south of the Rhone River, where the Rhone empties into the Mediterranean. There's a delta there, and Arles is one of the important cities in the region. And it was an extremely important Roman settlement. You can see this gorgeous aerial view of the amphitheater there, a tremendous amount of activity in Arles, and of course Jews were associated with it. It's a natural place for the Jews to settle because, after all, it is on the Mediterranean coast, which has the wide open sea, a tremendous amount of seafaring commercial possibilities, and the River Rhone snakes into the interior of the country, as you can see here in this map, which shows the Latin names of the various communities and allows for trade right into the interior and then back out again into the Mediterranean. So given the Jewish cultural leanings towards commerce, and especially international commerce, this is a likely settlement for Jews. Here's a simplified map associated with the cruise that I'm going on in November. And you can see the places that I'm going to visit. It's going to be absolutely fantastic. I can't wait to see how in person. At any rate, the legend of the first settlement of Jews in Arles goes back to the destruction of the temple in the year 70. According to the legend, the Emperor Vespasian, once he conquered Judea, here's an image of a Judea capta coin. This is something that the Romans actually minted quite a few of these coins to commemorate and celebrate their victory over Judea. You can see on the left is Vespasian himself, and on the right is an image of a Roman soldier looking down over a seated and obviously forlorn Jewish woman with her back to a palm tree, which was one of the predominant iconic images of Israel and the Roman Empire. And the message is very clear. You know, after years of these very frustrating, tenacious resistance from the Jewish rebels behind them and to conquer the region. So The legend goes that Vespasian took a large number of the captives from the First Roman Jewish War, loaded them up onto 3 boats, removed the captains, removed the rudders, and then towed the boats out to sea to leave them adrift in the Mediterranean. But fortunately for the Jews, because of divine assistance, they were guided to 3 ports in the south of France, one in Bordeaux, one in Lyon, and one at our location, Havre. Now, on a literal level, this is highly unlikely, and it really should be considered more legendary than historical. Primarily because of the extreme economic value that these Jewish captives represented. On the one hand, Rome was certainly not hesitant to bring tens of thousands of captives from Judea straight to Italy, where they were impressed into all kinds of
Good morning, Mr. Curtis. How are you?
projects, including building the Great Colosseum. And secondly,
Hello,
this
you
is a
ready?
phenomenon that would increase over the Middle Ages.
You ready to take on the day?
Jewish communities were known for their largesse when it came to redeeming
All right, go hit it
Jewish
hard.
captives. If the Jewish community heard that there were Jewish slaves that were passing by or just docked in port, then they would send out representatives and they would collect huge sums of money, charitable donations, to be able to perform the mitzvah of pidyon shvuyim, of redeeming captives. And so Jews were unfortunately targeted by pirates because they knew that they would, they could be ransomed for a large amount of money. So it's highly unlikely that on a literal level, Vespasian actually did this. However, on a metaphoric level, there's a tremendous amount of truth to this legend because, after all, the Jews were like literally rudderless, captainless, wandering through the Mediterranean, not knowing where they would rebuild their lives, and they finally found a home in Arles and in southern France in general. So there's lots to say about it. Now, we don't know much about what happened inside the Jewish community from Jewish records themselves. We don't, until really about 600 years later, we don't have any kind of documentation whatsoever. However, from the year 425 on, we begin to see church documentation relating to the Jews. And although church documentation can be tendentious, and they obviously have a specific aim in mind when they're talking about the Jews, and it colors the treatment of the history. Nevertheless, we do get a sense of the presence of the Jews there, and sometimes we can read between the lines to learn a little bit more about what they're actually doing. So, for example, in the year 425, the Roman Emperor Valentinian III, shown here in this coin, issues a decree that is sent out to the Bishop Patroclus of Arles, authorizing him to restrict the Jewish rights in that region in several key areas. Most likely, he was responding to a request from Patroclus, the local bishop, but nevertheless, it's interesting to look at the specifics of what was denied to the Jews, or what was to be denied to the Jews. 3 basic things. First, the Jews were not allowed to own Christian slaves. It's not clear what the extent to which Jews did own Christian slaves. Slavery, of course, was perfectly legal at this time and was not even considered immoral. But it could be that this is simply a theological statement saying it is offensive to the church that Christians should be held as slaves by Jews. There's a religious conflict there, and they may just making a rhetorical point. On the other hand, owning slaves was considered a very high mark of status. It required a tremendous amount of wealth to own a slave, especially domestic slaves, and particularly for Jews who have to abide by the rules set down in the Talmud for how a trade must be treated. And particularly for Jews who have to live by the rules set down in the Talmud for how slaves are to be treated, it would have been a very expensive endeavor. So we don't know the extent of Jewish slave ownership, but that would have indicated that there were Jews who were at a fairly high socioeconomic level. Second restriction was Jews could not act as soldiers. And that's fascinating because it's not typically a Jewish profession, at least not outside of the land of Israel, but we see that Jews were actually involved in the defense of the city. We don't have to rely only on the documentation of Valentinian. In a moment, I'll tell you about an incident in which Jews were involved in battle. And thirdly, Jews were not to be involved in the local legal system. They were not to be appointed as magistrates. In other words, no Jewish lawyers, which must have sent hundreds, maybe thousands of Jewish mothers into chaos because, oh my gosh, what's my son going to do? He's not going to become a Jewish lawyer. Well, I guess he'll become a doctor. And that's actually very ironic because there is a ridiculous overabundance of Jewish doctors in Provence over the next few hundred years. I don't want to attribute that to Valentinian's decree. There are a lot of other reasons why Jews would go into the medical profession. At any rate, one of Patroclus' successors is Saint Hilary the Great. Here's an image. Wrong image. And here is an image of Hilary of Arles, who is actually beatified, hence Saint Hilary. And he's known as being much nicer to the Jews than Patroclus, which is probably an indication that the restrictions he hopes to impose on the Jews were not, in fact, implemented. According to church records, when Hilary died in the year 449, the Jews were really very deeply engaged in mourning for his passing. The church records indicate that they followed his funeral procession, weeping profusely, and even leading psalms or singing even psalms as they went, which made a big impression on the observers at the time. One other small side point, I find it fascinating that Hilary is the way we refer to his ecclesiastical figure in English, but his Latin name was Hilarious, literally hilarious. I just think that's interesting. So I guess that's what happened when you read books all day long, right? Anyways, the Arles goes through some political upheaval. In the year 476, the Visigoths emerged from Spain and conquered the southern region of France, including just past the city of Arles, which is wrapped into the Visigothic Empire for a brief period of time. This was actually good for the Jews because Catholics. They were actually Arians. That's Arians spelled with an I, not with a Y. And one of the distinguishing features of Arian Christianity was a different view of the divine status of the founder of the Christian faith. And this, for whatever reason, was conjoined with a much more tolerant attitude towards the presence of Jews in their society. So initially, Jews actually did fairly well within the Visigothic Empire until the conversion of Recared in the year 589. We're going to return to that in a second. But while Arles is under the Visigoths, Jews were apparently such patriotic and enthusiastic defenders of the realm that they fought on behalf of the city against the invaders, the Franks and the Burgundians in the year 508. Unfortunately for the Visigoths, Arles fell to the invaders, and then there was a dispute that ensued between, once again, the local bishop, whose name was Caesarius at this time, and the Jewish community. The Jews asserted that Caesarius had actually betrayed the city to the Franks for whatever reason, and the bishop argued precisely the opposite, that it was the Jews, and specifically a Jewish soldier. Once again, here we have another reference to Jews being actually involved in military defense of the city. Caesarius accused a Jewish soldier of sending a letter over the city walls to the invaders and indicating where the defenses were weakest, allowing them to access the city. Fascinating dispute for what it says about Jews engaged in the fight against external invaders. But in the end, you can't fight City Hall. The bishop won. The Jews lost that debate, and unfortunately, that one Jewish soldier was actually put to death. Another bishop shortly thereafter, named Virgilius, towards the end of the 500s, he is involved in another interesting controversy which sheds light on the nature of the Jewish population. We know of his activity because of a letter that Pope Gregory the Great sent to him at the turn of the 7th century. Here's a picture of Gregory the Great, like Recared, and you see that he's looking up to the sky. I guess that's a thing for these kind of ecclesiastical portraits. At any rate, in Jewish history, Gregory the Great actually is great, because in many ways he reinforces the traditional church law that comes from St. Augustine to basically leave the Jews alone. There's a lot more to say about how church law evolved, but one of the things that we see frequently throughout the Middle Ages is that local clergy tend to be much more anti-Semitic, whereas upper clergy want to try and maintain tolerance. So the specific incident that occurred with Bishop Virgilius in Arles is reflected in a fascinating document in which Gregory the Great, the Pope, sends a letter to Virgilius saying, "Oh, it's been a long time since I wrote to you, and how are things going? And by the way, I've been receiving complaints that you are forcibly converting Jews. And I have to tell you," and he uses the Latin phrase here, "lo zu haderech." This is not the way that we operate. Use your words. Talk to them, preach to them, and so on. And in fact, this has a negative side because later on the Jews of Provence and elsewhere in Europe will be exposed to forced conversions where they will have to show up and listen to Christian proselyte or Christian ministers, sometimes converted Jews, preaching to them to try to get them to become Christians. But at any rate, he says to them, you should not be converting them by force. This is something that happens throughout the region, especially after the earlier. Nevertheless, despite Gregory the Great's efforts, as they say again in Latin, GUINNESS, the Jews were still exposed to a considerable amount of tension with the local clergy that would ebb and flow over the next few centuries. And in general, as we wrap this lecture up, there's two competing phenomena that are affecting the development of the Jewish community in Arles at this time. On the one hand, you have the repeated and fairly insistent and increasing anti-Semitic legislation that comes principally from the church. And on the other hand, you have the growth of the Jewish community, both economically, because over the next few centuries, we will see the Jews represented in Arles in commerce. They're famous for soap manufacturing, for example. In real estate, they're landowning. They even have communal property. There's a cemetery that is sold to the Jews at this time, and also in scholarship. Arles attracts a significant number of very important scholars who have a long-lasting impact on Jewish history, especially in the realm of translation, where they are well known for taking Arabic works and translating them into Latin for the Christian world. Very important in terms of the cultural diffusion of ideas around the Mediterranean basin. I'd like to devote a separate lecture to the growth of the scholarship of young Jews in Provence. But for the time being, just bear in mind that there are those two factors going on. In the end, it is the negative factors that win out. In the year 1494, the Jews are finally expelled from Arles, and they are not to return formally really until the French Revolution in the late 18th century, some 300 years distant. Jewish travelers who want to take advantage of this very important mercantile route, it is, recall, at the mouth of the Rhone River and is the central point communicating the interior of the country to the Mediterranean. And if Jews want to travel through there on business or whatever other purpose, they have to pay a special tax for being Jewish, and they are only allowed to remain in the city for 8 days, and they have to be for those last few hundred years, and we'll discuss the revival of the community in a later lecture. Anyway, that's it for a very quick talk on one aspect of the earliest Jewish community in France. I hope you found it useful, and I look forward to speaking to you in the future.
We're not talking about some weird mind voodoo or seance or something from your crazy mind. We're trying to do some very naysayers or whatever. We're talking about the response or view. Not everything is a bad habit is wrong. So instead of a drastic,
Hello. You know, every now and then I come across some bit of Jewish history that blows my mind, and this is one of those chapters. It is the chapter of the so-called Nasi of Narbonne, and it refers to the historical legacy of a Jewish kingdom in medieval France. Now, it's been argued about for decades by historians, especially after the 1972 publication of Arthur Zuckerman's amazing thesis, which was published by Columbia University Press. It's hard to believe this story, but let me go through it and I'll tell you all about it and you can make up your own mind. So first of all, where is Narbonne anyways? Let's have a quick look here at this map. Here's where Narbonne is, right on the coast, basically, of the Mediterranean in the south of France, in a region known as Provence. Here's a closer look at it. And in fact, you can see from this map that on the left is an arrow pointed to Narbonne. On the right, there's an arrow for the Rhone River. That's where the kosher riverboat cruises are going to be exploring Jewish history this November, God willing. So this is still within the same region. To Jewish history, it's known as the home of the Chachmei Provincia, the sages of Provence, because there was a tremendous flourishing of Jewish scholarly and creative activity in this region in the medieval period, which may have a lot to do with the actual story of the Nasi of Narbonne. So in order to understand the context of this story, we have to go back a little bit. You can see from this map that the Visigoths controlled a significant portion of the Iberian Peninsula and extended themselves northward into Gaulish France, and they controlled this territory for many centuries. That changed, however, in the 8th century, as we shall see, but before that, we should note that there were Jews living in the Visigothic Empire right from the very beginnings. We actually have Jews in the Iberian Peninsula from the 1st century. There's some fascinating epigraphic evidence of Jews living there, gravestones and things like that. We basically did fairly well in Visigothic Spain. The Visigoths actually followed a much more tolerant form of Christianity called Arian Christianity. That's Arian with an I as opposed to with a Y. And it differed from the dominant forms of Christianity at the time, largely in their more human approach to the status of the founder of Christianity. This changed, however, significantly with the conversion of King Recared to Catholicism. Here's an amazing painting by Degas that shows the conversion of Recared. Here you can zoom in. Look at his face there. Wow, he looks like really religiously motivated here. And unfortunately, with the conversion of Recared in the year 589, that meant that the Visigoths suddenly discovered anti-Semitism. And it was a way of kind of communicating their bona fides to the Catholic world at large by persecuting the Jews, unfortunately. And they instituted a 122-year reign of terror on the Jews with absolutely incredible, unusually intrusive persecutions that really you wouldn't see for hundreds of years except in the Iberian Peninsula. Things like, Jews had to report in when they traveled, and there were all kinds of horrible punishments like amputations and scalpings and things like that. It was a horrible period of time for Jews. That ended in the year 711, which is, of course, celebrated by the local corner stores. No, just kidding. That was just my strange sense of humor. When the Muslims conquered the Iberian Peninsula from the south and actually penetrated with some degree of success into southern France, the region where we're speaking of. The coming in of the Muslims actually shifted the position of the Jews in a very positive way, because the Iberian Peninsula really involved a triangular culture. Christians, Jews, and Muslims had to coexist within this region, and Jews were able to exist in this kind of triangular relationship in many ways much more successfully than they could in the binary relationships they had with Christians alone as a tiny Jewish minority in a Christian-dominated Europe, or as a Muslim-dominated minority in nowhere. Narbonne was, at least briefly, enclosed within the new Spanish Empire. And that's what takes us to the story of Machir, the first Nasi of Narbonne, as the story goes. Now, as you know, Narbonne is, of course, within France, contemporary France. So that term is anachronistic for the period we're talking about. And France is, of course, a Christian nation. That is extremely relevant for our situation because the Visigoths lost to the Muslims, and then the Muslims were able to take over some of that southern French territory. The French the Franks, as it were, wanted to, and the Burgundians and other peoples wanted to reclaim that territory. And as a result, the Jewish influence was quite significant. Under Pepin le Bref, here's a picture of him. His name means Pepin the Short. He actually, according to the legend, made a deal with the Jews living in Narbonne that if they supported them against the Muslims, they would in return receive significant benefits, which is essentially pretty much the same kind of deal that the Muslims had with the Jews in the Iberian Peninsula. And this worked to the Jews' advantages. So as the story goes, the Jews established a self-government, a self-rule within French territory, I'm using that term anachronistically, that ultimately was led by a Nasi. So let's see, what exactly is the Nasi? The term Nasi is classic in origin. You see it particularly in the Mishnah. There are some extremely important figures called a Nasi. It's usually translated as prince. For example, Judah the Prince, Yehuda HaNasi, who is the editor of the 3rd century amazing book of Jewish law called the Mishnah, which in turn forms the core of the Talmud. The Nasi was kind of like a quasi-political, quasi-religious role that even after the Romans had destroyed the temple in Jerusalem and removed the Jewish self-government there, they nevertheless allowed the Nasi to have some authority over the Jews living within Israeli territory, or that would be Roman territory at that time. Outside of Israel, you also had descendants of the same family. They're all tracing their lineage back to King David, who were recognized as the rulers of the Jewish community. In Babylon in particular, where this map is depicting, the Jews were ruled by a figure called in Aramaic the Reish Galusa, which means the head of the exile. And in English, that's usually rendered as exilarch, right? The head of the exile. And this person was a descendant of King David and had authority, sometimes in tandem, sometimes in cooperation, sometimes in conflict with the great Talmudic academies of Pumbedita and Sura. From time to time, the heads of the academies, the Rosh Yeshiva, and the exilarchs did not get along, and there were conflicts over, in particular, succession crises. Now, according to the story that we're dealing with, one Natronai ben Habibi was an exiled exilarch in the 8th century from the region. He made his way across the Mediterranean, and he found himself in Narbonne. There he took the name Machir ben Yehuda Zakkai, but the Jews of Narbonne, as the story goes, recognized him as being a bona fide exilarch, and if he was an exilarch in Babylon, he should also be an exilarch here in Narbonne. And that's the legend of how he came to be. Now, once just being called an exilarch by the Jewish population doesn't mean anything, but once Pepin the Short came in and said, listen, shore up our defenses against the Muslims who took over from the Visigoths, and Machir ben Yehuda, with his presumably natural leadership qualities, was able to insert himself into that conflict between the French and the Spanish Muslims, then in fact that's how we have the exilarchate, or the Nasiyut in Hebrew, in Narbonne. Now, this apparently lasted for some 400 years. Amazing. Why don't we know much more about it? The primary fact is because the vast majority of the sources that we have that refer to the Nasiyut are quite late in nature. Two of the most significant are Benjamin of Tudela, who was a noted traveler of the 12th century. You can see this map here that shows his remarkable journey around the Mediterranean basin. We're not sure whether he actually traveled to all of these places or perhaps he just reported from some of these places, but he was one of these amazing medieval travelers who left behind an account of his travels, including his stay in Narbonne, which was very close to his actual origins in Tudela. Also of the 12th century, Abraham ibn Dawood was a great historian who wrote the Seder HaKabbalah, which is not what it sounds. It's actually a historical book. and they both refer to the existence of an exoarchate in Narbonne. That's fantastic. The only problem is, it's like 500 years after the fact, and there are a lot of gaps between a couple of scattered references in the early period until we have these accounts 500 years later. And so most historians have totally dismissed the story as legendary, but nevertheless, it has some fascinating repercussions. You have to read Professor Zuckerman's book to really get the full story. So that's it for a very quick overview of this amazing little tidbit of Jewish history. It's not at all impossible that, in fact, there was a Jewish kingdom in France, but we will have to do more research to really understand properly.
I'm just
I hope that some of you will be able to do some of this research with me live as we explore Jewish history along the Rhone Valley this November. But that's about it for today. I hope you enjoyed this short video.
Yes. Can you not hear me? Good morning. How are you? Are you ready to take on the day?
We're going to continue now with our discussion of the Jews of the Rhone. This is part 4, where I'd like to spend a little bit of time talking about the famous sages
Have a sweet day. Take care.
of Provence, the Chochmei Provincia, who play such a tremendous role
You're welcome.
in the development of medieval thought among Jews in Europe at this time. The Chochmei Provincia are associated with the golden age of Provençal Jewry, which is really in the high Middle Ages, normally defined as the years 1000 to about 1400. There are a lot of things happening in Europe at this time, and in Provence we see an explosion of a very interesting type of intellectual inquiry that is associated with these sages. The specific thing that's happening in Provence is this culture broking, or this mediation between cultures, as the scholarship that emerges from Arabic-speaking Spain suddenly crosses over into Christian Europe. And this becomes an amazing engine of activity and creativity. I'd like to spend some time talking about that. The special contribution of the Chochmei Provence is this fascinating nexus that happens when you get all of these really intense Talmudists who are focused on the traditional study of the text, suddenly exposed to a massive new world of learning within the Jewish sphere in a way that they'd never encountered before. And that's what happens when we have several key individuals come to the region. Now, my talk today is highly derivative. I'm basing almost all of it on the research of this great scholar, Rabbi Dr. Isidore Twersky, who lived between 1930 and 1997. He was rather famous in that he was both the Talner Rebbe from a very famous Hasidic dynasty associated with Chernobyl in Eastern Europe, and he was also a professor of Jewish thought at Harvard. Tremendously unusual and creative individual. The article, if you want to read a little bit more about this yourself, it's called Aspects of the Social and Cultural History of Provençal Jewry, published in a volume called Jewish Society Through the Ages, edited by H.H. Ben-Sasson and S. Ettinger. I think our first question should be, where exactly is Provence? I know we've talked a lot about this in the previous 3 rooms, but let's have a quick review of where it is. You can see in this map here, Provence is the southern coast of France. That is on the Mediterranean Sea, and it borders Spain. That's really important for our purposes. Let's look at it here. Zooming in a little bit, you can see there's Provence, and just to the lower left is Spain. The Mediterranean route was an extremely important way for ideas to reach the southern coast, but also the overland route from Spain was very convenient. If you see the second E in Provence, that's the opening of the Rhone River, where we will be exploring Jewish history in November, God willing, with Kosher Riverboat Cruises. Here's a map that you can see exactly where we're going to head up the river, and I'm really looking forward to actually seeing some of these sites in person. I hope some of you will be able to join it. And in this context, let me just introduce you to my colleague David Kraus, who is an amazing historian who works out of Prague, and he's doing our advanced research for this particular trip. He's actually right there now, visiting all the sites and taking photographs and sending them back to me with amazing commentary. This is a photograph from when we were together in Óbidos, Portugal, and David is pointing to a mezuzah scar that is a medieval structure that was left over from the Jews when they were expelled from Portugal in the late 15th century. He's got some amazing photographs. I'm going to share them with you in just a second. So one of the reasons for the tremendous flourishing of intellectual activity among the Jews in Provence, creating these people who are known either as Chachmei Provence, right, the wise ones of Provence, or Chachmei Lunel, very widely quoted in Tosfos, a very important Talmudic commentary, or the Ziknei Narbonne, the elders of Narbonne. Like, what happened here? Dr. Twersky points out that if you look at the socioeconomic period that the Jews lived in Provence, there are two main phenomena. The first, and I love this quote, the graph of the social-political destiny of Provence Jewry may be plotted in broad downward strokes, which means during the period we're talking about now, from about the year 1000 to about the year 1400, actually a little bit earlier than that, you see a few major steps downward in the political, social status of the Jews of Provence. This will culminate in the expulsion in the 14th century of many Jews from France, but we'll get to that later. But at the same time that you have this socio-economic political decline, you also have a remarkable level of grassroots connectivity between the Jews of Provence and the Christians of the region, particularly among intellectuals. A couple of examples will suffice. The great Meiri from Provence, a very important Talmudic commentator, he wrote a great book on repentance, on teshuvah, which he describes as the result of a fascinating conversation he had with a Christian. That is not normally appearing in the introductions to medieval works of Jews at this time. Secondly, Dr. Twersky points out a fascinating kind of example where two Talmudists heard that there was a certain manuscript in the home of a particular Christian, and they went to the home. They lived in that home for 2 days, living on bread and water, totally kosher, in order to be able to copy the manuscript. I mean, these are kinds of interesting examples of the sort of collegiality of scholars that was present in Provence, and you did not necessarily find that in a lot of places in the region. Let's have a quick look at some of these great photographs, by the way. Here's a shot from the medieval Jewish street in Arles, which is one of those places that is designed to be very difficult for Americans to pronounce, right? Arles. And I'm a Canadian, and French is one of my first languages, but that's a hard one to pronounce even for me. There, right, you can see this is the medieval Jewish street. Almost all of the outward Jewish signs of the street are gone, but it's the same street, same layout. You get a little bit of a feel for it. Here's another photograph that gives you a sense of the dedication, the famous dedication, sometimes notorious, that the Provençal Jews had to their particular costumes. This is an interior of a synagogue at Avignon, obviously not medieval in origin, but you can see in the center left, there is the raised pulpit for the rabbi. So when he gives his drushas, he can actually physically rise up some 6 feet above the congregation, which was a very common sort of synagogue architecture motif in the region at the time. And here's one more photograph. Look at this gorgeous medieval mikvah from Carpentras. This is, I don't know if they're still using it today. That railing doesn't look so good to me. And the water, it's really clear, but it has a kind of a greenish hue that reminds me of when I used to take care of my own pool in Florida. That was not such a success. But it's amazing to imagine that this is the actual mikveh that so many of the Chachmei Provence and their wives would have used for ritual immersion. Wow, can't wait to see it in person. Anyways, let's go back to our discussion here. So you have these two things. You have a socio-political economic decline. The Jewish status is reducing significantly. Unlike in medieval Spain and parts of Northern Europe, there really doesn't develop in Provence a court Jew, like a Stadtland, someone who is an intercessor between the community and the powers that be.
Yeah, you want to lose?
That's certainly...
Yeah, you want to lose? It was lovely. Are you ready to lose?
Tables that are like God resistant or whatever, like whatever happens up.
Did you see this man on the TV thing? Professor Henry Abramson, do you see him? You know he's Canadian? He grew up in like super northern Canada where it had like one Jew. You ready for your invitation, pimp? You know what we're playing. Miles Alberta. Yo, dog, are you ready?
In the game right now.
Are you putting in cheat codes?
Yep.
Alright.
They know. I have a new strategy.
What's that?
Oh, it worked. It's called sweeping the dance floor.
Alright, well get your broom, son. You think that's good?
I want to see one of us sweep the whole dance floor.
Same here. A perfect game where you served or you broke and then the other guy just has no chance of doing anything.
Yeah. What was that? I gave you this game on a silver platter. I think you're focused on Henry there. Henry there to focus on the game.
Are you excited for the shop show?
The what?
It's called the Schaub Show. Brendan Schaub.
Oh. If that's what you like to listen to, then yes.
No, it's not on yet.
Are you sure?
Sure, dog.
Double. Daily double. So now I can't really sync the fucking red one. I can. Could be over right here, folks.
Easily over.
Sealed it. Oh, I still have to get one more. 120 is no good. 160 or I like 210. Let's do 210.
We already have a 120 that's ready to go. So there's nothing you can do.
Alright, well, I'll just win that much faster.
You watch. I'm gonna destroy you.
Look at this. Every time.
Sweep it.
I'm speed running it.
Yeah, because you have an iPad. That makes it so much easier.
I missed more shots in this game than you, I think.
Incorrect.
Pretty sure it's correct. Sometimes you're just pigeonholed in this. Rabbi, my friend is moving to like this weird, like this island outside of Honduras, and it's like a nice island, but his plan is to start a hot dog stand, and he's like, we're brainstorming names for the hot dog stand. So is that Miss Aquarius?
No, it's Abby.
Oh no, it's Teresa. What's her name? Audie. Yeah. Yo, Audie, what's happening?
So how are you doing today?
How are you doing? Me or Rabbi?
Oh, I'm well. How are you? Good. Excellent. Great to hear. Where did you? Wow, that was fast.
You let me sing the red one.
Yes, I did. All right. You want 210?
Yeah. And what is your alliteration name for a hot dog?
Well, no. Oh, it probably would be better if it's a pun. Remember, puns better. Puns the best, followed by rhyme, followed by alliteration. And sexual pun might be the biggest.
Imagine sweeping the floor in a blue pen. Now this is risky, but I'm gonna go.
This is, look at all these in a row.
Imagine getting a quad in this game.
That'd be wild.
We've never seen 3. Oh, no way.
I wouldn't be too worried if I were you. Fuck.
Why would you go for the red one?
Don't question my genius. One does not dissect Gossamer.
No!
Now, is it going to be like normal? There we go.
I don't think I'm gonna get lucky twice. Obviously, with the genius Rabbi will move.
Are you serious?
Oh, I can barely move my thing. This is weird. You might be in trouble now here.
I think so. Are you proud of that shot?
No, that probably cost me the game. Definitely cost me the game. Oh. Oh, now you are in a world of trouble. It's 2-10 though, so maybe there's some hope. No! I think you're going to come back and win this one. There are just too many free points. These are all easy shots. There's like, the rest of these are all easy shots.
No, they're not.
They're all insanely easy.
No, they're not.
To tie it, right here.
There's no.
There is time. You time the score. Stay up. No. I screwed the pooch on that one. Okay.
Double.
Now these are not easy. Oh, Nuki. He did a Nuki shot. For the win.
I dedicate this shot to Zoot's comedy career. Dude, I came back and won, and you had the red.
I did not.
Classic pool 120, 160, 210.
Classic. Like, no teams. Like, white versus black. Put it on it.
Are you proud of that shot?
Go.
Are you proud of that shot?
Black makes me feel powerful.
All right. Are you proud of that shot, Zoo? Riser? Riser, are you proud of that shot?
How dare you call me Zoo?
I corrected myself.
Oh, no.
Look at you. Well, I just called you that because you're playing like him. Dude. I don't really have a good shot.
There's time. They're practically in the hole. There you go. A little lucky.
This is going to be dirty.
I don't want to knock my stupid thing in the thing again. Forward a newfie do here, Rabbi? You want to see what a newfie would do here?
Yeah. They wouldn't do that. Look how sick that shot was.
Thank you.
You're welcome. I need you to get your shitty ball out of the way. Or disc, whatever. Look at this shot.
Wow. You're not going to make this one. Nope.
What up, GB? A game against my friend. Yo, I'll be in the Telegram, but I had to clear my cache on my computer, and that caused me to log out of my Telegram, and now Telegram will not allow me to log back in. It says please try again after some time, so that's why I haven't been in there. But no worries, I'll be back there as soon as I can. Thank you. Dude, this sucks.
Yeah, it's funny because the queen doesn't even matter in this one.
Yeah, I don't get it. I don't get why the queen's a thing.
Oh my god. That was not supposed to happen, but at least one of yours is very difficult. But let's see.
How do I even get this one?
Is it
Newfie.
actually possible?
You've got a really difficult one as well.
I think it is possible, but you kind of took away my angle of attention. Oh wait, no, I can get it.
You're done. You're done. You're gonna put mine in. My friend, do you know what the dragon attack is?
Sink it. Oh.
Wow, that's like 3 games in a row? 7 games in a row?
It's like one game.
2 games. I won the 210. I won the 210.
It's 2 in a row.
I won the 210. I won Classic. What do you want next, big dog?
You can pick any one of them. Any Quran game, you'll lose. I guarantee it.
No way. Great shot, dude.
I actually figured out how to do it, so going first is actually an advantage.
You think it's an advantage now?
Well, I know how to do it, so it is. No, I'm sweeping it. I'm sweeping it. Oh, I'm 30 away. No! I was so close. I almost got to 120. Oh, it's so close. And now you get to, literally... Alright, yeah, it's an advantage going second. Look at these easy shots.
Why do you think it's an advantage going second?
Guys, look, there's nothing on the board. Oh, yeah.
That's 3 games in a row, son.
Yeah, I gave you that one.
What do you want next, baby?
You pick. Any one of them, you'll lose. I guarantee it.
I just beat you.
I wasn't trying. I'll actually try it. See, if it were you, you'd just shoot it into like the thing and be like, oh, it's a disadvantage going first. I'm not gonna do it. I mean, you basically swept the floor, but it didn't count because you didn't start. Wow. Rookie mistake. Your stupid white one is blocking it. Oh, there we go, there we go, there we go. Oh, too quick. That was too easy.
Let me go first.
Oh, you're stealing my tactic. Yep. Didn't work though. Yeah, you can get the red one in.
No.
Oh no. That's not good.
You're done. You're done.
No, good. We're good.
Play me in basketball.
We're good.
Stop.
Oh, you're done.
Stop.
You're done. What? Yo, what is this? What is this?
Cheat codes, baby.
Why is this not the same rules every time?
Cheat
You
codes.
get your puck in, you're supposed to not have an advantage.
Cheat codes, baby. Fuck.
Colossal mistake.
Yeah, but you can't make this. No way.
Want to bet big now?
Yeah, I do want to bet. I bet that
2 in a row, bud.
I beat you 3 in a row. I beat you 3 in a row.
I beat you 8 in a row.
I don't even know what you're talking about. Get there. Are you serious? Why is it that your bullshit ones go in?
You still, because you're stealing my strategy. It doesn't work like that.
Dude, this is garbage. Garbage.
Are you going to ask me if I'm proud of the shot?
I'm not even paying attention at this point. Alright, you have a tough shot now. That one's easy. Let's see what you can do now.
Oh, fuck.
Are you ready for this?
Wow, nice one. How did you do that?
Skill. For the win.
3 in a row.
Well, now you know how it feels.
I've won 8 in a row. This is like...
You didn't win. You didn't win 8 in a row. Quit saying that.
I did earlier.
No one remembers that. Are you serious? Are you fucking serious?
That was...
Are you serious?
How that didn't go in. That is one of the most rigged shots we've ever seen.
Word, dog.
It probably detects that you're cheating, so it's like... Can't allow that.
If you miss here, it would be huge.
You never miss.
This game sucks. Play me in table soccer. Dude, right now, can you count to 40?
What do you mean, can't count?
Because I just got 40.
In my head. Oh. Alright. You got some easy shots here. See if you can do the run to 120. You gotta make it like 210 next time. 120 is too short. So you gotta make it. He's gonna make it. My streak.
I didn't even need the red one.
Yeah.
All right, 120, 160, 210, classic, pool.
210. What the hell is classic?
That's what we play. That's like the when it's black and white.
Both of them are that?
Classic is black versus white. Pool is black versus white with no queen.
No queen.
Oh, good job. Psych. That was terrible.
I wanted to give you a head start because I know you're gonna need it. You've got like one shot here and then my turn. Oh, I see a shot. I see a shot. Oh, are you kidding me? Never mind. Oh. No.
Dog. Are you ready for this? I dedicate this shot to Zoot's comedy career.
Alright, let's see it get the bury the queen.
Easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
That was easy.
Easy peasy, lemon squeezy.
Still mine out of the woods yet.
Where's a good shot?
Oh, now it's going to be a little challenging. Let's see what the new feed can do here. I actually know the best shot to do here. Oh!
How newfie was that?
That was ridiculous.
How do you like me so far?
You deserve that one. That was an incredible performance.
Thank you.
I hope Parum's an Olympic sport and that we're actually training for the Olympics without knowing it.
Okay, classic pool, 120, 160, 210.
You decide. Just know, whatever.
I beat you.
You choose 120? What the hell? Why do you like the small one?
Because I want to get good at it. I'm not as good as I'd like to be.
Well, you're playing against a pretty good opponent.
Who?
I don't know.
Yeah, I don't either.
Zoot's comedy career.
We're all the same person.
I dedicate things to Zoot's comedy career. Are you proud of that shot?
It was okay.
Quit with that.
This is a tough shot.
Why do you think that was a tough shot?
I don't even think it's possible. Oh, I can win it right here.
Well, then let's see it.
No! Are you shitting? I almost swept the freaking dance floor. Why do you think we're all the same person?
I don't know, but actually, we were the same thing and just copied, just all the different ways it could be. I'm the best, though. I'm the best girl. Don't tell anybody that. It's not a competition. Shh.
I'm the best Quran player, so I relate to being the best.
You can't even say it correctly. It's Karam.
No one.
Actually, he's correct, Rabbi, and only the best player would know how to say it properly.
I asked AI, and AI said it's Karam.
Rabbi, I'm just kidding.
You pronounce apartheid Parthian, so whatever you think is just wrong.
I pronounce it the way that it will be pronounced in the future.
Hell yeah.
I will unite people over it. Just like I will unite people over my gameplay. Where do I hit? Are you proud of this shot?
I'll be proud of this shot if I get it in. I guess still lose. I'm tired of whooping your ass in a 120. I want to do 210, or at least 160.
Are you gonna go? Or are you just gonna sit there and jerk yourself off raw?
Yeah, I wasn't done celebrating my last victories.
That was one of the worst shots I've ever seen in this game. Get there. Get there.
Oh, thank you.
You have like 1,000 different shots.
I actually. Oh my word.
Not a good shot, dude.
That's
That's not a good shot at all.
Shot.
Do you know why that's not a good shot?
It's okay.
Dog.
Perfect. player.
Dog.
That's okay.
Dog.
I just wanted to give you some hope and then come back. Because I know you're gonna screw it up like that. And easy. Yeah.
Dog, I have such a big lead on you, I'm just letting you get points.
Nah, I'd be pretty nervous about it.
I'm not nervous at all, baby. Look at this hand.
I'd be pretty nervous about it.
Why would I be nervous?
But
you're gonna miss. You're gonna miss. Obviously, you're gonna miss. Easy miss.
oh, ready for this?
You're
Ready
gonna
for
miss.
The dragon attack.
You're gonna miss.
You know what the dragon attack?
You're gonna miss.
No.
Dog.
Oh, that was very close. I could have beat you there. I just didn't want to. Do a bank shot. Okay. Or do that.
Short.
Oh, come on.
Newfie.
Do you want to finish so it has to be a bank shot to win?
Sure.
You can bank the puck or you can bank the disc. It's like the trick shot pool.
That's what I was just gonna say.
Oh, there we go.
Go, baby, go, baby, go, baby, go, baby.
Do a higher number. You didn't do a higher number. Oh, go, 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 go. Oh.
You want to hear a prediction, Riser?
Yes.
I think Kim Kardashian is going to be the next Oprah.
You can have the talk show that people like.
Yep.
You think she's gonna give away as much stuff though?
Perhaps more.
She has a lot of her own brands.
Exactly.
It might work really well for them if they did a view type of shit.
I don't think she wants that. She wants to be the number one player. Are you fucking serious?
Oh no.
No way, no way, no way, no way.
Go. No, 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 no. Bad mistake. Very bad mistake. One of the worst jokes possibly in Quran. Yani, neydi? Stay as in. Oh,
What are you gonna do now, son?
ready for the dragon attack?
Let's see it.
No! Are you kidding me? I come down to that black disc right there.
This game sucks.
And it's like 4 in a row.
No, it's not 4 in a row.
Look how much, yo, look how, do you see the wins? There might be a 120. When we started today, it was like, you're at like 28 wins, and I was at like 7, and now we're like almost tied. That's how much of a winner I am.
Dog, I'm gonna start playing. I wanted you to get some confidence.
Butter me up.
Yep.
Go sweep the dance floor right now. I want you to get a bunch in, and then you're gonna mess one up, and then I'm gonna destroy you. That's how it works. You're actually helping me out right now. Oh, that's not good. Going for the red one. Oh.
To sweep the table.
First. Oh my. Oh no, the black one's in the way. No. Alright, this is not good. Oh. Another mess. Oh, yeah. Get out of there. Get out of there. Yo, I reset me to 0? Oh my lord. Why would you not go for the other one?
I was getting fancy. Now this is a tough little set of shots. No way. No way. There's no way. No way. Like I said.
It might have worked. It could have possibly worked in theory.
Dog, you're done.
I didn't have much of an option.
You see
Yo, stop doing the 120. Do a 210. Sink 'em. Why are you so afraid to just...
I'm not afraid. I want to give you the opportunity. Oh, you don't want the opportunity to win?
Yeah, go for it.
I put that in the perfect spot.
Sweeping the floor right here. No!
Big dog.
I was doing pretty well there.
Big dog.
Oh, you might be in trouble. They're pretty clumpy right now. All you can hear this. Oh, no. No, it's not gonna help.
Get there.
No. No.
That's a miss.
I should have adjusted.
Are you fucking serious?
They call me Robin.
Because you wear tights?
Yeah, because I'm tight.
Get it.
No. Yeah.
Game sucks.
Oh, you're done. You're done.
STFU, dog.
You're done.
STFU.
So, do you know what the dragon attack is?
Show it to me. Not that.
Ding ding. 37 wins, 33. I'm gonna surpass you.
I'm gonna stop playing at 30 when you're at 36.
It's fine. Tomorrow I will come back for more.
Maybe I'll stop playing
Hello,
forever.
Rabbi. I'm obsessed with you.
Oh, thank you.
Wait 1 second. I'm not going to talk. Okay, now I'm done.
Sounds good. Oh, you suck. That was terrible.
I just want to give you a little room here to wiggle. Show me some wiggles. Why did it go to me?
Because I hit one of yours in.
Oh, we're playing this one.
Yeah, dude.
I didn't even realize that.
Well, is it my job to ensure that you're educated?
I mean, I thought we were just playing the other one, but
I think I'm in a bit of a gray area, actually, right now.
It says on there how you're supposed to play. He should know by now if he's so good. Dude, you don't give me a single good shot.
I see like tons of good shots.
You expect me to break up all of the board so that you can quote unquote clean it.
Oh no. I think this one's harder.
It's definitely harder.
Especially when you take shots like that.
Baby, I'm not too worried right now. Are you proud of that shot?
I think Zoot would be proud of that shot.
You think that was a good shot?
7 out of 10. Have you played this game against Zoot?
Yeah.
So if Audie joins, we can have a 4-person version of it.
Oh, come on. Like, well, don't we need Zoot?
That's what I was saying. Zoot, Audie,
Right.
me, that's 4. Oh, what? You think it's possible to get this?
Yeah,
How?
I could do it. It's a pretty easy shot from my understanding.
Alright. Oh. That's not good. That's not good. Don't mess this up. Oh. The famous joke. The pressure gets to him.
I'm not worried at all.
So
You have such a hard second shot.
My next shot
is so hard.
Yeah.
I'm not worried at all. Nah, that's not the shot. That's a miss.
I should have like blocked it or something. You have it very. Oh, is that even allowed? Nope. Oh, are you worried now? Do you know what the dragon attack is?
STFU, dog.
Yeah, 34. That's like 4 in a row.
Let's play something else.
On that level of archery.
Basketball.
Dude, no one plays basketball.
Yeah, ask
No
LeBron James.
This is like the worst game. This is worse than darts, worse than Mancala. I'm flicking it straight up in the thing. Why does it go sideways? You're gonna get like 11 points here. Miss. Time's running out. Oh my god. Oh my lord. What the? It goes sideways like so easily.
Good job getting 2.
Thanks. Nice missed. Not even close. Wow. Wow. 4. Impressive.
It's more than
This
you.
one's actually hard.
It's more than you've got. Big dog, it's more than you've got. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's not a miss. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's
What?
a miss. Another miss. Another miss. I don't even have to go. You recognize this, right?
Let's see what you got, big guy.
That's 1 make. 2 makes. 3 makes. 4 with the swish. 5. Literati time, you ready?
I did better. No, we're not doing that.
Oh yeah,
That
we
takes
are.
way too long.
Oh yeah, we are.
That takes way too long.
All right, well, what do you want to do?
Archery?
Okay.
They have Connect 4. Nice.
Zoot loves that game.
Zoot loves that game. You play Connect 4?
Word, dog.
Isn't it easy to like stop it?
It's harder than you think.
And then be on diagonals or no?
Yeah, you can do diagonals. Dude, that was not good.
Thanks.
Why was I so much better at the beginning?
Yeah, right. Yeah, right. It was perfectly perfect smell.
That's a 9. That's a 9.
How is that low? Oh, there, Robin. You need 10 to time. There we go. Easy win. Look at these numbers. You see the amount of 9s I got? I had 2 9s in every round. Look at that score.
You have an invitation.
Alright. Let's see it. Are you gonna not go first because it's a disadvantage or something?
Dude, you had 4 in a row. If you would have put it right where I put mine.
What do you mean? No?
Diagonally.
Oh, yeah. So you blocked it. Thanks? Why would you do that?
Because I'm sexy.
I won. I'm flawless.
You're getting too much of a fucking...
3. Let's go again. 4 now.
Dog. Lion Kings. You don't even know what Lion Kings are. What?
I don't know what them.
I just bought something.
Oh, what the hell? Why?
Because I'm a Lion King, baby. Rawr.
That looks terrible. That's distracting.
I'm a Lion King, baby. Thanks for the.
One time when I was over my aunt, she gave me a large stuffed lion, and he was about 3.5 feet.
Wow, that's a big.
I know, but the thing is, I don't have him anymore, and he was so cool.
They would take off that lion sticker. That's bullshit.
I bought it, dog. It proves I'm
Take
undefeated.
it off. Take it off.
Basic.
Yeah, you can't. There's no cheating in this.
How is that cheating?
Unfair advantage.
It's a distraction.
I think so.
Yeah, I can't keep my life on track because I'm distracted. That's what's going on.
There you go.
Okay.
Why are you laughing, big man? Why are you laughing, big man? Why you?
Because you kind of need to force someone into a box so that they can't
Why are you laughing?
go somewhere. It's funny.
What's funny?
I mean, I'm gonna win this game, but it's just funny. Maybe not. I might be forced into a box here.
You don't want me to be the lions. And I'm the Lion King.
Yeah, that's cheating.
I'm the Lion King.
Let's see who has to go. Is it gonna be me or you? Oh, it's gonna be you. Yes. Yes. Are you like, no?
Gotcha, bitch.
Oh, God. Nice work. Nice work. I don't think you're trying to. See, you're going first and you take the middle one every time.
All I hear is excuses from you. I embrace solutions, not excuses.
No one does that.
Thanks, man.
What?
I thought you said, oh, it's really easy.
No way. I haven't played this before, so. And you literally go first and take. You have a first mover advantage. A huge advantage, so. Yeah, deal with.
Do you know what the dragon attack is?
Oh, nice. Nice one. Forgot about the diagonal. Oh, you're as good as this game as I am Theorem.
Are you gonna go?
Oh, I get to go.
Big dog.
No.
Big dog. Big dog. Can you hear me?
Or,
Do you know what the
yeah.
dragon attack is?
Can't win. What? How?
I just beat your
That
ass.
was good.
I just beat your ass.
Sneaky. That's like 4 in a row.
Baby, I'm sick as fuck. What do you want me to do?
You know what the dragon attack is? Alright, that's enough of that.
One more. Are you done?
I'm sending you an invite. Will you join?
I will in a moment. All right. Let's see what kind of invitation you sent me. Checkers? I'm not good at checkers.
Neither am I. Oh, how do you still go first when I...
Because I'm sexy as fuck. Why can't I move the thing? Oh. You're fucked right now, son. You're fucked.
I'm not.
Yeah, you are.
Oh, yeah. Can't move backwards.
Wait,
Go.
where'd you move?
I hopped over your dude.
Where?
The pieces on the board, that's why we look little bucks.
Oh, now I see. Now I see.
It's your move.
All right. You're fucked. You're fucked.
It's not letting me move.
Yeah, because you have to jump my guy.
Remember the guy?
You have to jump my guy.
What do you have to jump the guy?
Those are the rules of checkers, dog.
What does that mean?
You have a white guy that's touching my red guy. You need to jump him. Or it.
Oh, I have to?
Yeah, dog. Don't you know how it works? That's checkers.
I didn't think you had to jump.
In what world don't you have to jump?
Why would it be forced?
It just is, son.
There's got to be an AI strategy to this.
There is. This game has been solved.
Do you know how to solve it?
With AI?
No, just... I don't know. Oh, you're done. Who the fuck solves checkers? Oh, if you get to the other side, you have to win or something.
It's known as King Me, dog. Haven't you ever fucking played checkers?
What the fuck happens when you king me? I haven't played this in like so long. You get a double checker or some shit.
Now this one can go backwards.
Oh, what the fuck? Wait, can you hop over my king? Rabbi, can you hop over someone's king or no?
No. Oh, like that? Yeah, you can do that. It's known as not hopping over. It's known as jumping. Hold on, can we go back?
No, it's fine.
I would give you that back because that's not fair.
How the fuck did you win? So what happens at the end? It's like a bunch of kids just like hopping backwards, trying to
We're,
each other.
we're done. That's a good move.
Oh, you're good. You can go up this lane. Oh, I'm still blocking.
You have to jump that guy. And then I'm going to jump you.
GG.
That's my first win in checkers.
Yes.
All right. I need a palate cleanser. Hold on, we can't do that one. Let's do just 2v2, mano a mano, 5 holes, and let's keep it sexy. Look how good a shot that is.
This is not the same thing.
Are you going, Riser?
Yep.
Are you gonna suck dick?
I love watermelon.
Watermelon rules, dog.
Who doesn't?
Riser, are you proud of that shot?
No, that's 4 out of 10.
Look how sick this shot is. That's not a good shot. Look how good that shot is. Dog, when we're playing mano a mano and you're just getting your ass kicked, it's pretty unreal. I mean, that was terrible. That was like a bad carom shot.
I was AFK.
Dog, look how good this shot is. Do you recognize how sick I am? Dog. I bet this shot
One of
sucks.
the easiest holes, and I still destroy you.
They're not the easiest holes. Some of them had water. At least one of them. And look how sick I am. Get your ball up here. Get your ball up here. Get your ball up here.
Oh, you didn't make it in two? You're done.
You're not making this shot. Everybody knows you missed that shot. Peace, baby.
Okay, thanks.
Yeah, I don't really know how that helped me. I don't really know how that helped me. In fact, it hurt me pretty badly.
Vengeance.
Baby. Look how sick that shot was. Look how sick that shot is.
Oh, come on.
Are you proud of that?
Oh. Goodness.
That was bullshit.
I'm actually gonna concentrate now, so now this is the water bump pool.
You're gonna water bump me? You are not water bumping me.
It's the water bump
You
pool.
can't water bump me.
You can water bump over it, please.
You're not water bumping me.
Water bump.
Are you serious? Water bump.
You're not. No, you missed it. You don't have the skills, unfortunately, to water bump.
STFU, dog. Get in the water. Water bump.
Well, don't freaking water bump me, dog. Oh,
How does everyone feel about water balloons? This is very important.
Dude, shut the fuck up.
You.
Riser.
Thank you.
Riser. STFU, dog.
Wait, what did you say, Audie? How does everyone feel about water? What?
How do you feel about water balloons?
Oh, I'm very pro water balloons.
Did
They're
you
tight.
stop loving them, or do you still love them?
Always will. It's just hard to tie a knot.
No, it isn't.
Like when your hands are all wet? Yeah, it is.
Well, I think probably you just don't have the right fingers for it.
I have big hands, so probably not. Are you gonna go, Riser?
Having an actual... I can't go. It's not my turn.
Okay, yeah, it is, dog. Are you serious?
Oh, I'm straight in the hole. Go. Block his ball. Put me in the hole again so I can win. I gave you the lead, and now you've fallen.
Trick shot.
Who won that game? Oh, the Riser.
Riser sucks.
Who is the best?
Riser. You have to use an underscore in your name.
Never played this game.
All right. Well, how about you learn?
You have a husband?
Did you say does
Does
Riser have a husband?
have a husband?
Oh, Riser.
What?
What did you say, Audie?
Do you have a wife, right?
No.
I mean, or a husband.
No. I'm only 28.
You're younger than Zoo?
So you don't have feelings for other humans?
I just am not married. I did not say that.
Oh, okay. Yeah, you're right. You didn't say that. You just mentioned your age.
Riser, why do you suck so much dick at skee ball?
Dog, I didn't even realize, I didn't even see the 100 there. And you're just flicking small like 100. YOLOing it.
I mean, do you need me to teach you how to play skee ball in addition to checkers and Connect 4? I mean, I figured you learned all this stuff in, like, kindergarten, dog.
You have, like, this crazy paid for rainbow ball.
Well, Rabbi, I think like earlier too, you're like talking about the directions are there, but I didn't hear you say that you read them to him.
I don't have to. It says what kind of game we're playing. Like, it says right next to his name. You should just look right next to his name, and it says.
Wait, hold on a second. Hold on, you're getting really angry.
No, I'm not. I'm fine. I'm saying that, like, do I have to tell him that, like, hey, Riser, it's round 3 of 3, and you have 9 balls left, and there's 100 and 100 and a 50 and a 40 and a 30 and a 20 and a 10? Like, I shouldn't have to read him everything on the page.
He only knows shapes and math.
He's smart.
That's probably why he didn't want to play literati.
Riser, that could be. Riser, are you going to go? Riser, that sucks. Riser.
Body is throwing 8 right now.
All I know is that you are sucking major league cock at skee ball. You didn't even get half my score, son.
Yeah, I've never played it. I don't know the fucking correct method for flicking the 100s each time.
All right. Well, maybe you could learn.
You win. Congrats.
Oh, I destroyed you.
Me at
You love that game. All right, I guess I have to read it to him. It's classic, dog.
Oh, here we go. Let me guess, he picks the 120. Oh, no, you went for the hard one, okay.
No, I just said it's classic.
All right.
So even when I do tell him what it is, he sometimes doesn't know.
A classic hot dog?
No, we have to come up with... Oh, you suck. We have to come up with a name for your friend's hot dog shack.
Oh, you actually remember that I said that?
Somehow. Why doesn't he call it the best hot dog in the world?
Why don't you call it fat dog? Yeah.
Right now, the name is Bun in the Sun.
That's cute.
Or Buns and
Sun.
Buns and Sun? That sucks.
It's on an island.
Buns and Sun sucks. Bun in the Sun.
In the Sun.
That name sucks. That name sucks. Bun in the Sun is cute. Bun in the Sun is cute. buns in the sun suck.
I mean,
you know what a better name is? Best hot dog in the world.
It's like chocolate. Number one dog.
that's not a pun, though.
Best dog.
Needs to be a pun.
Beach dog. That's the one. And if you don't use it, you're a fucking idiot.
Well, he's not the one who's opening up the place, so it's up to his friend.
Put it on.
Dude, what am I supposed to do?
Start playing telephone with him.
What am I supposed to do, Riser?
Or boy cry wolf. I don't know.
Look at this shot. Riser. You know that would have been amazing.
I mean, it was a good attempt.
It was fucking phenomenal.
Could have been better if it went in.
Dog.
Alright.
Your shit sucks.
You changed the settings or something.
How about deep throat dog?
I would hollow hot dog and the hot dogs.
Oh yeah, I forgot. No, that's it, dog. That's it. No, that's it. That'll save lives.
No, it's not about fucking saving lives. It's about getting customers. And beach dog is cute.
It is.
The fuck? So quit fucking with it. When something's good, it's good.
How about-
You need to think about nothing else.
I love the wiener staff for the wiener snack.
Why did you ask for help if you're gonna not even let your brain absorb this fucking beauty?
So what was yours?
Beach dog is cute.
I'm not repeating it again.
I just, it's not your fault. I have a really bad memory.
She said beach dog.
Yeah, no, I know it's beach dog, but... Oh, what the fuck?
What was that? What did you just do?
Got distracted.
Fuck.
Wow. No, that was a terrible shot.
Riser, watch how sick this shot is.
Wow, you actually missed that?
On purpose.
I don't think so.
Oh, for sure.
If it was in the Caribbean, then it could be called the Caribbeaner wiener.
That's cute. Why doesn't he call it the best hot dog in the world?
That
one might be a little
not a good name.
like a website name, maybe.
That's why. Because it's a terrible name.
It's maybe the best name of anything ever.
I don't think anyone would agree with that, but...
Riser.
Just make one of your shots.
Yeah,
really
do it.
hard.
Do it.
That's all I need.
You don't have the balls. You don't have the discs.
I'm just trying to think of where the fuck...
Dog, it's easy for me to win this game. You're
I
fucked.
know that's what I'm saying.
You're
You
fucked.
need to move one of yours,
You're fucked.
so it's harder.
Big dog, you are fucked.
Shit, I'm like force that.
3, 2. What did you just do?
That just helps.
Look how sick that shot was.
You have the shell emoji emoji in front of your name? How the fuck can you do that?
How did I do?
That's not allowed.
Where did I get that?
You don't see it on your screen, like right above where your timer thing is. There's the emoji thing that you use.
I don't see it.
The shell emoji.
I don't see it.
No.
All I know is that you are fucked. There's no way you hit this shot. And you didn't even help yourself. I dedicate this shot to Zoot's comedy career.
Wow, you're nice shot.
Dog. It was strategic.
The dog.
I dedicate this shot to Zoot's comedy career. I just drained it, son. From downtown.
I'm actually cheesed that he didn't.
I am too. All right, we're gonna play table soccer, no limit. Passes are 3. Tactical, goals to win 5. And I'm gonna teach you what the dragon attack is.
I'm good, big hot dog. Whenever they got Team Argentina, I'm good.
No one cares about that. People do care about when I play Zoot and I take Australia just to piss them off. Are you proud of that shot? Move your fucking guy.
I don't know, we'll see what the result ends up being. Why did you make it a limit of 3 passes? Who the hell would play like that?
Because then that's how they play when you play ranked. And so I just want to get used to that. And plus, if you do unlimited, you can just pass it all the way and never end.
I guess. Oh, now you're really in trouble with Leon. Got this in the back of the net.
Oh no.
Oh, come on.
Dude. What do I do?
That was really bad.
What a great shot.
If I miss this, then I serve a
Karam. Give me the ball. Look how sick this shot is.
Losers go first. Oh, you're breaking on my structure. That's a smart strategy.
Yeah, because I'm sexy. Go. Why do you take so long?
I'm thinking I'm newbie. My giant brain is time to think of all the possibilities.
Look at this pass. And watch this shot. Do you know what the dragon attack is, son?
Oh, what?
Oy vey.
Okay, what is the dragon attack? Is it just
I'm glad that you asked, Audie. The dragon attack. So here it is. When when Zoot and I began playing this, you can pick any country you want that they have, and there wasn't really any country that was attractive to me. So I took Wales because they have a dragon on their flag. And I started playing with Zoot, and every time I'm about to score, just to just to piss him off, I say, "Are you ready for the dragon attack?" And he says, "Yeah, go do it. Fuck you." And then I score. And it's become this thing that whenever there's like an easy goal, you ask the person, "Are you ready for the dragon attack?" And they're like, "Yeah, go ahead. Fuck you." And then they score. And the reason why it's called the dragon attack is because Wales has a dragon on their flag. Though it is not the flag that I want to use. I want to use Bhutan's flag, but they aren't in this game. But Bhutan also has a dragon on their flag. I find it interesting that both these countries have a dragon on their flag, and dragons like don't exist.
Anymore. The fuck? It's a pterodactyl. Oh, it's not a dragon. Close enough.
Yeah, 5 goals to win. So you're getting
I am getting
wrecked.
wrecked. Because your defense, you just got a bunch of sons back there. Dude.
Come on.
I want you to score again. You deserve it.
Thanks, big dog.
You're welcome, Pimp. Dude, look at your defense.
Amazing.
Dude, your defense is still tight as fuck.
Oh, here we go. No, 4-0. How are you? Are you proud of your performance this far?
I am not. Go, Riser. Are you proud of that shot?
I am. I'm not even going to hit the ball.
No, this game is over.
What good of a shot it was.
This game is over. You could just win right here. You should have.
Stick to my thing.
This is a stupid move. Open goal, son.
Well.
You like that move?
Oh, what a pass.
Shot on goal. Oh,
Oh,
no.
nice. Scored on your own net. 5-0. My first win, 5-0.
Let's play bounce.
My brain can't handle that game. I'll do Karam though.
No, fuck Karam.
Or Arthur.
Bounce. Just one game of bounce.
Did you do a hard one?
No, that sucked. That was terrible.
I said one the hard one.
I like this one where you just like ride it all the way up. This one's fun. I don't like this DNA one. It's hard.
Easy, dog. I'm doing a flawless run right now.
Fuck.
Oh, I changed.
Did you win?
Doing too good this game. I'm almost done. Easy. Look. Not even close. You can do the hard one. Let's do the hard one.
You won?
You have 10 seconds.
You want to do the hard one?
That was incredibly...
Hard one sucks. Hard one sucks. Hard one
I
is...
know how to do it. I'm really good at it. Oh no.
Fuck. I like this one where you ride it like an Uber. Oh, dude, I just did the hardest one.
Oh no. Fuck. Fuck.
Dog. I'm starting to dominate. Dude, I can't make it through this part.
It's not giving me a good color.
I know. Are you pink?
Yep.
Yeah, I don't know if it's possible. Dude. I don't know if it's possible.
Oh, I just did it. Are you still stuck?
Yeah, at that one spot. Are you done? Fuck. Are you done? No way. You made it through this thing? Are you done? Are you done or I'm gonna quit? I don't think you're done. I think you're sucking dick. How did I pass you up? Dude. You're lucky. You're lucky that this one is so hard. Oh, I won. What are your thoughts? Why did I do so much better than you did? Yo, dog.
My iPad died. I would have won.
Oh, okay.
It's okay. Play me around. Better not be a bounce. Anyway. The soundtrack of bounce is so annoying.
Why don't you just turn it off? Why don't you turn it off?
We're not doing another bounce.
Fine, we'll do disco. Psych, we're gonna do Mancala. Mancala.
Mancala.
You're up, dog.
Oh, it actually had me go first, or is that just it? Oh, I get to go first. Doesn't that matter? I just destroyed you. Oh, fuck you. That was a bad move.
Oh, I fucked up. I fucked up. I fucked up. Are you gonna go?
I'm trying to see why you fucked up. You're not. I just have a lot of beat. Oh no. Oh, I get all these beads. Let's go. Oh, I won. I'm 2-0 in this game. I'm dominating. Are you gonna go?
Maybe. You fucked up. Are you gonna go? Are you gonna go?
I am gonna go. Are you gonna go?
Are you gonna go?
Because I'm going. I'm actually going.
Are you gonna go?
Yeah, you're taking forever, dog. Are you gonna hurry up?
Are you gonna go? You're done.
Are you sure about that?
Fuck you, dude.
Look at this.
You fucked up. You fucked up.
No, you fucked up.
My friend, you fucked up.
No, you fucked up. Look at this.
Fuck.
It destroyed him.
You fucked up.
No.
You fucked up.
No.
How's it feel to barely lose?
Alright, I'm back. I don't know the strategy to this.
You'll learn it when you're an expert like I am. Are you gonna go?
I already went.
You're up, pimp. Thanks for the free seeds.
It's all part of the strategy.
Free turn, pimp.
Oh no!
Are you gonna go? Because you're fucked here. I'm taking all your shit.
No. Alright, I need to. I think I know how to play.
Oh, you do? Well, it's certainly not by losing all your shit like that. Oh, shit.
Oh. You got wrecked, son. Dragon attack. How does that feel?
STFU. You like this game?
Yeah.
Hey, how about you go?
It'd be embarrassing.
How about you go?
Many
How about you go?
When you put down that level of performance, that is wild. Someone will certainly not be representing the United States in the Olympics of Macau.
We wouldn't want to play this game. Our country's too great for that shit.
You're what?
Our country is too great to want to play that game.
That's racist.
It's not racist at all.
Sounds pretty racist.
It just means it sucks.
No, it doesn't.
But America is not that great.
Well, it was when I was a kid. Oh, look at that win, son. Look at that win. Look how many I'm going to get. 40. I beat you 40-8.
That was bad. Alright, run it back.
Have you ever played Blocko?
No one's ever heard of that game. No one cares about that
Why did you steal my phrases?
I did not steal your phrases.
I came up with no one cares about that. No one thinks that's cool. Are you going to go?
Yeah.
Are you just going to jerk yourself off raw?
I thought it was nice.
There you go. Free turn, pimp.
I feel like that's probably what you want.
Riser, you going to go or are you just going to jerk yourself off raw?
Whose side are you on?
No one knows. No one knows.
Yo, why don't I get to capture my own?
It doesn't work that way.
That pains me so terribly to hear that. I'm amazed.
Look how sick this shot is, Riser.
Who's on my side? That's the fucking question. Don't question
You
me.
just fucked up. You just fucked up.
Why did I just fuck up?
I don't know. How you have so many free turns in a row?
Because I plan well. You're done, son. You're done. You better just...
That
Yeah, it was.
was awful.
It was awful.
There's no coming back.
Riser, you gonna go?
I can't do that, I'm afraid. Afraid I can't do that.
So you're not gay? You're still getting to know you. It's okay.
He's not gay, but he sure is sucking a lot of dick in this game. not gay, but he sure is sucking a lot of dick in this game.
He's not gay. Well, we've cleared that up. Thank you. I won't say anything else suggesting likewise.
Well, I mean, I know how you could think he is because he's sucking dick in this game.
No, actually, that's not why I would think that.
Okay, I mean, it could just see how some people would. Riser, are you gonna go or are you just gonna jerk yourself off raw? You're fucked.
What the hell?
You got it, baby. How'd you like that move? You're up.
It's been rough.
Gotcha.
Are you fucking serious?
Yeah, I am fucking serious.
Fuck you.
Calm down, son. Calm down, son.
Fuck you. I don't even know why you and are insisting on that. But give me some eggs, bro. Give me some eggs.
Dog, you got smoked.
Pretty sure I'm winning.
You're not.
What do you think?
This game is over. Thanks for the win.
I don't know what I'm doing. I'm just hitting random.
You know exactly what you're doing, son.
Well, let me know when you're ready to play.
How about you go? You're done.
Okay. You're done.
Fuck. You're done. You're done. Thanks for the win.
Tell me what your strategy is.
To win.
No. Actually tell me.
All I do, okay, here's what it is. All I do is win, 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 no matter what. Got money on my mind. I can never get enough. And every time I step into the building, everybody's hands go up, and they stay there, and they stay there, and they stay there, up, down, up, down, up, down. Because all I do is win, win, win. And if you're feeling me, put your hands in the air, make them stay there. That is my strategy, dog. Do you want to hear it again? Here's my strategy. It goes like this. All I do is win, 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 no matter what. Got money on my mind. I can never get enough. And every time I step into the building, everybody's hands go up, and they stay there, and they stay there, and they stay there, up, down, up, down, up, down. Because all I do is win, win, win. I just won again.
This is the
the
most painfully boring game.
You love it. And I got more than 40. 42, son. You ready for it again?
Trying, dog. It's not gonna work. Post advantage.
Dude, you just started. You're up. Psych. Excellent. Okay. Will do. God willing. You're fucked. Big time fucked. Big time fucked. Dude, you could have fucked me so badly.
Yeah.
I'm not going to tell you, but you could have. Man, you are getting fucked.
Stupidest fucking.
You love it.
No, it actually sucks. It sucks more wiener than the hot dog.
Maybe you should have your friend call it that. The suck more dick than a hot dog stand. It's 27-13.
Yeah, you don't even have 40 points. You suck.
You're done. Thanks for the win.
I like tripled my score from last game.
You were my 50th win. For the rest of my life, I'll remember that Riser was my 50th Mancala win. You're up, big dog. Host advantage.
Yep.
Are you going to go, or are you just going to jerk yourself off raw? Are you going to go, or are you just going to jerk yourself off raw? Ooh, you could have fucked me. Are you going to go, or are you just going to jerk yourself off raw?
No, fuck off. How are you still going?
Because I'm sexy.
Fuck off. I was close to that.
Why aren't you good at this?
No, I'm getting better.
Are you? You started off winning your first two games.
Are you gonna go?
Maybe.
Are you gonna go, or are you gonna jerk yourself off? Oh.
You're up, big dog. Free turn.
Well, I know I'm up.
Oh, you're fucked. You're fucked. What happened?
I accidentally resigned. Sorry, you do. No more bullshit. Host advantage.
You're fucked.
But
14-3, son. $20-4.
you must be counting something, counting the numbers and knowing what fucking numbers.
Are you gonna go? Are you gonna go?
Oh, come on. Oh,
Game over, son.
I will fucking watch a strategy video on this, and I will come back. But where's my invite?
You have it.
Hurry up.
You're up.
There's people waiting, dude.
It's still your turn. F you, dude. Good move.
Your turn. Hurry up.
You're up, pimp.
Thanks, put down.
You're up, pimp.
Oh.
You're up, pimp.
What?
Yeah, you saw that. Oh, dude, you're winning. 17 to 20, 18 to 20.
Lost. So how does that feel? You lost.
It was lovely.
Lost. You lost.
What up, pimp?
How are you?
Kicking ass, taking names. How are you?
How are you?
I'm well. How are you?
Dude, me too. Where are you from, bro?
United States. How about you?
United States from Spain.
Oh, very cool. I'm playing a game with my friend. How'd you find out about me?
In a clip of Kick, bro. You use bots or what?
How'd you find? Oh, you find out about me from Kick?
Yeah, bro.
Yeah, I use bots. 100%. That's great.
You use bots something.
Yeah.
It's no problem, no problem. But it's or no.
Yes, I do.
How much cost? Bots?
It's free.
Free bots?
Free bots.
Where? Impossible.
No, it's not. You want me to teach you how to make one?
Okay.
Download something called Macro Recorder. So Google Macro Recorder.
Okay.
And I'll walk you through how to do it.
Okay. And how much PC you have, bro?
Free.
Or laptop?
Oh, desktop or laptop. Desktop or laptop, either or.
Wow. What is your job, bro? Is much money?
I'm a certified project management professional by trade.
Professional of what?
Project manager.
What is that? In Spain, I don't know.
Manage projects.
Yeah? Okay. I know.
Very well. So download Macro Recorder. You're up, pimp. For as big a game as you talk, you've lost a lot.
I play Quran.
You like Karam?
Yes. Okay, well.
Sweep, 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 sweep. No. Lucky shot.
All right, you ready to play basketball?
No. Good. 10. 210. Now it's 120 shit. No one plays 120.
Everybody plays 120.
Where did this game originate from?
I think the Middle East.
You don't know which country?
I don't think anybody knows. Get there, baby. See, I don't need to do your bullshit tactics.
You ain't your bullshit.
Dog.
I copied from you. So you admit that it's bullshit and you don't like it when...
Dog. Are you done?
Can you hear that? Stream, everyone.
Are you done?
Everyone picture here.
Are you done?
The problem is the stream can't hear, see your terrible drama performance.
Yeah, they can. They can watch it off the reflection of my glasses.
Alright, and AI will expand that in the future.
1000%, son.
Is there a limit to upscaling?
No.
Is there photos that are shitty enough where it's just impossible to upscale?
No.
So if you take two cubes, you can just upscale that?
Yep.
That low of resolution?
Word, dog.
No. Healthy on stream.
Oh.
Easy. can't believe that's the one.
Look how sick that shot was.
Beauty. Oh, wow. You gonna get those two? Get both of them. Oh, damn. What a performance. Oh my god, no way you choked on that. Come on.
Purposefully.
Why?
I don't want you to feel bad when I beat you.
I don't feel bad, I think. For some reason, you're just really good at choking when it's crunch time.
Miss.
Straight in. Are you getting scared? Oh! Are you ready for the Newfie finisher?
Yeah.
The greatest comeback?
You're fucked, dude. I have no fear.
Oh,
Thanks for the win, baby. Champion. That's 40 wins. I'm good for now. Play me in basketball. You're up, pimp.
What if I just clap you this?
You're up, pimp. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's two misses. One switch. That was good. Two switches. Three switches.
Dog, the sensitivity on this thing's fucking stupid.
That's what she said. That's what he said, B.
Like, why aren't you shooting ones off to the side? Like,
because I don't suck dick.
I'm actually
That's a make. That's 2 makes. 3 makes. Wow. Swish? Dude, that was really good. 8 points.
Yeah, that one was crazy. Why is the backboard like made of cardboard? Oh wow! Oh, he's pulling a Lance Armstrong here.
What's a Lance Armstrong?
The one-netted finish.
That's a miss. 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 You got 0 points. I dedicate this round to Zoot's comedy career. I dedicate this round to Zoot's comedy career. I dedicate this round to Zoot's comedy career. Look how good I am. Whoa, the fucking light just changed. You have 0 wins. You got it. You've got it.
It has to be the 100 Checo like pro finish.
Why? Because you know I suck at that? 101 pro double out?
Yeah, pro double out.
Dog, I'm going to dominate you. You're up. That's a miss. That's a miss. That's a mate.
I was used to flicking it past.
That's a miss. Miss. Miss.
And we're arrested. Yo, what the fuck happened to this thing?
Are you fucking serious? Miss.
How good is Zoot at this game?
He's very good. Get that 2.
Oh, we're both on the 2. Let's see it. Let's see it. Oh.
You missed.
The third one.
You ready for this?
What? I hit the thing. I hit the red.
Yeah, but you had already hit a 2.
Oh my boy. This is such bullshit.
Like you should high also. Totally. How do you get busted burning one? Yo, when are you gonna win?
Dude, I don't like the pro double out.
Wow. This could take a while.
Now, I'll end it right here.
Oh.
You're done, son. You're done.
Why didn't I get to go?
You got to go first. Home field advantage. Home field advantage. Home field advantage. That was good.
Is this a pro double out or not?
Yeah.
No, we haven't done bowling.
Dude, I'll destroy you in bowling. I put bowling every night at Miss Aquarius. You're done in bowling.
No, I'm good at bowling.
You are going to suck in comparison.
I fucking hit the 10. What the fuck?
You're done. Bowling time.
Yeah, your dart sucks.
How do you like my ball?
Cheating.
Are you going to go?
Are you gonna put spin on it? Oh, it's my turn.
Yeah, douche. What a shot. Whoa.
You like that?
That was amazing.
You like that?
That was fucking amazing, dude. I've never seen anybody make it like that.
That was my first ever shot. Oh, bullshit. No way. No. I thought you were good at this, man.
I'm about to tie you, son.
Yo, what? Oh, no.
Doug, you're done. You got a split, and I had a strike on my last shot. You're done. I don't even have to go. You just got destroyed. You got destroyed.
Incorrect.
You know you can put spin on the ball?
How?
I'll play you like that. You have to put spin on the ball. That wasn't it.
I'm trying out the little spin trick. No, it doesn't work.
Yes, it does. I'll show you. I'm not good at it.
Yeah, nice. Nice spin. Amazing spin there. Works really well.
Dog, I'll still beat you.
Gutter. Look at him go. Knock that over. Come on. No. Oh my lord.
I'm going to come back.
You're gonna need a 20 here.
Oh, I'm fucked.
Let's go, my first win.
No, what's your third?
Bullshit.
Oh.
Bullshit. Fuck. Bullshit. Mortal.
I'll play one last game with Karam, and then my arms hurt. Tough split. Are you going to hit it? Are you going to go?
My bad. I didn't realize.
Are you serious? I dedicate this to Zoot's comedy career.
Alright, triple strike here. Let's go. Yep, yeah, right.
Classic.
Yeah, man. Aim with it. Aim. Oh, look who's stealing my strategy.
It's classic, dog.
Go.
Oh.
Thank you.
Thank myself. Look at this shot.
Amazing.
Are you gonna go?
Oh, come on.
Are you gonna go?
I'm going, dog.
That was unimpressive.
I disagree. Oh, I forgot the queen doesn't matter in this one. Just there, Chris. Are you proud of that shot right there? You want to see a newfie IQ shot? Right
Yeah,
now?
I do.
Look, pay attention. When have you seen the backward shot?
What was so newfie about that?
I banked it backwards and got one in.
You know that I'm
Never
white?
seen that. No one has ever done that before. So, I'm just a trailblazer in the Game of Thrones.
Why don't you move these fucking discs?
I'll move my discs out of the way shortly. Hang on.
Okay.
1 second.
I'm ready.
Easy shot. I'll go.
Wow.
We'll try that 69. Oh, 79.
Look at this shot. Oh,
Beauty.
that was sick. Unimpressive. That hurt you.
No! Have we seen it 2 in a row? Fucking in the corner? Fucking. Let's see it, son. Let's see it, son. Game on the line. Game on
I
the
put
line.
one in for you.
Flux though. Except your stupid thing.
No way.
Oh.
No.
Bingo. Oh, this is bullshit. Let's see it. The choke master up at the plate. No way. Nope. 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 Oh, except not a red thing's going. Okay. Nope. Nope. You know what the dragon attack is?
Dog, how did you miss that? Do you know what the dragon attack is? Do you know what the dragon attack is? Got it. Yes. All right. Dude, come tonight and let's do it all over again.
Alright.
Good games, man. You're really getting good at carom. I know it's
I
Quran.
wish I could stay the same.
Dog, I don't need to be. I'm good at everything else. Peace, baby. Oh, man.
Alright.
Thank you for the high praise.
Peace out. Peace out, newbie.
Thank you for the high praise.
Alright, later, newbie.
Thank you for the high praise. Look at this little baby. You're so good. You're so good. You're such a baby. Just a perfectest doggy. Just a perfect being of Hashem. Orthodox Jews, why don't we have dogs? Look at this baby. He doesn't hurt anybody. Can you see him? Can you see him? He's so perfect. Perfect. Oh, I could sheep you with him forever. Just a little living gift from Hashem. Look at this baby. Look at this baby. What a sweetie. What a sweetie. Just an absolute dowdy. You're my little baby bear. I wish you were mine. I would love you even more than I do. I love you, little baby bear. You're the sweetest little baby. The sweetest little baby. No way, Malcolm Jamal Warner. What happened? I love Malcolm Jamal Warner. No way. How did he die? Oh, that's so sad. He was great. Oh, look at this little baby. Look at this little baby. Excuse me. Excuse me, little baby. Oh, that's a big boy.
You're such a good baby. Move this down a little bit. No, no, no. Come back here, boo. Come back here, boo. There you go. There you go. Good boy.
Here, you know. Yeah. I'm trying to recall me feeling back one time at the library where kind of looking children or whatever. Yeah. I guess she didn't want me touching her breast or whatever. I think maybe I didn't know what was going on. Back's good. She's like, you can feel on my back. Back's real bad. Yeah, she went weird. It's real bad. I'm gonna be a back really bad. Fucking nice, huh? Rub the lady's back. It's one big flat long tip. That's all my back is. Yeah, let me get that flat. Let me small back. Put your hand there. Oh, dude, shit. If you touched on the small of her back and her body hurt, it felt warmer there. I'm like, oh. You know, it's like she was baking cookies in her butt or something. Yeah. It felt warmer there. You know what I'm talking about? Yeah. Whoa, what am I doing down here? I remember the first time a girl let me touch the small of her back and it's hair on it, right? Because her dad was really tough. And I was like, I don't care. I'm going to forget this girl. Yeah, I don't mind. Forget this bitch. I'm in love. Girls, sometimes girls have really hairy butts. Really? Yeah. I think naturally girls sometimes have. I think they have to work on it. I know. Some of them get like a man's ass. I don't think they do, dude. I don't think these are girls. I'm going to trick. You're getting tricked by some of that ass. Search girl, hairy ass girl. Yeah, bring something up. We have blockers on a lot of our stuff, but if you can get around some of it, maybe on Twitter. Are you allowed to show hairy ass? I was looking for a picture, but read the stop right up. My girlfriend has a lot of hair on her ass. How do I approach this? Great question. Let's review this. Do you have comments that her asshole is very hairy? There's some ass women about the asshole. If it bothers you so much you can't be with her because of it, you have to straight up tell her about it. Why is she getting all ratchet all of a sudden? She's like, you gotta straight up tell her about it. Period. Your hairy asshole is straight up. Here's the actual book. But I think my girlfriend is beautiful and she does a great job of manicuring her lady bits. The problem is that her asshole, they were like that, is very hairy. It's kind of a turn off when I'm down there. A few wouldn't bother me, but this is a lot more than a few. How did you all start taking care of your nether regions? Did you read about it in a magazine or you just do it naturally? How should I approach this topic with her without getting her upset? Start getting those magazines, laying around. Just taking a hairy ass shit. Bathroom. Dude. Hairy butt ladies. Hairy butt, dude. I know.
Look at this baby.
I don't know if I would mind a little hair like on the hips, probably. I just think the actual cheeks, if there were hair on them,
What a sweetie bear.
cheeks. Like a man's, like an Italian man's ass. Like a fucking Jewish sideburn down there, huh? Jewish tunnels. You see them coming out of tunnels? Jewish dudes. Yeah. Bring that up, dude. Jews, it's better than they get snappy on there. This might be the worst one. This is good. I swear to God, I'm not being anti-Semitic, dude. Jewish dude coming out with so great, dude. Oh, yeah. There's a video of that. We were sitting out erupting in a chaos Monday night. Let's play a bit of it. It is tough to address. I know it's Jews and tunnels, but let's finish it out there.
Certainly did not serve them well in this particular situation. But at the same time, there's amazing grassroots connections, particularly among knowledge workers, among priests, rabbis, scholars of all stripes. The focus of the Jews, however, in the 10th century, up to the 10th century in Provence, was overwhelmingly exclusively on Talmud. So much so that when Shmuel ibn Tibbon, we'll discuss him in a moment, arrived in Provence from Spain, he was blown away that he could not find an appropriate tutor for his son in secular subjects. And he actually had to import a tutor to the region in order to teach him basic science and math and so on. That shows how, like, kind of isolated the Jews of Provence were, focused exclusively on their Talmud. There were some very important figures who were creative in this period. Moshe Hadarshan, for example, was extremely influential. But until the arrival of a few key individuals, it was basically focused entirely on the Talmud without any interest in what's going on outside that world. That changes very dramatically, however, with the arrival of two Spaniards in particular. One of them is the great Abraham ibn Ezra, who has a fascinating story. I talked about it in another video, that he was an impoverished intellectual worker, and he was driven out of Spain, like his colleague Abraham Barchia, who also arrived in the middle of the 12th century. They were driven out of Spain by the Almohad invasion, which was a time when Spain temporarily became much more radicalized in its Islamic belief. This is actually the same movement, or related to the Almoravids as well, that drove Maimonides' family out of Spain at the same time. And Abraham ibn Ezra and Abraham Barchia came to this region. They said, what is going on? I mean, we love this community. Everyone's so friendly, and there's lots of kosher stores. But, like, don't you guys know anything about science or even Hebrew grammar? What about algebra? And don't even ask me about philosophy. You guys don't know any of this stuff. So they started speaking about the tremendous wisdom that was second nature to Spanish Jewry, and the Jews of Provence were blown away. And it took them 2 centuries to fully integrate all of the things that Abraham ibn Ezra and Abraham Barchia brought to the region. The next stage in the development was, once they had heard about what was going on in Spain in particular, also in regions like Baghdad, Sadia Gaon, they said, well, we just have to read this stuff. Where do we get it? And they said, well, you have to learn Arabic. They said, oh my gosh, learn Arabic? And they said, okay, look, we can get you some translators. And what ended up happening is 2 rival families of translators came. The famous Ibn Tibbon family and the Kimchi family. They came to the region of Provence, and they began immediately plowing through major translations of the phenomenal reservoir of wisdom in Arabic Jewish thought. They had a very important patron in the city of Lunel, Reb Meshulam, who just totally loved all of this stuff. He provided hospitality, he provided funding for these translators, and he used to enjoy, for example, asking for oral translations first. Tell me and he actually, one of the translations of Chovos Levavos was actually translated orally, the first chapter, and he said, and Reb Meshulam said, oh my gosh, that's it. I need the whole thing in writing as soon as possible. So people like Yehuda ibn Tibbon and Yosef Kimchi began translating tremendous amounts of material. Their sons go on. Shmuel ibn Tibbon continues translating. David Kimchi, unlike his father, begins to branch out much more into biblical commentary. This is, of course, the famous Radak that we have on the Mikraot Gedolah edition of the Torah. The kind of books that they translated were basically the classic philosophical and ethical works of Jews written in the Arabic language. Rabbeinu Bachia's Chovos Levavos, which was an amazing classic. Maimonides, the Guide for the Perplexed, oh my gosh. Yehuda Halevi's Hakuzari, a fascinating, very different and literate approach to philosophy. Sadia Gaon's book of Beliefs and Opinions, and the great poetry of Ibn Gabiro. I mean, this is essentially, maybe not so much Ibn Gabiro, but Rabbeinu Bachia, the Rambam, the Yehuda Halevi, Sadia Gaon. This is all like the advanced thought curriculum of yeshivas to the present day. You can go to any great yeshiva in the world and you find copies of these books, many of them in the editions first translated in Provence by these sages that are still in use and studied widely today. Let us focus specifically on Maimonides for 1 minute. Maimonides, of course, the great eagle, has such a phenomenal impact on medieval Jewish thought. I've spoken about him on several other videos, and I would love you to go watch those because there's just so much to say about the Rambam. But there were 2 specific books that were incredibly important to the Chachamei Provence. The first is his massive Mishnah Torah, which is essentially a restatement of all Jewish law from the Torah straight through to the end of the Talmud, that basically in a straightforward, simple, easy to access version of medieval Hebrew, Maimonides lays out the complexity of Jewish practice, and it's very easy to look up chapter and verse and find out what you're supposed to do in any given day. It was subject to a tremendous amount of controversy for lots of reasons, but in our particular purposes, the most important person to consider is, without doubt, the Ravad. Rabbi Abraham ibn Daud of Poskier, who is one of the many commentators on the Mishnah Torah from the region of Provence, and he argues vociferously with the Rambam and takes him to task with often very sharp language that you wouldn't see, let's say, outside of a typical 21st century Jewish marriage. Sorry I said that. But, he's like so sharp with the Rambam and so critical that when he is silent, people assume that he must be in agreement with him because he never lets anything go. And what's beautiful about Jewish thought, the same page as the Rambam's original thought as well. So you can read Rambam, and you can also read the Ravad who disagrees with him. Fascinating. Relevant to this as well is the Guide to the Perplexed, which received a lot of attention in Provence, and in fact the Rambam Maimonides corresponded with the sages of Provence on some of the more difficult aspects of the guide. It was roundly criticized, and of course in the 13th century it would even be burned in Paris, motivated by Jews who disagreed with a lot of the Rambam's philosophical leanings. But nevertheless, you do get a sense of how important Provence was to the Rambam, and in fact his career in Europe was largely launched through Provence because of the sages who studied his books so assiduously. After this 13th century period of tremendous activity, of primarily acting as a culture broker, then the Chachamei Provence begin to move into a creative stage. This is how Dr. Twersky puts it: France passes hurriedly from the receptive to the creative stage. And when we say creative, what this means is not necessarily like the composition of new books that have the same kind of standing as, let's say, Saadia Gaon's Book of Beliefs and Opinions or Maimonides' Guide to the Perplexed. But what was very important is they were essentially absorbing this Arabic language material, transmitting it, and brokering it so that it could be understood by a very different audience of Jews in Europe. This was an extremely valuable endeavor, and I think if we step back and pause for a second, this is essentially what organizations like ArtScroll are doing today, and Feldheim, and the OU, all kinds of organizations are sort of taking this tremendous wisdom, realizing that, for example, the Anglo-Jewish public needs to have some kind of mediation, and they are translating and they are processing and they're producing videos and all kinds of things like that to make this wisdom accessible to hundreds of thousands of Jews around the world. And that's essentially what is the level of creativity that's happening in Provence at this time. There are some major exceptions. There are a few like incredibly bright stars who are genuinely creative in their own right. Perhaps the most famous is Levi ben Gershon, also known as Gersonides or the Ralbag, who takes a very unique view on so many ideas in Jewish thought. But that's basically a quick roundup of who were the Chachamei Provence, what they did, what their contribution to Jewish thought was. It ends rather abruptly in the 14th century with some dramatic French expulsions and other decrees, but we're going to have to get to that story in this video. I hope you found it interesting.
Oh, wow. It's nice.
Hello, I'm here with Coach River Cruises in Provence, where we'll be exploring the Rhone River to look at elements of Jewish history in several locations along the way. Today we're in Arles in France. It's very hard to pronounce, Arles. And it is a place where Jews have lived since the 1st century, and even Benjamin of Tudela, when he traveled through the region in the 12th century, found 200 Jews living in the town. Has some great examples of medieval architecture, particularly a lot of 18th century representations in the center of town. And perhaps the highlight of a visit to Arles is definitely the amazing Roman amphitheater, which has been beautifully preserved. It is a UNESCO site, and gives you a sense of what it must have been like to be, for example, Ray Lakish, who was a former gladiator himself.
Maybe we're lucky we'll get a gladiator showing or two. I think there's a matinee today.
Where's Russell Crowe?
Having a chance to visit the amphitheater is wonderful. Nowadays it's used for bullfighting. The region of Provence is quite proximate to Spain, and so that particular practice continues in this location. There is, however, in the center of town, a church with a rather impressive facade that features on the left-hand side a number of the righteous going to heaven. On the right, a series of people who are clearly bound and following each other, perhaps falling blind, because they have hands on each other's shoulders, and they're being led off to hell. And they are being driven there by a figure clearly wearing the Judenheit, which is a distinctive Jewish hat that Jews were forced to wear after the Council of 1214. It's kind of an interesting but negative thing. When you actually get to the street, which was the old Jewish Caballero, that is the former Jewish ghetto before the Jews were finally exiled from Arles, it's known as Rue de Printemps right now, and there's no trace of any of the buildings that once stood here before they were expelled in the 15th century. But if you're in Arles, you really do have to take a quick car ride or a bus ride. About 30 miles away, you'll get to the amazing Pont du Gard, which is really a fantastic piece of Roman architecture. It is a phenomenal aqueduct. And what I think is most fascinating about this is that it was basically a 30-mile stretch, about 50-kilometer stretch from the spring to the city of Amiens. And there's only 55 feet, something like 30 meters difference in the height of those two locations. And since the water had to travel by gravity, they had to calculate the slope with tremendous precision. It's a remarkable achievement of first-century architecture, and also places in context what it must have been like for Jewish history to be up against the entire Roman Empire. Recall that this bridge, which is also a UNESCO site, was built roughly at the same time as the first Roman-Jewish war. And the idea that the Jews could hold off such phenomenal civilization for 8 years in their quest for independence is really a remarkable statement to think of.
As the boat moved, yet Howie was actually the piano player at the christening of the bridge when they first opened it.
That's true. And I remember Malcolm did the buffet.
He did all the Broadway.
And I also stood in line at the omelet bar at that time.
You're perfect. You're perfect, little baby.
That was some Brazilian barbershop that they keep tagging to. It's so kidding. I get what's Brazilian. For those you don't know, Shane put like
So this morning I had the privilege of waking up just before dawn and going out of the deck of the ship to watch our approach to Avignon, where we are going to be journeying over land to Carpentras, which is one of the oldest Jewish communities in Provence. It is within the Comtat Venaissin, also known as the Papal States. This is a region of Provence that was actually owned by the Pope during the 14th century, and this had tremendous benefits for the Jews because as they were being expelled from many other locations in France, they were able to seek refuge in this region. We'll talk more about that when we get to Avignon. We had our prayers in the boat, which is always great. Rabbi Stuart Weiss provided a little chunk of our Torah to give us a start to our day.
Quick halacha for the day. We talked yesterday about Tfilas Hadera. Today may say a word about Birkat HaGomel.
Carpentras is famous in particular for this remarkable 14th century synagogue built in 1367, perhaps on the foundations of an earlier synagogue, and it is absolutely stunning. I'm going to break this video up into a few little pieces because there's so much amazing stuff. So for today, let's just have a quick look at the entrance, and we'll just have a quick walk in into the 18th century renovation. The synagogue is located in Jewish Karriere, or the Jewish street. It was actually sealed. At one point, as many as 2,000 people, something like 15% of the town's population, lived in this tiny space. When applying for badly needed renovations in the 18th century, there was quite a tussle with the local bishop. The bishop insisted that there be two windows, horizontal windows, added to the left and the right of the two vertical windows, such that when Jews actually entered the synagogue, they would be walking directly under the shape of a cross. This is resonant with much of the activity that was going on with forced sermons and conversionary activity at the time. So an interesting feature when you finish climbing the steps to go into the synagogue proper, there is one tile which is out of place on the floor, which according to the local tradition is a sign that the world is not yet perfect. Humans have a role in perfecting the world, and this is just one indication of the job that lays before them.
Right now we are in the second oldest synagogue. What's the oldest synagogue? Somewhere in Eastern Europe, I don't know exactly. I think it's Prague or Minsk or something like that. And this beautiful Baroque interior that strikingly contrasts with the very sort of low-profile facade on the outside. And yeah, this is the oldest active synagogue in France and the second oldest active in Europe.
These transmitters, you can let them embrace and share what it's like, because otherwise you're just kind of hodgepodge in a minute, you know? And then it's a lot of dudes, if they really want to go play ball, they're going to have to go play
So the Carpentras synagogue has two major levels to explore.
And be fucking bringing your hair butt over there to the fucking you gotta actually, like, if they had a trans division, I would pay, I feel like I would pay $4 extra a month to see the trans valve. Or, you know, I feel like it would be.
The first is the original, which is, of course, 14th century, and we're going to look at that in the next video. The second is the 18th century part, which is the result of a major renovation that began in the 1740s. The architect had proposed something much higher, and in fact, the bishop was rather unhappy, had to be knocked down. But you can see on the inside is an amazing Baroque interior, but there are some remarkable and charming idiosyncrasies, like a miniature chair of Elijah that sits in an alcove on one wall. Hand up there so we can see the scale. Of course. Oh, wow. Look at how tiny it is. Yeah. Amazing. Another interesting feature of this 18th century Baroque style, the Torah would have been read on the opposite side of the room and on the second floor. You actually have to go up some stairs to see the original Shulchan. The women's section, originally it was in the basement, and then later it was on the ground floor behind some red curtains. Also on the second floor, a single row of seats, presumably for very important women. The synagogue administration were so welcoming to us here in Carpentras. We were coming from a significant group with Kosher River Cruises. A lot of important people are traveling with us, and so they not only showed us their prized possession, the Sefer Torah with a Sephardic style case, but they even opened up the area behind the Aron to show us all of their antique Sefer Torahs, which were too worn. Some of the letters had faded, no longer could be used for public reading, but they had behind the Aron a dark space which lovingly preserved some very, very old Sefer Torah, centuries old. And they allowed me to go in back. This is incredible. Okay, Solomon, say something for the camera.
The privilege to be holding a 1771 sacred Torah.
Through remarkable and often heroic intervention by locals, the treasures of the synagogue were hidden away during the Nazi period. It included this beautiful Hanukkah menorah, which unfortunately did lose the shamash. But what the Carpentras synagogue is perhaps best known for is its 14th century mikveh in the basement, which is absolutely fantastic. I want to talk about that in the next video. Thank you for watching.
That's what they said. You know, they had that article we talked about before. It says that the nonprofit consumer group said on Thursday that 8,485 supermarket foods and fast foods have recently tested contain plasticizers known as.
The basement of the Carpentras synagogue houses the original women's section, where women would have gathered for services which they would listen to through a vent in the roof. According to a Christian visitor who visited the site in 1599, they were attended by a blind rabbi who would translate the reading of the Torah and the prayers into Judeo-Provençal for the benefit of the women who rarely had literacy in Hebrew.
This mikveh is from the 18th century. Okay, and
the mikveh used in the 18th century and onward was more similar to modern-day mikvahot, which would be heated and filtered and using water in a separate container, which we'll see shortly, that was actually conformed to the requirements of Jewish law, whereas the place where people would immerse was primarily a more comfortable place with heated and cleaned water.
Okay, so this was the 18th century, the water from the mikveh. So you put some wood under, and you make it heat, and then the water goes.
In the basement of the 14th century Carpentras synagogue is the community mikveh, or ritual bath. You can see that the water is still quite clear. It's fed from an artesian well. The light dusting on the top of the water is from the flecks that come off the limestone walls. Originally, of course, you would have descended here in candlelight, which must have really heightened the mood of solemnity associated with the ritual immersion, since no natural light can descend into the space.
Just said, hey, I want to sell you this water. Yeah. And we promise.
The Carpentras synagogue also featured two ovens, one for weekday use and one for Passover matzah. But the most amazing thing about the Carpentras synagogue are the discoveries associated with the new excavations. And these are fantastic. I'll tell you about them in the next video.
Oh, definitely. Yeah, I think a lot of the business now run by people that some people say could have some autism. You know, there's a lot of speculation that Jeff Bezos has Zuckerberg.
It's amazing to wake up every morning as you're cruising along the Rhone River and to anticipate the adventures that lie ahead. One of the most fantastic moments was when the president of the Carpentras synagogue invited me to have a look at the art, which was absolutely amazing. It was a phenomenal discovery. Here you can see the Pope's Palace at Avignon looming in the distance. We will actually dock at Avignon and take a bus to get to Carpentras, which is about 30 minutes away. First established in the late 14th century, the Jews had been here for about 150 years when they were expelled from the beginning of the century. 64 families were forced to flee. When they returned a few decades later, only 12 families successfully petitioned for the right to rebuild their synagogue. The conditions that were laid down was that it could not be any larger than their first synagogue when they were first expelled, and it's quite possible that this is the actual location of that first synagogue earlier in the century. C'est dites quelque chose.
Welcome.
Dis, qu'est-ce que tu veux dire aux États-Unis?
Je le dis en français.
Oui.
Oh, super.
Cette synagogue est la plus vieille de France. Elle est exceptionnelle parce que sur le même lieu, nous avons la synagogue et le lieu de vie. Et c'est unique dans le monde et qui quand même date de 1367.
Oh, fantastique.
Et vraiment, si vous pouvez venir le voir, vous serez superbement accueillis parce qu'il mérite vraiment cette visite.
Fantastique.
Okay. Et shalom à tous.
Ok, qu'est-ce qu'il y a ici?
Voilà ce que je voulais vous dire. Geniza.
Donc, Geniza,
oui, on a trouvé que c'était. Venez voir.
Ok.
Et on va passer.
C'est une Geniza de documents?
Il y avait des documents.
Incroyable. Vraiment incroyable.
Vous n'avez pas vu ça ce matin?
Non, c'est la première fois.
Je suis ravi. Alors ça,
qu'est-ce que c'est ça?
Ça, c'est des... Normalement, il y a des couloirs qui rejoignaient les habitations.
Les couloirs ici, à toutes les maisons.
Il y a des couloirs où on rejoignait les habitations, les immeubles à côté. Et ici, on pense que c'est la Geniza de la synagogue, parce qu'on a retrouvé, non c'est fini maintenant, on a retrouvé beaucoup de livres. Les vieux, comment on appelle ça? Tefillin, Tzitzit.
Quelle sorte de livres?
Des manuscrits de... comment on appelle ça? De Gutenberg, c'est 1589. 1590.
Gutenberg?
Oui.
Wow.
1540. 50 ans après Gutenberg.
Wow. One of the unusual architectural features of the Saint-Stéphane Cathedral in Carpentras, France, is the mysterious ball of rats that sits above the southern entrance to the cathedral. And it seems to be a source of a lot of controversy among art historians, many of whom adduce a specific Jewish connection to this unusual decorative feature. The door is known as the Porte Juive, the Jewish door. Several different theories as to why it is so named. One argument is that when Jews were forcibly converted, they were required, since they were not yet baptized, to enter through the side door rather than the front door. This seems to me rather unlikely, because forced conversions of this nature were highly exceptional in the period, and the upper levels of the clergy frowned on them. There are a significant number of when such incidents would occur. Another possibility is that Jews who decided to convert of their own accord, feeling for whatever reason, perhaps spiritually motivated, perhaps economically or socially motivated, or fearful of persecution, they would have entered through this door. Well, that's possible, but also not especially convincing, because the symbolism does not have any explicit Jewish connotation. A third possibility is that the artist was making a commentary on the Black Death. That's possible. The cathedral was built in the 15th century, which would be, about half a century after the Black Death. But again, it's not totally convincing me. Now, I think we should say two quick things. First of all, it's really important what goes on the outside of church and monumental architecture like this, because when you have the illiterate peasants coming in from their farms to visit the cathedral, which gives the church an opportunity to explain fairly complex theological ideas, such as the relationship between Christianity and Judaism, to an otherwise illiterate population. The other feature that's really unusual about the Carpentras ball of rats, which is something you don't see in the other examples throughout France, but rather at the bottom. Now, normally the orb, especially with the cross at the top, is a symbol of sovereignty, a symbol of power. Is often shown in the hands of a king or an emperor, and the sphere represents the entire universe, and that it's under God's sway. That's verted at the bottom, and that's unusual. There are all these rats who symbolize people, perhaps Jews, uncertain, who feed off the material world, and it's kind of like a diabolical connection. That would be appropriate for the 14th century when there's a lot of charges of Jews being in connection with the devil and witches and things like that. But it's not explicit at all. And so I'm left with the question as to what exactly this piece of church architecture actually signifies. And the thing is, was it named the Jewish door because of the ball of rats, or was the ball of rats so interpreted because the door was named the Jewish door? Which one came first? At any rate, I'm leaving you with an open question here, but it is a fascinating aspect of the history of the church in Carpentras and the Jews who lived there.
You don't see that in America anymore. They had some bums by us, and we live right by a park, and they stole a bunch of high school music equipment, I guess. So,
it must have been an amazing experience for medievals traveling up the Rhone River to see the papal palace and the city walls of Avignon looming in the far-off distance. The walls are actually very well preserved, and Avignon has a beautiful central square with a lot of really gorgeous architecture, but it's dominated by the most amazing, somewhat eclectic design of the papal palace, which dates from the 14th century when, for a little bit less than a century, the popes made their home here in Avignon rather than in Rome. Ironically, the papacy in Avignon signaled a place of refuge for Jews as they were being expelled very harshly from other parts of the region. And so many Jews actually found shelter for theological and other reasons within the walls of this old city. Our group from Kosher River Cruises made our way through the narrow streets of the city to Place Jerusalem, which is the central square of the old Jewish Carrière. On the corner of the square is located a modest, rather Romanesque-looking exterior which houses the Avignon Synagogue. And the narrow corridor into the synagogue is the location of their sukkah.
The Talmudic tractate of Sukkah, in the beginning they're discussing that there's a city somewhere called Ashterot Karnai where there are two high hills, and they're discussing whether the shade renders to Sukkah possible or not. So I think they have actually, the Jewish community of Avignon has brought the Sukkah from Ashterot Karnai and placed it here.
Wow, that's great. As we enter the glorious Avignon Synagogue, which was built entirely around, we burst into a spontaneous rendition of a passage from the Shabbat liturgy. This 19th century synagogue is a beautiful testament to the ongoing Jewish presence in Avignon, France.
No, I think, look, that'd be a tough one to get in. That's what I'm saying. There's a lot of
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. As I prepare to visit the Rhone River Valley again, this is such a beautiful, incredibly gorgeous scenery, and rolling hills, vineyards, and so on. And the history, the Jews living there is absolutely incredible. I'd like to speak for a minute today. One of the most fascinating and still understood aspects of the commercial life of Jews in the Rhone River. That is the Rabbinites. Now, we don't know very much about them, but they are recorded in the accounts of several Arab geographers, such as Ibn Khaldun. In the 9th century, he describes the Jewish travelers that he calls in one place the Radhanites, others will call them the Radhania, but the people who the name, by the way, is variously interpreted, but scholarly consensus seems to say that term Radhanites comes from the Rhone River, which is called in Latin Rhodanus. Radhanites come from the river Rhodanus. And this Jewish group of travelers, according to these Arab geographers, spanned the globe with their commerce, all the way from Western Europe, across North Africa, and across the Middle East, way into Eastern Europe, Russia, and so on, Central Asia, and then making their way all the way over to India and China. Well before Marco Polo and others made it. We do know that they were Jews. What we don't know is how were they organized? Were they a specific Jewish family? Were they some kind of Jewish trade guild? Hard to say, but nevertheless, the natural consequence of having a far-flung diaspora of Jews, with Jewish communities located all over these trade routes, made it really much easier for Jews to travel, especially easier than Christians who might not find it so comfortable traveling in Muslim areas or Muslims in Christian areas, and either group in far eastern areas unless they had kind of which of course the Radhanites did because there were these communities even along the Silk Road at this time. Even Quran mentions that they were multilingual, speaking English, specifically Arabic, Persian, Greek, Frankish, which is probably French, Spanish, and Slavonic, and of course they were able to have known several other languages just to get along. What did they sell? Well, they brought from the east things like musk, aloe, camphor, cinnamon. This is the early spice trade after all. From the west, they brought beaver and marten, manufactured goods like swords, and although by 21st century sensibilities it's difficult to mention this, but in fact they were slave traders as well. Slavery, very unlike the transatlantic slave trade, which became hugely industrialized, where slaves were treated as disposable commodities that could be easily replaced with, and such heavy losses could be incurred across the horrific transatlantic passage. That wasn't the same kind of slavery that we're dealing with here, which is primarily more like a high luxury good, because affording slaves, in this time in particular, would have been reserved only for the very wealthy. Anyway, they involved in all kinds of trade, slavery, and now, by the way, if you poke around in some of the weird places in the web, which I certainly do not recommend, and you'll see all kinds of strange conspiracy theories associated with the Radhanites. There is nothing specifically nefarious or Babylonian associated with the Radhanites, other than the fact that they traveled through Babylon and places like that, even to Khazaria for their various trade deals. But these were just extremely successful merchants. I hope you found this short video useful. I would really love it if you could come join me on this wonderful cruise on the Rhone River. But even if you can't, I will be happy to share my research with you on an ongoing basis and learn some videos.
It's just crazy, yeah. I mean, it's like God shows up in your buttons. But it feels really real. It's not like you're fucked up. Like, let me see that,
It took like a fucking ton of mushrooms once. Not that that's the same as ayahuasca, but I did reach the fucking, I'm not here anymore. I'm just fully seeing things. Yeah. I came out of it, I was like, I'm gonna be better. And then I'm fucking back.
So that's the thing I think I wanted to see. I just wanted to wear off. It's been like a year and a half since I did. So I've been thinking about that. I've been thinking about that. I don't know. Something I think about maybe moving or getting also living somewhere else. I think it's fun to spend time down here. Austin's fun.
You can do stand up.
It's a beautiful city.
Yeah. It's just like it's a fun city.
Yeah, there's a lot of neat stuff.
Yeah.
There's a lot of neat stuff. So that's been pretty cool. Just thinking about it, even just coming and seeing like your house is like, oh, okay, this is what it would be like to live here. This seems like I could
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. So I have a kind of an exciting question, at least exciting for people like me. Is printing a Jewish invention? So I'm going to say right away, the answer is probably not, but there is an amazing Jewish backstory that says that perhaps modern printing as we understand it first originated with a Jew in Avignon, France, and not with Johannes Gutenberg, as has been largely accepted by the scholarly world for a long, long time. Let's dive into it a little more deeply. I first got this question from Philologos, who is a great scholar who is very lightly hides behind this pseudonym, and he writes for Mosaic magazine. And he asked this question: did a 15th century Jew beat Gutenberg to the printing press? And I thought I'd do a little bit deeper dive into what exactly is this all about. So our story is based in Avignon, France. You can see from this map here, it's in the south of France. It's in the region of the Rhone River, where we'll be traveling with Kosher Riverboat cruises later this year. The research goes back to this man, Pierre-Henri Raquin, who lived in the late 19th and early 20th century, and published this really interesting book, Origine de l'imprimerie en France, the origins of printing in France, which of course, the French and Germans, they have this kind of rivalry that goes back, I don't know, maybe a millennium or so. And so to say that printing was invented in France was pretty explosive. He argues that it was invented in Avignon in 1444, which would have been around 6 years before Gutenberg came up with his famous invention. Printing actually goes all the way back to Asia, first by kind of smearing carved stone with ink and then laying cloth and then later paper on top of it. Later they invented wood block carving by carving letters into wood and then smearing with ink and then so on. And their competition between several Asian peoples for the title of the society that first invented this tremendously important method of information transfer. The Chinese, the Koreans, it may even have been invented in the islands of Japan. Here's a beautiful woodblock print that dated from the late 9th century, and you can see it's got lots of imagery and text and so on. And so really printing goes all the way back much earlier in Asia. Now we know, of course, that when printing reached Europe, especially under Gutenberg, Jews were very early adopters and they loved it, and of course it played into the whole idea of democratizing learning and spreading more literacy and so on. And so one wonders, why didn't the Jews get involved in printing early on? In some medieval Jewish libraries, they've discovered documents like this one, which seems to be some kind of listing of various foods and prices that go along with it. It's a terrible dad joke that I keep repeating almost all the time. Printing in the modern era is basically associated with Johannes Gutenberg, and he invented the printing press, which was a big step up from the stone and woodblock printing that was circulating in Asia and then later also in Europe as well. What you see in this particular rendition is you see the people in the front with the machine, the press aspect of it, but look at the back there. You see a couple of people working there with these big trays of something or other. What are they doing? Well, this is a key element of Gutenberg's press. It is the invention of movable type, which is a huge leap forward from the Asian system. Rather than carving an image with letters onto a single piece of wood or something like that, you take these little pieces of lead that have letters on them and you assemble them into sentences. You then put them into a frame, and then you've got this massive wall of text that can be rearranged and reused over and over again to create different pages. So that was a huge innovation that suddenly made printing much less labor intensive than the wood blocks and much more economically viable. This, by the way, is an image that shows the Pont d'Avignon, the bridge of Avignon, which is, of course, if you grew up in Canada, it was a big song we all had to sing when we were kids, Sous le Pont d'Avignon, right under the bridge of Avignon, there we danced and so on. It's a very beautiful town, it's well preserved, and it was the home of the anti-popes for a while when they were competing between Rome and Avignon over who would be the actual pope. It was actually a very good period of time for Jews. They were well protected by the ecclesiastical powers in Avignon at the time, and that's actually when much of this is happening. So what Raquin found was when he went into the archives of the Vaucluse region, he discovered some really interesting documents that referred to a particular Jew named Davin de Caderus, who lived in Yamnio. He had a Christian friend named Pope Waldvogel, who was from Prague, and the two of them got involved in various enterprises. And one of the enterprises they were involved with, apparently, was so-called artificial writing. And the Rabbi found this amazing document, which was dated the 10th of March, 1446. And in this document, there's a reference to how an individual was going to deliver to this Jew, Davin de Caderus, 27 Hebrew letters well made of iron. Now you might be wondering, why 27 letters? There are 22 letters in the Hebrew alphabet. But of course, then you have to remember that when you look at the Hebrew alphabet, there are 5 letters which have final forms, meaning when they occur at the end of a word, they are written differently than if they occur at the beginning or the middle of the word. If you think that's complicated, just reflect for a minute on English, which of course has 26 letters, and all of them are written differently at the beginning of a word than if they are in the middle of the other word. It's clear that this David has apparently been working on printing, on artificial writing, for at least the past 2 years. So this is slightly before Gutenberg came to press, but of course we don't have the actual letters, and for a long time I believe we didn't actually have the original books either, if he was in fact carrying this to fruition. Now the reason why this is coming to the news is because Moshe Rosenfeld, who is an expert in a lot of these areas of incunabula, like books printed before 1500, found some pages of a Hebrew siddur, Hebrew prayer book, which were bound into another volume, and when he looked at them very, very carefully and exposed them to scientific analysis, he was able to determine that they had a watermark. You can see it here in this image. This watermark is specifically associated with the first half of the 15th century, which he dates to the 1440s, which would conform to the reference that Raquel found in the archives, which suggests that, yes, this David de Caderus had actually succeeded in printing a very, very early siddur, of which we have only these few signature pages available today, and that would suggest that he beat Gutenberg to the punch. Now, I want to conclude by saying I'm really excited about this. I'm looking forward to visiting Avignon again later this year. If you're able to join us on these kosher riverboat cruises, I guarantee you they are absolutely amazing, so fantastic, excellent food by Chef Malcolm, and we see so many interesting things. I would love for you to come along with us, and if not, I hope to share our experiences on videos like this. Thank you very much for watching.
Yeah, some people used to call it that, and some people still do call it that. Is there an actual Liverpool football league or not? Let's bring that. They're doing all types of stuff. Well, you know what always gets me every year is that video of the blonde guy playing football or something. It's fun, child. It's so funny. It's not funny because it's not fun. I'm not laughing at it. It's not funny because the guy's blind. It's funny because it just goes exactly how you think it's going to. Yeah, and the reporter. See, this is what's funny about it. Is the reporters what makes it fucking ridiculous. Because they're like, hey, this makes perfect sense and safety for this guy. And then they watch the play and pretend like it's going to get them the ball. This is soccer. I don't see any two years ago.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm really excited about our upcoming exploration of Provence in the south of France with kosher riverboat cruises. And so this video is part of my advanced research for that trip. I'd like to speak specifically about an amazing time in Provence, the 12th century, where there was a huge conflagration of ideas collecting in Provence that really created an amazing culture that makes this part of the world so special for Jewish history. So let's unpack it. First of all, have a look at the various influences on the region of Provence. Here you can see in this map, it is towards the south of France. We'll be cruising southward from Lyon down the Rhone River to the Mediterranean. It's absolutely beautiful, rolling hills and things like that. And Jewishly, what's influencing this region? There's several different populations. First of all, there is the tremendous influence of Spanish Jewry, especially those that come from Al-Andalus in the southern part, where you have all of these ideas regarding, how Judaism fits in the larger world, relationship to Islam, relationship to Christianity. They're all cooking among the tremendously creative scholars of the golden age of Spanish Jewry. And they're reaching up over the Pyrenees Mountains and making a huge influence on the Jews living in Provence. The second major area of influence on Provence is, of course, the Jews of France, more specifically northern France, where the influence of the school of Rashi is especially felt. Rashi dies in 1105, and his grandchildren develop something known as the Bale Tosfos, the masters of the Tosafot, who are essentially, that word means additions, and it refers to the commentary that's typically printed on the outside of Talmudic pages that is very, very different from what Rashi brought to the page. Rashi is especially known for his very pithy, clarifying comments that explicate the difficult phrases or ideas of the whatever he's commenting on, whether it's the Torah or whether it's Talmud, and he'll also incorporate the teachings of the oral Torah into his commentaries. Tosafot did something totally different. These are basically a large school of scholars gathering around his grandchildren, like the Rashbam, for example, and Rabbeinu Tam in particular, where they will look at a page of the Talmud and say, wait a second, how can it say this over here when way over in another part of Talmud there's something totally different, apparently contradictory? And they will work with the entire scope of Talmudic literature, a massive amount of information, and they will analyze it and critique it, ask questions of it, provide answers, then question those answers. It's a much more analytical school than Rashi. And they're approaching the Talmud in a very different way, but of course they're having an influence on Provence to the south. It is important to note that Provence is quite distinct from what we would call northern France today for a whole host of reasons. They even speak a different language, a different version of French, and they maintain, as we shall see, very strong regional identities, both the local non-Jewish population and the Jews living in Provence. The third influence, which is what I'd like to look at today, and this is all happening in the late 12th century in particular, is from all the way out in Egypt, where you have the great eagle, no one less than the great Maimonides himself. And he's writing, first of all, in Hebrew. His Mishnah Torah begins to make its way to Provence, and that has a huge impact. But later, his Judeo-Arabic writings are mediated through the Spanish Jews living in Provence in a very, very important way, as we shall see. So let's turn now, though, however, to the internal rivalries between the French Jews and the Provençal Jews. And where I see this most beautifully illustrated is the work of Professor Pinchas Roth. He just recently published this very nice book, In This Land, Jewish Life and Legal Culture in Late Medieval Provence, and I found it really quite stimulating. And the kind of examples he brings to bear, relying on the research of people like Professor Joseph Schatzmiller and others, is, for example, exemplified in one specific case where he describes a synagogue in Provence, and we actually have a date on it, where it happens to fall within the 10 days of repentance when this particular incident occurred. That means it's between Rosh Hashanah and Yom Kippur, and apparently long after midnight, Jews are gathered in a Provençal synagogue, and they're saying the special prayers for that penitential season, the Slichot. And in walks a French Jew, right? Not a Provençal Jew, but a Jew from France. And he says, I have to bury someone. I need some help with this difficult task. And he's apparently got his shovels and pickaxes and things with him as he walks into the synagogue late at night. And then when he walks into the synagogue, that's him leading the prayers on that holy evening is a the text lists a boy. It's very unlikely that it'll be someone under the age of 13, but it probably means a young man, someone who is probably unmarried and clean-shaven, or at least without a beard. And apparently this French Jew gets really upset, and he says, "What is going on in this synagogue? Don't we all follow the custom of my ancestors in France proper that says that these special prayers may only be led by an adult male with a full beard? That these prayers have tremendous gravitas and seriousness. And how can you choose someone to lead your prayers who is so young and inexperienced?" And apparently the father of the son confronts this man and says, "Wait, what is it? You're none of your business. This is our synagogue here in Provence, and we follow our own customs." And it actually descended into a battle of fists, that they actually fought each other. And in fact, it involved to some degree the use of the shovels and various tools that the gravedigger had brought with him. And this ended up in criminal court, non-Jewish criminal court, where we have the entire transcript. So I think this one little episode kind of illustrates the tremendous degree of the rivalry over a fairly small point in Jewish law, like who is or what is the appropriate age for someone to lead the prayers in synagogue, nevertheless to erupt into literally a violence between Jews who took this very, very seriously. So with this in mind, that you've got this rivalry between the French Jews in the north and the Provençal Jews in the south, specifically over who has authority to dictate the minhagim, the customs, this is where we should talk about Maimonides entering the fray. So Moses Maimonides was a person of no small consequence and no small controversy either. His works were quite challenging. He took on massive tasks with phenomenal ambition, and he actually brought them to fruition. One of his early works that made it to Provence during his lifetime was a book called the Mishnah Torah, literally the repetition of the Torah, in which he consolidates all of rabbinic writings into one completely refashioned legal code that goes through the entirety of how Jews should conduct themselves in this world. And it's a massive work, and we've spoken in many other lectures about why it is so special and so unique. It was received with great enthusiasm by the Jews of Provence, and they were so excited about it, they said, well, we've got to read more of this man's writings. And they turned to the Ibn Tibbon family, who were originally from Spain and were fluent in Arabic and, of course, Judeo-Arabic, which is basically a version of Arabic written in Hebrew characters with a significant amount of Hebrew and Aramaic influences. And the Ibn Tibbons churned out book after book translating the great classics of the Judeo-Arabic tradition, which is partially a Spanish tradition and partially a North African tradition, working on books like the Chovos HaLevavos, The Duties of the Heart by Rabbeinu Bachya, and then, of course, the great Moreh Nevuchim, the great Guide for the Perplexed of Maimonides. Now, this got Maimonides into a lot more trouble because once he was rendered into Hebrew, and specifically his philosophical work, Guide for the Perplexed, which was way more challenging in many ways than the Mishnah Torah, those French Jews from the north were incensed, and they were so upset with the amount of Greek thought that Maimonides openly included in his philosophical works that in the 1230s they actually denounced it to the Dominican friars and had Maimonides' books burned publicly in Paris. In France, that may have been the case. But to the south in Provence, even his greatest critics, such as the individual who is buried here, the Ravad, Rabbi Abraham ben David. There are actually several Ravads. This is known as Ravad II. He wrote a commentary on the Mishnah Torah, which is sometimes small corrections, and sometimes very harsh criticisms, but nevertheless embracing the idea of Maimonides' works. This is actually a modern gravestone at the site of his burial, along with his son, Rabbi Isaac the Blind. That's Rabbi Yitzchak Sagi Nahor. The phrase literally means full of light, but that is a euphemism for the blind, who was one of the great Kabbalists of the region. So in its entirety, Provence, unlike France to the north, with the influence of the Tosfot in particular, was very tolerant of many different ideas, including Maimonides' challenging philosophical ideas, largely because they had already been introduced to this kind of thought through the influence of the Spanish thinkers, and especially the family of translators known as the Ibn Tibbons. Okay. Wow, it's so amazing. I can't wait to go back to Provence and have a look at that amazing territory and see where these brilliant Jews live. I hope you'll be able to join us on Kosher Riverboat cruises, and if not, God willing, we'll provide videos of the experiences we have there. Thank you very much for watching.
Did you feel like it was fine? Like I was doing like 15, 20 minutes, so I was like, all right, let's just clock in and get this done. Sometimes it was good, sometimes I felt like I sucked. Because you can't tell, because it was like a minor league baseball field. You know, laps. Yeah. And it was, the sun was up. So you could see everyone around. You could see everyone. Yeah, some places you do it, some people do it. Take those, especially never seen live. They were yelling through the some lady was at the top of the meeting
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I gotta say, I just think Jewish history is so fascinating. I don't know why people don't study it more than they do, but I'm so glad to have you here because I have some really interesting things to share with you today. Specifically, it seems that there were 3 Jews serving as soldiers of Rome in the first century before the Common Era, living in the region of ancient Gaul, which would be today basically Germany or on the border of France. And this was in the first century before the Common Era. I mean, oh my gosh, it's so fascinating. Let me tell you about this. So first of all, we have this on the basis of 3 gravestones. The first one is shown here. This is Monimus, the son of Yerumbal. We'll talk about what that means shortly. The second is this beautiful grave marker. It looks like it may have come out of this arrow. And then finally, we have one where we don't have any image and we only have the inscription, but of Caius, son of Hanelus. So I'm going to tell you more details about these 3 specific gravestones and what they mean. But first, let's just do a little bit of back history, because history is written by historians, right? And it's really important that we give credit to some of these scholars who have done fantastic work. I first came across this when I was doing research a while ago for a graduate course I hope to be teaching in Budapest with the Ashkenazim a little later this year. And it's in the work of Asher Frischman. Asher Frischman wrote this amazing book, Ashkenazim HaRishonim, the early Ashkenazi Jews. The English translation of the subtitle is Since Their Settlement in Northwest Europe to the First Crusade, published in 2008. It's really something that should be translated because it's absolutely fantastic. At any rate, in the early chapters, Frischman explores some of the early legends of European settlement. One of the most fascinating ones is one that appears in Ibn Daud in the 12th century, that the Roman emperor, according to some versions it was Vespasian, according to others it was Titus, but these would be both in the second half of the 1st century in the context of the destruction of Jerusalem in the First Roman Jewish War. According to the legend, the emperor sent off 3 ships full of Jews with no captain on the ship and with the rudder removed, meaning just cast adrift into the Mediterranean. wouldn't have made a difference if you have a ship full of Jews. Even if you have a captain and you have a rudder, it's not going to change things because, after all, every Jew on the ship is going to be a captain too. At any rate, according to the legend, where did they land? They made their way all the way across the Mediterranean, just under the boot of Italy and Sicily, and they landed in the south of France in three specific locations. In Arles in the south, Bordeaux to the west, and Lyon to the north. Now, what these three sites have in common, besides being really interesting, beautiful places, is that they are places where we're all going to visit with kosher riverboat cruises, of course. But most historians feel like there's really not much to this legend. We do have definitely a source in Josephus that says Jews were in this region in the first century, but I'll tell you about that in a second. What's important for us is it appears that these three gravestones that we're going to look at are from an entirely different trip of Jews that is not at all legendary, going all the way from Jerusalem all the way up to Mainz, or Mayence in French. This is a region in the earliest, corner of Ashkenaz, just north of Stuttgart and near Frankfurt am Main. Now, let's get into this story a little deeper. Now, we know a lot about this century and Jewish populations from Josephus. He's an incredibly important historian. This is the classic illustration of Josephus. You see this particular image in all kinds of representations. Of course, we have no idea what Josephus actually looked like. At one point, there was a sculpture discovered, and a lot of historians got very excited because they thought this would, in fact, be Josephus. But in reality, we were just kind of like fooled by the large nose, believe it or not. And it turns out not to be about Josephus at all, and we don't know what he looks like. But I did come across this image on a beautiful website of the Low Country Digital Library, and that refers to the Low Country region of South Carolina. And they have some amazing things there, including several reproductions of images of Josephus. Not only this one, but here is like the studious Josephus. You can see he looks really quite different from the earlier one. And here's one of my favorites, the learned. His whole posture here, really fascinating. At any rate, let's go back to the story. Josephus records the fact that we know there was a Jew in this Calais. He was the son of Herod, and he was renowned for his incompetence, and he was ultimately exiled by the Romans from Judea to Vienne, not Vienna, but in the south of France. Doesn't sound too bad, but you have to realize that in the early first century, it was like impossible to get any decent Asian kosher takeout in the south of France, so it must have felt like exile. Josephus tells us about that one Jew there, but he also tells us about the Itureans. And here's where Rabbi Dr. Sally Levy comes in. Here's a photograph of him serving as a field chaplain in the German army in World War I. He had a well-regarded career not only as a soldier, but also as a rabbi and a historian. His years are 1883 to 1941. He was the last rabbi of Mainz in the pre-Holocaust period. The sad part of the story is that even though he had a brilliant career of caring for his community in Mainz, he went to America in 1938 to raise funds for his community and things like that. And when things got so much worse in the Nazi period, he actually returned to Mainz to care for them. He was there until the spring of 1941, until it became very clear that it was very dangerous for him to remain. And he made the decision, and now he's 58 years old. He made the decision he was going to emigrate. He tried to make appointments with the Gestapo to get special permission to leave. And while he was waiting for that, he died of a heart attack in Berlin. He was buried in the cemetery that was the site of so much of his research. Let's go now directly to his research. So he published this article in this great journal. You can get really the feel of the Weimar Republic era. It translates as the newsletter for the history of Jews in Germany. And the font, as you can see, is very bold and aggressive in the sense that, yeah, we belong in Germany as well. And his article was on this remarkable early finds, first century before the Common Era, of Jews living in Germany. Who were they? So first of all, they were Itureans. You can see from this map here that Iturea is located to the northeast of what would be contemporary political boundaries of the state of Israel today. It would be sort of eastern Syria and Lebanon region. This area was conquered by the Maccabean kings, the Hasmoneans or the Hashmonaim, and the people there, as we saw earlier in Idumea, they were forcibly converted to Judaism. This is a very dark period in some ways in Jewish history. It's really the only time that this happened. It was under the Hashmonaim, and the Jews had lots of reasons to later regret that. No doubt the hesitancy to accept converts stems from this period. The Romans took control of the region in the year 63 before the Common Era, and they made good use of these Itureans afterwards as soldiers in their army. So the gravestones, although they don't have specific dates on them, they can be dated to some time after that, probably under Julius Caesar or Claudius, perhaps Augustus. So these three gravestones were from three Jewish soldiers serving as part of the Iturean contingent. These are the maybe second, third, fourth generation of these first converts of forced converts from Iturea, but definitely they had been circumcised and they adopted Judaism, at least if we are to take Josephus at his word. Now, let's go back to the stones themselves and try to understand what can we derive from them. First of all, they don't look especially Jewish. I mean, it's really bizarre to see Jewish gravestones with actual 3D sculptures of people on them. That's such a non-Jewish thing, especially in the ancient period when Jews were overwhelmingly aniconic. There's no indication to suggest that they went to a Jewish grave worker or a gravestone maker to put these together, and this could have been, just what they would do for any gravestones at the time, probably for wealthier, more important people, because these look like pretty significant works of art. But there's no Jewish symbols in them. There's no Hebrew in it. The text is entirely in Latin. And the only one that mentions a family member is the third one that doesn't have an image on it. This was erected by a brother. Now, by the way, we should also mention that we're not absolutely sure that these are totally Jewish, but there are some pretty strong indications that they were. But even if we decide that, we're talking about three Jews, there's no indication that there's continuity between these three Jews and some kind of nascent Jewish community that would later last hundreds of years later until Ashkenaz is really developed. We do have one reference in the early 4th century in the Theodosian Code that strongly indicates that there were Jews living in Köln, Cologne, but otherwise we have to wait another 500 years really till we start seeing Jews appear in any number. So no continuity necessarily between these early pieces of evidence and the much larger group of data sets that we have from, let's say, the 9th century on. So what can we say about the text? Let me read the first one. It says, Monimus erumbali filius miles cohortes, then it says number 1, iture orum anorum, and then it says number L, which is 50, stipendiorum XVI, right, what's that, 16, hic situs est, which translates as Monimus, the son of Yerombal, the soldier of the first Iturean cohort, who was 50 years old, and it appears that he served for 16 years as a soldier, if I'm translating this correctly, rests here. So nothing Jewish here at all, right? The second one is very similar. His name is Sebeos, the son of Ero, and he was only 24 years old, and it appears that his service was 8 years. And the third one is Caius, the son of Hanelus, who was also 50 years old and served for 19 years. And this is the one that was erected by his brother, Yamicus. Okay, so how do we identify these stones as belonging to Jews? So what Rabbi Dr. Levy points out is that, first of all, the Itureans, the fact that they are coming from Iturea, at the very least, they are people who come from the region that we know has been made Jewish 3-4 generations earlier. Secondly, when you look at the names, you see that they have some distinct Semitic context. So, for example, the name Monimos in the first one, in Josephus, we see that name is used as a Latin version of Menachem. Menachem is definitely a Jewish name. Yerombal is a little weirder because this appears, it's definitely a Semitic name. The Baal ending is used by Semites. But the thing is, it's not a nice Jewish name. It's like naming your child after inappropriate villains in the Bible. It would be kind of like naming your child today Adolf, for example. Note that, by the way, there are lots of Jews who were named Adolf. Very fine Jews who were probably named that in the 1920s and earlier. But at any rate, it's definitely a Semitic name. Okay, so Menachem, if it is really the form of Menachem, that's really Jewish. Yerombal, a little weirder, but possible. The second name, Sebeos, could easily be the biblical name Siba, which is definitely, we see that, for example, in the book of Kings. And his father was Ero, which could be Er or Eri, also very Semitic. Could be. This last one, however, is the strongest. Caius, not clear exactly where that comes from, but his father was Haneli, which is definitely Hananel or Hanania, totally Jewish name. Hanael is a clearly theophoric name. The last syllable there is one that's widely used by Jews as a name for God and very much indicative of a Jewish name. So that's basically where we are with understanding these three gravestones. We know they came from a very Jewish place. We know that they have some Jewish names mixed in there. The gravestones themselves don't look like they really care that much about Jewish customs, so we might assume that they're fairly distant from Jewish mores, or it could be that the people who set up those tombstones were unaware of Jewish customs and they simply did what they thought was right for apparently very respected colleagues and brothers in arms. Like I said, I think Jewish history is just so fascinating. I can't wait to get to this region to start exploring again and looking for examples of Jewish history in the wild, so to speak. If you're able to join us on Kosher Riverboat Cruises, that would be great. If not, I look forward to speaking with you in future videos. Thank you very much for watching.
They're so serious. If you're not, Americans are serious too. We're also trying to bring peace to the band. Steel cage and underwear. So, it's serious matters when you're out seeing joking around a little before training camp or you're before sport. What's up, man? Catch up. There's none of that. It's just all work, super discipline inside and outside the cage, and it's just to beat DDP. And dude, if it's not about that, shut your DM. You know, it's just the highest level. Just a fucking monster. Just a monster.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I have got an absolutely amazing story to tell you today. You know, this is something I've been fascinated with for a long time, but only recently was I able to actually find some sources that give me much more detail about it. Basically, the story is about an individual named Bodo who lived in the 9th century and was a fairly educated churchman who amazingly dropped off the map and reappeared as a Jew, taking the name Eliezer. And he was involved in some fascinating polemics, which is very unusual for the time, and it actually had much larger repercussions than I had originally thought when I first came across the story. The reason I got so deeply involved in the story of Bodo, which is not a small episode actually, has very large significance for the era, is because I was doing my research and preparation for the Kosher Riverboat cruise down the Rhone River later this year. I was looking at the life of Agobard, who was a bishop in Lyon, and he had a lot of things to say about Jews, not especially complimentary, and his life intersects with Bodo in a couple of interesting ways which I might get into. But here's the basic story. Bodo was born around the year 814 to an aristocratic family in Germany. He's referred to as an Allemand, which is like related to the word Allemagne, which is Germany in French, for example. He received a superior education. He was sent to a monastery as a young boy where he was given literacy in the religious texts, and then because his scholarship must have been really something special, he was sent to the high office of the imperial court, and there he was essentially groomed for, who knows, he point in 838, when he was about 24, 25 years old, he asked for permission to make a pilgrimage to Rome, and then he disappeared, and he reappeared in Spain under a new name, Eliezer, as a Jew, and had a huge controversy erupt about him after that. So there's a lot that this says, not only about this individual life, but his life really exposed some cultural and religious fissures within this early European state, and it gives us an opportunity to study in this period. There are basically 6 principal documents or collections of documents which are contemporary, meaning during Bodo's lifetime or shortly thereafter, and we're going to look at who wrote this remarkable book. The Journey of Deacon Bodo from the Rhine to the Guadalquivir in 2019 builds on the research of a lot of other really great medievalists like the correspondence. And that's what I'm going to rely on very heavily is Dr. Reese's work for this presentation. Okay, so let's try to understand the story. First of all, the most important and most extensive single account of what happened is a single paragraph that was authored by Hincmar, the Archbishop of Reims under Charles the Bald around the year 876. And this is in the context of a much larger document called the Annals of Saint Bertin, which is essentially kind of like a chronology going through important things that happen every year. And now here's the paragraph. I'm just going to read it straight, and maybe we'll stop and talk about it a little bit. Meanwhile, something very distressing happened, something to be wailed by all the children of the Catholic Church. Rumors spread the news, and the emperor found out that the deacon Bodo, an Allemand by birth, this is German, and deeply imbued from his earliest childhood in the Christian religion, with the scholarship of the clergy, with sacred and secular learning, a man who only the previous year, that would have been 837, had requested permission from the emperor and empress to go on pilgrimage to Rome, and had been granted this permission and had been loaded with gifts. This man, seduced by the enemy of the human race, had abandoned Christianity and converted to Judaism. Thus he was circumcised, let his hair grow and his beard grow, and adopted, or rather usurped, the name of Eliezer. Fascinating kind of treatment here. This is what I think in Yiddish you might call sort of a shanda far de goyim. So in translation, that actually means a shame for the non-Jews, meaning when Jews do something that's terrible, that makes Jews look bad in the eyes of non-Jews. But in this case, if we can make a little pun on the preposition for in Yiddish, it's a shanda for the goyim, meaning for the non-Jews, this is a shanda within their range. I am so grateful. I get to spend a lot of my time studying books like this. Okay, so Reese points out some fascinating things just looking at this one paragraph. He says, note the surprise of Hincmar, that here's a guy, Bodo, who'd received such a superior education, and despite that incredible education, he went, so to speak, off the derech, to use the Hebrew expression. He went off the path. So why would this have happened? So here's an interesting possibility. One of the things that scholars of that era, Christian scholars of that era, were especially concerned with was something called the Hebraica Veritas, meaning the true Hebrew. They were working essentially with the Vulgate, a translation that was several hundred years old of the Tanakh into Latin, the Bible into Latin. And you know that every time you translate something, there's always going to be distortions. It's inevitable because languages are not equal, and it's impossible to convey the same sensibility exactly in another language. So they're always questioning, well, here we have a question, what does this really mean? And in order to answer it, we've got to go back to Hebraica Veritas, the actual Hebrew text. Very, very few clergymen received literacy in Hebrew. Is it possible that perhaps Bodo was among those who started engaging it? And in this context, I was reminded of something I listened to yesterday on the 1840 podcast, a really important podcast that comes from Dr. Rabbi David Bashevkin. They were interviewing Dr. Noam Weissman, who is a colleague of mine who is responsible for the Open Door Media projects of Unpacked. I'm very pleased, by the way, here's a disclosure. I often work with Unpacked on some of their podcasts, Jewish History Unpacked, and quite a few of their videos as well. So I'm a big fan of both Dr. Weissman and Rabbi Dr. Bashevkin. At any rate, Dr. Weissman was talking about something in his youth. I don't remember the specifics of it, but basically he was in college speaking with a young Christian, and they were discussing their comparative religion, and it got down to a bit of an argument. So Dr. Weissman essentially said, "You show me your Bible, and I'll show you mine." And so his Christian interlocutor brought out a typical, King James or New Standard Revised version of the Bible, and it looked something like this, right? And Dr. Weissman said, "Now let me show you my Bible." And he brings out this Mikraos Gedolos edition, which is the standard go-to edition of the Bible for students today, which lists only a few lines of the actual Hebrew text, and then surrounding it are so many layers of commentary and disagreement and dissension and support that reflects the huge conversation of what does the Bible mean over the centuries. Returning to our story of Bodo, is it possible, as Dr. Reese suggests perhaps, that Bodo got involved in some of this dialect and began to say, wow, there are a lot of really good questions in Tanakh, and just looking at it on a kind of like a single level of a single lens to understand the text, it's not necessarily appealing. Who knows? Unfortunately, we don't know a lot about why exactly it converted. Part of the reason for this is because many of the documents that we have been altered. I'm going to get to that a little more in a second. But for the time being, let's just add one more point that Dr. Reese said. It's clear from the inclusion of this particular passage in the Annals of Saint Bertin was that it had a much larger impact than merely the story of one, deacon who goes off the derech to become Jewish. Who knows, tempted by the herring, or maybe it was the Asian food. So maybe because the Annals of Saint Bertin essentially deal with state level things, continent level things, and his argument is that perhaps Bodo was kind of meant as a sort of pathetic fallacy of look at how our society is falling apart. And in fact, there was huge political change at this time. There was a big succession crisis under Charles the Bald, who divided up his empire among several sons, and eventually it was fractured as a result. Bodo's crisis of faith, which resulted in a transformation, is also reflected in the very state of Charles the Bald. Could be fascinating. So let's look at the polemic. Now, the other thing that happened once he becomes Jewish is he apparently doesn't just disappear. He's quite active in exchanging ideas with other thinkers. In particular, one Alvaro of Cordoba, who's apparently a Jewish convert to Christianity, right? Bodo goes from being a Christian and becomes a Jew. Here's a much more common situation where Alvaro of Cordoba starts as a Jew and he becomes a Christian. And they end up having correspondence which has been preserved in a codex form. We know for sure that it is a correspondence with Bodo because initially that's how he is addressed. Later on, however, Alvaro simply refers to him as the transgressor. Now, there are 7 letters intact which Dr. Reese was able to examine and have translated and studied. 4 of them are from Alvaro and 3 are from Elazar, but they are preserved by Alvaro and his followers. Some of the folios of those letters, as they were recorded in a codex, have been removed, perhaps by a later pious archivist who felt that some of the material was inappropriate. And unfortunately, the sections where Bodo describes his motivation for conversion are lost, and those are perhaps the most fascinating ones we want to see. We can see, however, as you see in this image, that some of the later copyists, perhaps out of religious zeal, distinctly obscured several sections of the folios that are still intact. But nevertheless, we can reconstruct some of his motivation from the way in which Alvaro's responses provide arguments. So those arguments must respond to the thing. The 3 basic issues that they argued about in his course of correspondence was, number 1, who is the Messiah? Is it the founder of Christianity or somebody else? Is it someone who has already walked the face of the earth, or is it someone who has not? Second, who is the true Israel? Veros Israel. It's a fascinating exchange between Alvaro, this is the priest of the Jews, and I have been graced to become a Christian. So perhaps if he's not, it seems like if we take him at his word, he's a Jewish convert to Christianity. Whereas Bodo, who becomes Eliezer, is not racially, ethnically, and so on. They have an argument here. And the third section is Christian different? And you can imagine which side each argues. Absolutely fascinating. It's so unusual to see someone pushing back against the dominant faith. Remember, this is, the Jews are a tiny, tiny minority at this point, and to be so aggressively defending their ideas in a situation where it's actually quite dangerous for them, quite amazing to see. Now, this brings us back to the Rhone River, because this is where we have some testimony about Bodo from one Amolo, who was a disciple of Bishop Agobard of Lyon. And Amolo ascribed some rather nasty behavior to Bodo Eliezer. We have no other corroboration to indicate that this actually was the case. But he argues that Bodo Eliezer had somehow argued with the Caliph to persecute Christians in Muslim Spain. And in fact, there was, in a few years afterwards, a notable rise of Christians who apparently sort of self-immolated, trying to get the Muslims to make them into martyrs. I know it sounds bizarre, but just have a look at the web on something called the Cordovan Martyrs. There were 48 of them. Most of them are monks who, openly violated Sharia in Muslim Spain and were beheaded as a result between the years 850 and 859. So Amolo, who was certainly no friend of the Jews, just like his teacher Agobard, had a lot of nasty things to say about the Jews, Amolo may have simply, blamed this on Bodo Eliezer, but we simply don't know the sources at this point right now. Okay, I hope you found this look at one life as revealed by just a few medieval sources interesting. If you are able to join us on this cruise in the Rhone, we're going to explore so much more of this kind of material and actually walk the streets where people like Bodo and Agobard and Amolo actually walk. And if not, I really look forward to sharing videos with you of our trip and of the research I do in preparation for it. Thank you very much for watching.
if they give him, a sharp strike like somebody else, the three meets them, then a conversation can start, even though he's looking for all his last six. But you get a big win, and you're right back in it. But you're not being my decision, give a shot.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I came across something absolutely fascinating as I was doing research for our upcoming cruise along the Rhone River. And this is just so amazing. Let me start with the question. Where did the institution of the Besamim box develop? Now, what is a Besamim box? Many of you will be familiar with this item. Here you can see a sample of the Besamim box. This is a small element of the Jewish ritual of Havdalah, of making a separation, which separates the end of the Sabbath on Saturday night from the rest of the week. And part of that ritual is that you actually have to smell some spices. A lot of interesting reasons for that particular ritual. But at any rate, how do you keep the spices in a beautiful way? So it's very common. We have one of these. This is not ours, but we have one very similar to this, where there's kind of like a tower design with a flag on the top, and you put cloves or cinnamon or something inside the little door there, and you close it up. And during the ritual, you say the blessing, and then you smell the spices and so on. So where did this idea of creating this kind of medieval-looking castle come from? So I was reading about the research of Mordechai Narkis, who first wrote on this in 1960, and then he expanded it in 1981. That says essentially this is something that's derived from Christian ritual and Christian religious art. Now that's kind of bizarre. Let's see, where did he get this idea? So first of all, where did Narkis get this strange idea that something so intimate, so home-based in Jewish ritual would actually have its basis in a kind of material culture from Christian tradition? So let's have a look at this. So first of all, have a look at this image here, which is basically a couple of examples of 16th century spice boxes, right, were used for this Havdalah ritual. And they're very similar in many ways. They're very beautiful, silver filigree work to the ones that we use today. Although, these are works of art, whereas the ones that we might buy at the local Judaica store are somewhat more humble. But where they come from, he argues, is from something that the church calls a monstrans in German, a Christian reliquary, meaning a kind of a special box to hold some kind of Christian holy object, like, a splinter from the true cross, or sometimes the knuckle bone of a saint. I mean, these things are kind of weird. But here's a couple of examples. On the right, you can see one from the 14th century that has like kind of a little icon in the center of it. Here's one, and just to the left of it, you see one from the year 1298 that looks like kind of a tower shape, but inside there would be a relic. And on the left, you see something much more familiar, a censer, C-E-N-S-E-R, which is used for incense, sometimes, smoking incense that would be waved back and forth as part of church processionals. So these two kind of devices, the reliquary and the incense censer, come together to form the Besamim box. Now, okay, how do we make this connection? That seems kind of extreme, right? As the art historian Victor Klagsbald once pointed out, if you look in 16th century Frankfurt, the term used to describe a Jewish spice box for Havdalah was Judenmonstrans, meaning a Jewish Christian reliquary box, which is like really bizarre. So the really major question for us is, how did this influence come about? I mean, why do we start imitating Christian norms in Jewish ritual? That sounds kind of bizarre. So the reason why I came across this was because I was reading a great book by one of my former teachers, Professor Joseph Schatzmiller, who I had the great privilege of working with as a teaching assistant when he was an instructor at the University of Toronto. He's been at Duke University for a long time. He's currently a professor emeritus. At any rate, he made his reputation primarily through really fantastic primary source research in the region of the Rhone River, in Perpignan and other places in Provence, where he got into the weeds looking at medieval archival records and especially ledgers of economic transactions to see what exactly were Jews doing as money lenders. And we talked about this in several of our videos, so I won't go into great detail, but the specific area of money lending that is especially important for us now is that Jews would frequently serve as low-level money lenders, sometimes with very, very small margins, so much so that it was often not even worth it to go to a notary to have the entire pledge written down, but very small, detailed things. Nevertheless, Professor Schatzmiller was able to find all of these records. Basically, what would happen is people would need to borrow money. It's very hard, very expensive to go to Christian money lenders who are themselves acting in defiance of canon law in the High Middle Ages. And so they would go to the Jew to borrow some money. Quite often, by the way, Jewish women were involved in this. This is a kind of job that was quite egalitarian in that regard. And they would typically bring some kind of item to leave as collateral against the loan. And this arrangement would be written down by a Jewish scribe and would be registered with the state in one form or another. Then, whatever they left behind, which could be, all kinds of things, but we frequently have things like clothing and very detailed records that Professor Schatzmiller was able to unearth, like how many coats and what color and men's or women's, where they were made, what they were made of, all these kinds of things. They would leave these things behind in exchange for cash up front. And then they would have a certain period of time in which they could redeem this pledge. This is exactly the roots of what we would call today pawnbroking. So we're talking about essentially a pawnbroker shop. Jews were very, very much involved in this kind of economic activity. And what's fascinating is that the pretty much every level of society engaged in church, and higher levels of society users, which you'll see in a second, but low level, which is from his most recent work, Cultural Exchange, Jews, Christians, and Art in the Medieval Marketplace. And he puts on the cover this really fascinating image, which comes from a 13th century manuscript from Catalonia called The Feudal Customs of Aragon. And in this image, you see there are 3 Jews on the right. They look kind of mean and stern, which sort of indicates that the artist may have had some sort of bias against them. The one on the top, and they're all wearing the Judenhut, like the 3-cornered hat that is distinctive for Jews at this time. The one at the top looks kind of like aggressive. The one in the middle seems to be doing something with a large gold cup, a chalice perhaps, and then to the right is apparently a scribe who is recording something going on. And on the left, you see there is a clergyman. You see the red cloak around his head, and then some kind of assistant to the clergyman who is holding a big bag of money and also doing something with that chalice. And by the way, the Jew in the middle appears to be either taking money or pushing money to the Christian assistant. So the reason why I've kind of played this in an ambiguous way is because the first major reading of this image was by Father Robert Ignatius Burns, a California scholar who in 1966 suggested that what's happening here is that the Jews are selling a chalice to the church, and that the Christian assistant is offering money to the Jew, and the Jew is handing the chalice, and admittedly a kind of a weird way to hand it, sort of like sideways like that, to the Christian assistant. Professor Schatzmiller, however, says, no, you're reading the image incorrectly. What's happening here is that the church is pawning the chalice. What the Jew in the middle is examining it for its value and is in the process of giving money to the Christian assistant. And the Jew on the bottom right is actually making the archival notation of what's going on here, how much was left, specifically the chalice, how much was given, the date that it happened, and so on, so that the pawn could be redeemed later on. And so why is this relevant? And what does this have to do with spice boxes anyways? So what Schatzmiller argues, really fascinating, is that the economics of money lending, specifically pawnbroking, brought Jews into contact with all kinds of fine artwork, even Christian religious artwork, and having these things in their homes and workplaces influenced the way they later created their own art. We have actually lots of examples for this. Like, for example, if you have a look at this Erfurt treasure, which was apparently a hoard of precious goods that was held by a Jewish moneylender in Erfurt, Germany, and then never came back to get it. Perhaps they died in the middle of the Black Death. This hoard dates from the 14th century. And as you can see, some of the works here are absolutely gorgeous, including this absolutely phenomenal wedding ring, which is like masterful. And also another great example to illustrate this kind of weird relationship between Jewish moneylenders and their clientele and the influence. A series of frescoes was discovered in a home on Brunnergasse 8 in the city of Zurich. And in that home, you can see here, these frescoes are remarkably well preserved, and they include a whole wall full of the coat of arms of various important families in the region that are, and it's clearly, we can date this specific house to who lived in it in the middle of the 14th century, and it was an important moneylender. This fresco appears to be some kind of like both a decoration and at the same time advertising for clients to say, look at all these remarkable houses that we do business with. And under many of these coats of arms, you can see little Hebrew language inscriptions that specifically suggest that the owner of the home was like guiding the artist as to what should appear in this particular place. And that Hebrew writing has, thankfully, it's been preserved as well. So it's absolutely fascinating kind of examples of how the economic activity of money lending would bring Jews into contact with a lot of fine art. And it's interesting to see how would that have an impact on Jewish artwork. So where we see this perhaps more than anywhere else is in the realm of illuminated manuscripts. Illuminated essentially means decorated. And there's so many beautiful examples of Hebrew illuminated manuscripts where wealthy families would have, like, let's say a Haggadah or a volume of the Bible or something like that, and they would hire artists to provide illustrations. Now, scholars have determined that in the vast majority of these illuminated manuscripts, the artwork was actually performed by Christian artists, particularly in the High Middle Ages. We can see this in a couple of interesting places. Like, for example, if you look at this Michael Mahzor, which is held in Oxford from the 13th century, this is a typical kind of like first word of a section that has an illuminated illustration meant to decorate it. But when you look at it a little more carefully, you see that actually the illustration is included upside down, meaning the artist had obviously no idea what Hebrew writing looked like, and the artist actually filled in the gaps left over by the Hebrew scribe on upside down. So this is just one of many examples of the kind of antics that happen when you have Christian artists working on Jewish manuscripts. And there's also some kind of like really surprising elements. So for example, have a look at this illustration from a 13th century manuscript of the Mishnah Torah, which was richly illustrated, and it has this really, inappropriate, I think from Jewish sensibilities, image of an archer on the right firing an arrow, and at the left it strikes another person in a rather suspect position. It's really hard to imagine printing a copy of Maimonides' Mishnah Torah today and including an illustration like this. And that begs another question, like how involved were the Jewish patrons in the creation of this art? You would think, and this is a major part of Professor Schatzmiller's work, you would think that the clients who were paying for this art to be done would disapprove of this kind of image. And there's some interesting discussions of how things may have been edited one way or another. Have a look, for example, at another illustration from the same manuscript. This is actually something which it looks kind of bizarre. It appears to be sort of like a riff on a passage in the Talmud that deals with the giving of the Torah. I'm recording this video, by the way, just a few days before the holiday of Shapirs. In this particular image, you have Moses on the left receiving the Ten Commandments, and then you have this strange kind of like a chimney cake kind of illustration, and there's a whole bunch of people on the inside. And this apparently is the artist's attempt to render a passage in the Talmud, Tractate Shabbat 88a, where there's this remarkable passage where God says to the Jewish people at Mount Sinai, he lifts up the mountain and covers it over them like a barrel and says, you know, if you accept the Torah, fine, and if not, this will be your grave. Very, dramatic and complex and theologically difficult passage. But anyway, it seems like this is something like that, like the Jews are somehow like inside Mount Sinai. But Evelyn Cohen, an art historian, looked very carefully at this particular image, and she exposed it to ultraviolet light and looked at it like, from the other side of the manuscript, and she pointed out that actually it was very different than the original. And you can see there's a couple of pieces left over. If you look right to the center of the two tablets that Moses is receiving, there's actually the fingers of an arm that has been obscured by the drawing of the mountain, meaning when you look at the original and she was able to identify it with the ultraviolet light, this is actually a very Christian picture of a physical representation of God giving the Torah to Moses. And that would not fly by Jewish sensibilities. You can't portray God physically. It's true, there are some really rare examples of just the hand of God being apparent. You see the Dura Europos and elsewhere. But it's very, very rare, and certainly very rare for the High Middle Ages. So apparently the Christian artist, maybe the one responsible for the bump shot earlier, included what he, or we presume it's a he, by the way, the illustration was probably done in northern France in the late 13th century. The artist must have thought, hey, okay, I'm going to show the way I think of God giving the Torah to Moses. And the Jewish owner of the manuscript said, oh my gosh, no, you can't do that. How am I going to show this to my rabbi? So they drew over it that strange Mount Sinai with the Jews inside the hole kind of picture. But the original was quite different. So really fascinating stuff, all done by Professor Schatzman. So this brings us back to the spice box, which is really so emblematic for this really fascinating period in Jewish history, where in many ways, when you look at the lachrymose vision of Jewish history, where there's so much anti-Semitism in the medieval period, this kind of interesting cross-fertilization of artistic ideas, we haven't spoken about the Jewish influence on Christian art, that's also quite fascinating and discussed in this book as well. But it speaks to a different level of coexistence between Jews and Christians, even clergy, and how that's expressed in medieval art. Well, I could talk about this for so long because I find it so fascinating, but I really got to stop this video now. Thank you very much for watching.
He's fucking massive. And talented and technical. All the power in the world. He's about the very best. He's not washed. No, he destroyed Francis. Like, I'm taking serious. And what do you think he'll do for fight? Francis Ngannou for him or Jake Paul?
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I am so delighted to be preparing now for the next Kosher Riverboat cruise, where we're going to be on the Rhone River. I last was on the Rhone in 2019, and it was such an amazing experience. I really loved it. It's both beautiful and historically fascinating. So I'd like to talk a little bit about that today, as I'm reviewing my notes and reading some new things about the city of Arles in particular and its Jewish community. So let's look at this cruise and specifically look at Arles, and I have a really amazing
fun fact to share with you in a few minutes. So first of all, let's identify where are we going. We're going to be on the Rhone River, which flows from the north to the south, pretty much towards the east end of France. You can see here that this route takes us from Lyon in the north and then down south to the city of Arles. That's what we're going to speak about in more detail today. The Rhone River is really gorgeous, lots of oxbows and lots of terraced vineyards and things like that. The headwaters are at the Rhone Glacier in the Swiss Alps, and they run down to the Mediterranean. The outlet is at Arles. It's at the head of a big, beautiful delta right next to a natural park, the Camargue, which we're looking forward to visiting in particular. But Arles has a really dense Jewish history, particularly from about the 11th through the 15th century, when unfortunately they were expelled from Arles and they never really recovered that community. A little bit of a blip in the 1960s, but otherwise not much of a Jewish community at all. But Arles, in its heyday, was incredibly important. It's a major site for the international trading family called the Radhanites. That term Radhanite probably comes from the term Rodanos, which is the old Latin term for the Rhone River. And Arles was a major center of the so-called Chachmei Provence, the wise sages of Provence that flourished, particularly in the 10th through the 13th centuries. Really amazing work. Now, the roots of the community go all the way back to antiquity. And in fact, the term for the region, provincia in Hebrew, is in itself a reference to the Roman term for the area, Provence, which is because it was a province of the massive Roman Empire, which you see in this map expressed in its fullness in the year 117 in particular. We know that there was at least one Jew in the region because he was the son of King Herod. After Herod died, there was a huge controversy over who was going to take over from him. And one of his sons, Archelaus, was appointed, but he didn't do a very good job. And as a result, the Roman Empire had been exiled all the way out to a beautiful town, also on the Rhone River, called Vienne. You can have a look at it. If you have to be exiled somewhere, I guess the south of France is a pretty good place. But we know that in the year 6, at least, there was one Jew living in Vienne. Probably they had a Chabad already, who knows. There's also interesting Jewish legends about settlement after the Roman destruction of Jerusalem in the First Roman-Jewish War that ended about the year 74. This is a coin that shows the Emperor Vespasian, and on the obverse you see this is a Judea Kapta coin. You see a Roman soldier dominating a woman sitting and lamenting next to a balsam pond. We have an interesting legend that says that Vespasian, in an act of pique, loaded up tens of thousands of Jews on 3 boats with no skipper, and then removed the rudders of these boats and let them float through the Mediterranean. According to the legend, the 3 boats floated all the way across the Mediterranean, up the Rhone River to Lyon, and also to Arles, and then a 3rd boat made its way somehow to Bordeaux. I'm not sure whether it made it through the interior of France or perhaps went all the way around the Iberian Peninsula. It's hard to know. But what I think is especially interesting is that all 3 of these cities, Lyon, Arles, and Bordeaux, are in fact locations that are ports for kosher rainbow cruises, and we look forward to visiting all of them. So what about the Jews of Arles? We've got some fascinating records of their presence, even in antiquity. There is some interesting church records, apparently at the funeral of Hilary of Arles, whose name, by the way, in Latin is Hilarious. I mean that seriously. His name is Hilarious. Apparently, when he passed away, he was very friendly to the Jews, and according to church records, the Jews were present in the funeral cortege and actually recited psalms after his burial. This was apparently a very impressive thing. There are records indicating the Jews were involved in the defense of the town in the 6th century, but it changed dramatically in the 6th century as well, when Recared from Spain converted from Arian Christianity to Catholic Christianity. This is a rather dramatic representation of his conversion. This is from one version of Christianity to obviously the dominant Catholic version. And unfortunately, one of the things that happened when he became a Catholic is there was a significant uptick in anti-Jewish persecution, as if to say that his conversion could be validated through persecution of Jews. And this actually went on for about 120 years. All of the territories under Visigothic Spain, which included much of the Iberian Peninsula and extended over the Pyrenees into the region of Provence, was an unusually difficult time for Jews, at least as far as we can tell from the Visigothic records. On the other hand, people like Pope Gregory the Great, is another kind. It's interesting how these images all show the kind of theory of looking at the sky image. He actually was a big defender of the Jews in many ways, and he rebuked a local archbishop for forcibly converting Jews. But in terms of Jewish records of what's going on, these are mainly from church or legal records. We have the famous visit of Benjamin of Tudela in the 12th century. Here is a map of his supposed itinerary. He left behind a really fascinating travelogue, the itinerary of Benjamin of Tudela. And although there are some question as to how far he actually got and how much of the itinerary represents his reporting on places that he heard about in his travels, he definitely made it through Arles. As you can see, the blue line crossing over the top of the Mediterranean there, and he reports that there were 200 families there, great scholarship. You know that there were the schools and things like that. Really fascinating in his description. By the way, have a look at who is the author of this particular map. David Lawrence, who happens to be one of the leaders of Kosher Riverboat Cruises, so he's obviously been doing this for a very long time, like 800 years. We know from medieval records, which are quite significant, that the Jews of Arles had real estate, they had cemeteries, they had school, they had like homes for the aged, homes for the poor. We know that they had really quite a burgeoning civilization there for several hundred years, and God willing, on the cruise we'll talk more about the scholarship that they engaged in and so on. This all came to a horrible end in the 15th century as the anti-Semitic tenor of the region just increased dramatically. France to the north, Provence was not formally part of France at the time. France to the north had been expelling their Jews in the 14th century. There were several expulsions, and then in the 15th century, ultimately the Jews were expelled in 1484, and by 1494, the city of Arles was completely Judenized. Now here's our fun fact about the Jews of Arles. There's so much to say, but I just found this fascinating. The main researcher, the greatest scholar alive who talks about Arles is none other than Danielle Yankou Ajou. I'm not sure I'm pronouncing her name correctly. She is a scholar at the University of Montpellier, and she has written many, many books on the subject of the Jews of Provence, including this recently updated version that goes through each of the towns where we know that Jews were settled, going through maps and things like that. This is, for example, her map of Arles, and you can see the dark line there represents a street that is known to be the original Jewish street. It's the Rue du Dr. Fanton. Here's her amazing fun fact. One of the great scholars who lived in Arles at the time was Rabbi Kalonymus ben Kalonymus. And we know that he was in Arles between 1286 and 1328. We're not exactly sure what his birth and death dates are, but at the turn of the 14th century, he was very active. And he wrote a great book called Evan Bochum that was extremely popular, written in very poetic Hebrew. It was actually kind of a satire looking at the nature of the Jewish community and talking about their practices and so on. Fascinating on many levels. At any rate, in this Evan Bochum, and what I'm showing you right now is actually from a 1705 printing that has a rare Yiddish translation of the original Hebrew. Kalonymus ben Kalonymus talks about a particular practice of the Jews of Arles, which I have translated here. It's very flowery Hebrew. It's very hard to translate properly, but it seems that it says here that in honor of Mattatyahu ben Yochanan, he's one of the heroes of the Maccabees, of course, and the Hasmoneans, right? This is the dynasty of the Maccabees. The important women gather, expert in creating various pastries, and they prepare great round batches in the pans, beautiful as the rainbow, make sufganim and askaritim. So what is Kalonimus and Kalonimus talking about here? He's talking about the practice of preparing sufganiyot, donuts, for the holiday of Hanukkah. Notice, by the way, actually the correct plural is sufganim. It happens that in Israel they say sufganiyot is an irregular plural, but it should be sufganim masculine. Now, I don't know what askaritim are. I searched all over. I could not figure out what it is, but it might be some kind of delicacy associated with Hanukkah. And this is rather amazing that here we have from about the year 1400, a reference to making sufganim, making donuts. Now, Dr. Yanku Ajou cites the same passage in the translation, French translation of El Stouf, which reads, for the holiday of the Maccabees, which is Hanukkah, they, interestingly, it's the masculine of the original, is the feminine, they would make a cake in a round shape that would be created by throwing the dough into oil, and they would eat it covered in jam. So that ends the whole debate. Is custard or jam more authentic? It really seems like jam is much more authentic, at least in the Provençal version. If you want to know more about this, you got to reference this amazing book that came out a couple of years ago, Emek HaSufganim, The Valley of the Donuts, which is by Rabbi Reuben Schwartz. It's a 600-page book all about the history and laws of eating donuts on Hanukkah. It's like an amazing study. It really is quite fascinating. What can I say? I want to leave the discussion of Arf for the actual cruise, but I will mention, by the way, that if you're a fan of Van Gogh, you are really going to like Arf. He painted Starry Night. This is where he painted so many sunflowers and all kinds of things like that. There is definitely a Jewish connection. He's known to have spent a lot of time in Jewish neighborhoods when he lived in The Hague, and he was very influenced by the Jewish painter Yosef Israel. Fascinating stuff, and also very connected. One of the really cool things is when you get to the actual spot where he painted Starry Night, there's like a sort of an easel there that you can look at a representation of the painting and look at the actual scene where he painted it. Really fascinating. Okay, I hope that some of you will be able to join us on this amazing cruise. And if you're not, I'm really looking forward to sharing a lot of my research with you by video. Thank you very much for watching.
So let's say there's 200 guys that are in the indigenous level. So it could be 400 years if I'm in the industry around the coast of actually don't take it. But that 4 months ties get distributed to those fires on that list. So I know I'm getting that's a good chunk. That money can't go on the cake that I like to hold up, so if I don't take it, that money has to get distributed to the fighters. So it does not matter. Does that make sense? Yes, usually it's already paid for. They've already checks already in the mail. They've already paid the lawyer, the whole thing. And then once it's done, usually it's already like, there's not, they're not going to discipline you by taking the money. It's a big thing. Let's see. I did not pay the money that they sent to the fighters. The fucking, how they call it, the lawsuit. Yeah, closet. This is how stupid fighters are. They think, and they're underpaid, and that's a whole other story. And people are like, I don't understand why more fighters don't ask for better pay. This is why.
In the basement of the 14th century Carpentras synagogue is the community mikvah, or ritual bath. You can see that the water is still quite clear. It's fed from an artesian well. The light dusting on the top of the water is from the flecks that come off the limestone walls. Originally, of course, you would have descended here in candlelight, which must have really heightened the mood of solemnity associated with the ritual immersion, since no natural light can descend into the space.
UFC signs $1 billion TV right deals. They sign up $1 billion, not $1 billion, not $100 million, $8 billion deal.
Hello, fellow students of Jewish history. I'm so excited to be going back to the Rhone River later this October with Coastal River boat cruises. The region of Provence is just filled with Jewish history. There's a remarkable flourishing of Jewish culture and spirituality and literary ideas and thoughts, and oh my gosh, so many of the sages of Provence continue to inspire me. And one of the things I'd like to look at today with you are 300 rabbis from Provence, principally in the year 1211. Aliyah, of course, refers to emigration to the land of Israel. That's a Hebrew word that means to ascend. Whenever a person decides to live in Israel permanently, that's called making Aliyah, making an ascent. And it's amazing to see such a large number of highly trained and respected leaders leaving Provence, which is a very beautiful part of the world, and going to the land of Israel, also a very beautiful part of the world. But, don't get me wrong, in the 13th century, pretty dangerous and very difficult to actually make a living there under those circumstances. So what I'd like to do in this brief video is try to understand why exactly do they do it, and what do we know about this story. I'm going to rely on two articles in particular, both by extremely distinguished medievalists, Dr. Ephraim Karnefogel, who is from the northeastern part of the United States, not too far from where I live. He wrote an article in 1986 called The Aliyah of 300 Rabbis in 1211, Post-Sufist Attitudes Towards Settling in the Lands of Israel. The term post-Sufist, of course, refers to the fact that many of these great rabbis were members of the school of Tosafot. This is a very important Talmudic school that flourished around this time in France and Germany, England, all the way out as far as Kiev, actually. And the other article is by Dr. Ram Ben Shalom, who in recent decades has been publishing some amazing, really, really fascinating work on Provençal Jewry in particular. His article is called The Messianic Journey of Jonathan Cohen of Lunel, right, that's in the region we're talking about, to the land of Israel, re-examined, and he published that in Mediterranean Historical Review in 2018. Those are the two main sources we're going to look at. The locus classicus for this story, one of the most clear statements of the entire story, comes to us from a 16th century account called Shevet Yehuda, very important Sephardic work of history. And it goes like this. In the year 4791, which would correspond to 1211, God inspired the rabbis of France and England to go to Jerusalem. They numbered more than 300 and were accorded great honor by the king. They built for themselves synagogues and houses of study. Instead, Dr. Ben Shalom argues that that's in itself a polemic, saying, look, the Muslims allowed the Jews to build synagogues and houses of study, which they had difficulty doing at this time of the history in Western Europe. Anyway, back to the text. Our teacher, the great Kohen, Rabbi Jonathan of Lunel, went there as well. A miracle occurred. They prayed for rain and were answered, and the name of heaven was sanctified because of it. Okay, so that's typical kind of 16th century text. It's got some sort of amazing, miraculous elements in it and so on. What do we make of this? What we can say for sure is that Jewish travelers to Jerusalem shortly after this event did confirm the presence of a large number of French rabbis in the city. And in fact, a very illustrious individual, Abraham ben Rambam, the son of Maimonides, also confirms this in the year 1235. So they're still there, 2 decades later. And most significantly, a very important key Tosafot, member of the Bali Tosafot, Rabbi Samson of Sens, later called Man of Jerusalem, or the person from the land of Israel, because of his travel with this amazing Aliyah to Israel. We can estimate that there were 2 distinct waves of Aliyah, one from Provence specifically in 1209 or 1210, that arrived in time for Purim, Jerusalem, and another one in 1211 that had more rabbis from northern France. Now, we can't take it necessarily exactly at face value. The specifics of this passage in the Shevet Yehuda are fairly known for being strict with the facts. There's some, typical sort of, inflation of numbers, because it's unlikely that there are even 300 Tosafists total that we know of in Europe at this time. So imagine that 300 of them left, and still there were plenty left behind. So these numbers are hard to take, but nevertheless, there's no question that a significant number of leading rabbis all left Europe and made their way to Israel, where they had a significant impact as well. So let's try to understand, why did they leave? So this story has been well known for hundreds of years, and many historians have had a stab at it. If we go sort of chronologically, Samuel Kraus, very important Hungarian historian of the Jewish people, argued, somewhat fancifully perhaps, his thesis was heavily criticized, that the Jews of Provence left to go to Israel specifically to rediscuss the Maimonidean controversy, right? Maimonides was heavily condemned in parts of Europe. Provence was one of the first places where the controversy erupted, and in fact, as a result of the controversy, Maimonides' own books were burned in 1232 at the behest of Jewish communities, but burned by the Dominican friars. Terrible, terrible story. So Dr. Kraus argued that the Provençal scholars all went to Israel to re-argue the Maimonidean controversy, and perhaps even to present apologies to Maimonides at his grave. Kind of an interesting thesis, but hard to really believe, because the Maimonidean controversy did not really get rolling until a little bit later, and maybe he's reading it backwards. Famous scholar Elkan Nathan Adler wrote that, at its time it was really messianism. And although this thesis didn't get a lot of support when he first promulgated it, Dr. Ben Shalom has really investigated further and said there's quite a bit to say about this. So we're going to return to messianism. Ephraim Urbach went to the go-to answer, anti-Semitism, right? When we don't know why something happens, it's either money or, second choice, possibly anti-Semitism. And in fact, there's a lot to rely on at this point. Although the Jews were not expelled from Provence, there was a very abrupt and frightening expulsion in 1182 from other parts of France. And it's not hard to point to many things, the rise of Pope Innocent III, for example, that were indicating that at the beginning of the 13th century, there were a lot of really negative things for Jews and a lot of good reasons to leave Europe. But it doesn't answer the question of why specifically rabbis. I mean, you would think there would be a popular movement, not just rabbis. We'll come back to that. Robert Chazen argued a really good answer, economic discrimination, and he pointed very carefully to some additional anti-Semitic taxes that were laid on the Jewish community in Provence and elsewhere at the beginning of the 13th century. Good reasons to leave, but if you're going to leave, why go to Israel, which was a very, very difficult journey? It was under a completely different political environment. It was threatened by warfare with the Crusades. Many Jews, if it was only economic in nature, they would have chosen perhaps to move to the east. And in fact, we will see a very large movement of Jews to the east a little bit later in this period of time, where it was easier to make a living than it was going to Israel. Finally, Dr. Karnafogel, who wrote the article in 1986, he argued quite simply that it was an expression of piety. It was an expression of engagement with the Talmudic text, which is what the Bali Tosfot were all about, that made them see over and over again how incredibly important it was to make Aliyah, to move to the land of Israel. And that makes a lot of sense, especially when we see how so many of the sources seem to emphasize the fact that this was not a popular movement. This was something that came primarily from those experts in the Talmud, the Bali Tosfot. Just the ongoing connection with the ideas expressed in the Talmud said to these rabbis, you know what? We really should be moved to Israel. And Dr. Karnafogel brings a lot of very, very convincing arguments from the writings of the Bali Tosfot to indicate that, they're moving ineluctably to this religious conclusion. Now, let us just ask one question here. Why Provence? Why specifically that part of the world? Now, it's especially interesting, one of the reasons why I really love Provence is because it was subject to so many different influences. If you look at it here in this map, you can see it's in the south of France, and you have the influences coming in from Spain, over the Pyrenees Mountains, and especially as things begin to heat up for Jews there. First, at the end of the Visigothic period, which would be 6th, 7th centuries, there's a lot of emigration from Spain into Provence. And then, of course, much later, when we get to the Inquisition in the 14th and 15th century, you'll have a lot more Jews coming from Spain and bringing their ideas, and especially their connection with Arabic wisdom and Arabic texts. Let's not forget that some of the greatest classics of this era were written first in Arabic, like Chobos HaLevavos, written in Judeo-Arabic, not written in Hebrew. We rely heavily on the translations that were made largely and say, wow, these are really great ideas. Could you please produce an entire volume of what Rabbeinu Bachya had to say and so on. You also have the influence of the great Ashkenazic centers to the north. A lot of the Bali Tosfot bringing their ideas down, which we discussed. And of course, the influence of the great eagle, Maimonides, that is making his way through the ideas brought to Provence and translated by the Ibn Sibin family and others. All of these ideas are circulating around Provence, creating a new brand of scholar, the so-called Chachmei Provence, the sages of Provence, that brought a very different sensibility to the pressing issues of Judaism and of the human condition writ large. So that's one of the reasons I really love Provence. Now, when we look at our particular issue, the Aliyah of the 300 rabbis from Provence and France, Professor Ben Shalom brings examples of actual correspondence between this great leader, Rabbi Yonatan of Brunel, to Maimonides, such as this example here. And we see that one of the main elements in those conversations is regarding messianism. Rabbi Yonatan of Brunel is especially interested in what Maimonides has to say about a messianic movement that they hear occurred somewhere in the East. And it's interesting, he points out that the scholars of Provence had a pseudo-biography of Maimonides. It was already circulating within Maimonides' lifetime, and it was not an authorized biography and had a lot of incorrect things. But they had placed the Messianic movement in the wrong area. But Maimonides did, in fact, deal with the Messianic movement in Yemen. He wrote about it in his famous Igeres HaTeman, his letter to the Yemenites. And so Maimonides clarified for them, what is Messianism in Judaism? What is its role? How does it work? And so on. It's also very important to point out that there's a lot of other non-Jewish influences that are exerting themselves on the Jews of Provence. There is the possible influence of the success the Crusaders had in 1099, taking Jerusalem, of course, was a great cost to the local population, Muslim and Jewish both. And then later, of course, the fall to Saladin, the collapse of the Crusader endeavor to the Muslims, that also inspired some messianic feeling among Jews, saying, maybe this a harbinger of the eventual Messiah. All of this chaos, this war going on in the land of Israel. And the last thing that's especially important is the fact that Jews are spending a lot of time looking at the calendar. The Anno Mundi calendar, the calendar from creation that Jews follow to this day. It was not the only calendar they followed, but it was, the classically Jewish one. Estimated that the end of the 5th millennium, right, the end of the years 4000 would occur in the year 1240, and a lot of Jews thought that must be the moment when we would have a messianic. So all of these things come together, and they're really exerting tremendous pressure on the sages of Provence, so much so that a large number of them, unlikely that's 300, but nevertheless a large number of rabbinically educated individuals decide to leave Provence and make their way to Latin. This particular aliyah does not survive in large numbers. In the year 1219, less than a decade after they arrive, they find their homes destroyed because the nephew of Saladin, who was in charge of Jerusalem at the time, determines that the best way to protect the city from another Crusader attack would be to ironically destroy the fortified walls so that the Crusaders could not, for example, besiege the city, get inside, and then hold it. The lack of fortified walls would mean that they wouldn't be able to hold it. So he destroyed those walls that specifically protected the French and the Provençal communities. They ended up trying to make space with the local Christian community. They were impoverished by this, and they went into a period of steep decline. This steep decline was partially reversed by the arrival of the great Nachmanides later on in the century, but it was never able to pick up and gather the kind of traction it had in the beginning of the 13th century. Nevertheless, it illustrates in a very powerful way the impact of the Messianic idea in Judaism and its tenacious hold on the Jewish spirit and the millennial draw of Zion, the idea that Jews are always going to look back to the land of Israel as their eternal homeland, and the hope that it will one day be, once again, the seat of Messianic. Okay, I hope you found this useful. It would be great if you took one of the last cabins that we have left. I'm not sure if the ship is totally full at this point, but if you can't join us, I'm looking forward to share with you some of my research and what I see when I'm in Provence later this year. Thank you very much for watching.
My finance guys, my business managers, nobody gives me any flack. Give me this money, I can buy who the fuck I want, all cash. That makes sense. For us, real estate, whatever, you know, real estate, plant that, invest it, I'm not gonna touch it, that's for the kids when they get older. Sell me my money because it invests. No, bitch, what? Sell me my goddamn money. I think we should definitely handle that. Obviously, the card that's coming out this weekend is pretty awesome. It's a good color, ABC.
We're now at the amazing first century amphitheater or arena in Arles, France, which is one of the most phenomenal structures they have. They're dated from the first century. We're going to go inside and have a look at it. It's really amazing. It's used even today for the local kind of bullfights, which are somewhat different from those that are fought in Spain. And I always think of Reish Lakish, the great Talmudic scholar who was originally a gladiator. When I look at this particular building, I get an imagination of what it must have been like to be Reish Lakish in this remarkable, imposing structure. I'll just take a few minutes to place this in Jewish context. Let us recall that in this city we have a very, very ancient Jewish history. Jews arrived in this part of the world around the same time that this very amphitheater was built. As we discussed a couple nights ago, when Judea was reconquered by Vespasian and Titus, according to Josephus, 97,000 Jews were shipped away in boats, primarily to the Italian peninsula to work as slaves. The Colosseum was actually built with Jewish blood and treasure. And it's not at all unreasonable to think that there were Jewish slaves who also contributed to the building of this amphitheater as well, because we have a significant number of legends that refer to Jews being shipped off to 3 cities. You'll recall they were shipped to Lyon, to Arles, and to Bordeaux. So we definitely have a long-standing tradition of Jews being here. Unfortunately, from this very, very early period, we don't have a lot of, specific name Jews like we did in Vienne with Herod Archelaus, but we have the famous Radonite merchants who were based here in the 9th century. And then, of course, we have the period of the Chachmei Provence, the sages of Provence we spoke about on Friday, that were mainly based in Arles. Almost all of them were working in this very city. They would have walked, I don't know if they would have attended games here, but they certainly would have walked past the auditorium. And in this particular setting, I just want to draw your attention to 2 specific facts, and then we're going to move on and think about the rest of the city. First of all, not only would Jews have likely been involved in the construction of this, just think about the might and grandeur of Rome. That, this is the faraway provinces. This is what they called in Latin Jehupitzville. It was really, really far away from the main centers, and nevertheless, at such a distance, at such a reach, they could build these magnificent structures that really broadcast to the world that they were here to stay. It must have been unimaginable for those Jewish slaves having their sovereignty taken away from them, being shipped off to a foreign land, to think they would ever outlast the Roman Empire. And still, we're here enjoying the Roman amphitheater in our history. This is just a testament to Jewish survival that we can be here 2,000 years later and remark upon the eternity of the Jewish people, Netzach Yisrael Lo Yishaker. And in this context, I want to share with you, okay, thank you. In this context, I want to share with you one biography. I'm sure many of you will be very familiar with this great Talmudic scholar because he is quoted hundreds and hundreds of times in the Talmud, but maybe not all of you know his backstory, so let me just take a minute. I'm talking, of course, about Rabbi Shimon ben Lakish, who is known popularly by the acronym Reish Lakish. So Reish Lakish would have been born sometime around the year 200. It was 70 years after the failed Bar Kokhba rebellion, the second major war that the Jews fought with the Romans to try and regain their territory. Horrible devastation afterwards and persecution under Hadrian, and Jewish sovereignty was, simply lost in the distance. Hard to imagine Jews could ever suffer two national defeats like that. First in the Great Revolt that ended in 74, and second with the Bar Kokhba rebellion. So this is a period of time when Jews were definitely a persecuted minority, incredibly impoverished, and Reish Lakish, he was impoverished and he was forced to sell himself into gladiatorial combat. It was a way that you could make a living. You could become a gladiator, a ludator, as it says in the Talmud. The thing is, of course, it's an incredibly dangerous profession, very short-lived profession, because what would go on in here is fights against wild animals for the entertainment of the masses. And by the way, you see here the Roman genius for governing, which is really imitated by all great empires, to give the people huge public works like this, roads, aqueducts, things like that, and also entertainment. Typically lowest common denominator entertainment. Netflix is a good 10 levels up above this. This is maybe a little bit more like Major League Football, maybe. But the idea, sorry about that, but this is what the Romans did to be able to pacify and control large populations. So Reish Lakish was a gladiator for much of his life. He was able to eventually earn enough money that he could buy his own freedom from the games, and then he became a professional highway robber. And the story goes, and it's an amazing story, this is not necessarily good for your shidduch resume, but he was, traveling along the road somewhere in the Galil region, and he saw a beautiful woman bathing in a river. And so, with a remarkable force, showing his great physical prowess, he leaped into the river to accost this young woman. To his surprise, however, it turned out it wasn't a young woman. It was Rabbi Yochanan. And after a few moments of embarrassment, we can imagine, Reish Lakish said, well, I'm sorry about that. Do you happen to have a sister? So Rabbi Yochanan said to him, yes, I do have a sister, and she is even more beautiful than I. By the way, Rabbi Yochanan was famous in the Talmud for being physically beautiful. The Talmud says that when he would reveal his arm, the room would light up with the beauty of his skin. And it also says, by the way, that he was overweight. He was a Baal Basar, so there's hope for some of us. So Rabbi Yochanan said to Reish Lakish, I do have a sister, but there's no way she's going to marry a guy like you. You have to learn Torah. Immediately, Reish Lakish said, I will study Torah. And he ended up completely devoting himself to studying Torah. He was Rabbi Yochanan's lifelong Chavrusa, study partner. There's a lot of stories about their adventures together. It's really quite remarkable. But one last thing, when he decided to study Torah, he found he could not jump out of the river with the same amount of force as he was able to before. And the Rabbi Yochanan said to him, that's because Torah depletes all your energy. All that energy you put into physical power, you no longer have it at your disposal. Now it's all intellectual power. But I want to just tell you one last story about Reish Lakish. We were just speaking about it earlier with Dr. Pollack and I. There's a remarkable Gemara that's not very well known. It's in the Yerushalmi Trumos, Daf Mem Vav Amud Beis, where Rav Asi was kidnapped and taken hostage. Certainly something that we can think about today. And the rabbis were flustered. What are we going to do? The great Rav Asi gets kidnapped. So one of the great rabbis there, Rabbi Yonatan, said, get his funeral shroud ready. Meaning that's it. Rav Asi is dead. Reish Lakish, former gladiator, now in his golden years, he refused to accept that. He says, either I will kill them or they will kill me, but I'm not going to leave him in captivity. And this old rabbi, former gladiator, I don't know, straps on his armor or something, he goes off to accost the kidnappers. And when he's there, he uses his new strength. He convinces them to let Rav Asi go. And then he says to them, listen, you guys did some terrible things in your life. If you want to redeem yourselves, come on back and let's go speak to my Rebbe, my Chabrusa, Rabbi Yochanan. And they say, okay. So they follow the former kidnappers, follow Reish Lakish back to Rabbi Yochanan, and Rabbi Yochanan hears the story, and he says, whatever they intended to do to Rav Asi, that's what we have to do to them. So it ends in a kind of a dark chapter for them. I think it's worth meditating on the lesson of Reish Lakish in our particular moment today and what that might mean for us. But in this particular setting here in Ar, let's remember the fates of those unnamed Jews, thousands of them over the centuries who lived in this place, and reflect on what we can learn from them today. Now, just by way of conclusion, the history of the Jews in Provence has a few really big chapters. There's a period of the Chachmei Provence that we spoke about 2 days ago. Tomorrow we're going to go to the most well-documented medieval period, which looks at the Jews under the papacy, and we're going to visit actual sites, two amazing Jewish ghettos where Jews were allowed to live in Avignon and Carpentras. And then finally, when we get to Lyon, then we'll speak about Jews in the modern era, which is just an amazing chapter as well. With that, I want to thank Katrin and the other guys for giving me a little bit of time. And let's go on.
That's fine. Nobody wants to personal his issue. You could just tighten them a little bit. Like there's a lot of guys that have this agreement and they're not shoving everybody's face and everything's well legit.
I think it's so wonderful that we spent our morning touring that gargantuan, magnificent Palais des Papes, right? What a phenomenal structure, so imposing, and such temporal power exercised over the entire region. And I would like you to just bear that in the back of your mind and think back to probably, I'd say about 95% of people in this room, our own grandparents were not free. I can tell you my Zadis and Bubbies, who lived in the Russian Empire, right up until 1917, we were inozemny, which means we were foreigners. We had some right of residency, but your Russian Empire passport, even if you lived there for 800 years, didn't matter. You were inozemnik, a foreigner, and if necessary, you could be moved around anywhere you wanted. And in fact, that is the Jewish condition for about 2,000 years. The idea that the most basic right of residency was not a right for Jews, it was a privilege which was jealously guarded by those powers that could dole it out. And right here, where we are in Avignon, and where we'll be later in Carpentras, we should recall that we were the guests of the Pope. We were exiled from the rest of France, 1306, and there were 4 communities that they graciously allowed us to live in. And as the rabbi mentioned, the quality of that existence was highly dependent upon the temperament of the individual Pope. If you went through the various centuries, for example, we were forced to wear yellow hats. Men had to wear yellow hats. Women had to wear an article of yellow somewhere on their clothing. And the size of the yellow hat, how much of the hat had to be yellow, depended on the Pope. Some popes would allow us to just wear a little yellow ribbon at the very top of the hat. So very tall people like Mr. Cohen could get away. People wouldn't know he was necessarily Jewish because the yellow tab would be so high. And everything was entirely at their discretion. To please the Pope, if we had things that we could offer them, then we could stay. And if not, there were times when we were simply evicted from our place of residence. This is really gullus. This is something which I never grew up with. I'm sure none of you grew up with. Maybe some of you who were evicted from Muslim lands after the state of Israel was born would notice. But otherwise, we don't have gullus like in our bones. We're Canadians, Americans. We feel like, well, of course, we have as much right to live here as anyone else. Can you imagine what it would be like for yourself, your parents, and Bobbies and Zadies to know that we could simply be evicted at a moment's notice, and it would be well within generational memory. So in that context, take that kind of mindset and imagine what this synagogue must have been like for the Jews of Avignon. Here we are, literally in the shadow of that monstrosity. And no, we are completely dependent on them. But this here, this little space is Kunze. This is where we can have just a moment of shelter, a moment of spiritual sustenance, to rely upon each other, to rely upon our God, to one day deliver us in a distant, perhaps, future, where we'll eventually be able to have freedom, be able to walk the streets knowing that we have every right to be there along with everyone else. So that's how I approach this particular synagogue. Just want to let you know that tonight we're going to spend an hour going over the specifics of why would the Pope want to have us here. Some of it is generous, to be sure. Some of it is self-interested. And some of it was based on a slavery to an ideology in which Jews were kind of like, I can't think of a better word, pets. We were pets. We were like a kind of an interesting species that had to be kept around according to a 5th century doctrine called the doctrine of witness that we'll spend time on. And then, God willing, tomorrow, in the next lecture, we're going to talk about the dramatic change that occurred with the French Revolution, an incredible change that was tectonic in its application that suddenly freed Jews, but freed them for what? What exactly did that new freedom mean, and did we use it appropriately? That's going to be in lecture after tonight. So don't worry too much about all the blinding dates and places and things like that. I'm hoping to place it within context for all of us today. Let's just, at this moment, contemplate what it must have been like to live such a tenuous existence and to have this little space of shelter for ourselves.
This is it. So that last week, Trump was like, hey, let's do a card. They've been working on this for a long time. Yeah, I know for and I gotta say that Dana and Trump's relationship, you're like, okay, these are the two decision makers. And these two guys are such good friends. These guys like text each other like,
Still filled with water.
so let's see that it's gonna get done.
The water was much clearer.
Even Derek Lewis, like he runs this fight. Hey, this game, so I think, hey, it's my buddy Trump. So he's talking about it now. It's like, it's gonna happen. Yeah, it's gonna happen. Yeah, and people upset, like, oh, he's become this MAGA right? It's like, man, they hate to tell you the majority of the fighters and the majority of the fan base, is proud to be American and loves, the UFC and Trump and the American shit. Like, if you think that they have an opinion like this, or your favorite athletes have, right, then on the left, man, I love Virgil. has kind of become one where if you are a heavy patriotic American, we've been pushed into this where it's kind of like, lots of people were independents, some people were Democrats, like whatever, in the middle, like conservatives, whatever. It's like how liberals means you're on the right. So it's like, all right,
I'd just like to maybe take a moment to place your thoughts in the frame of mind to govern in this holy room where so many hundreds of generations have hundreds of generations of Jews have governed. And even though we ourselves come from so far away, both geographically and chronologically, we are still Am Echad, B'Lev Echad. And I think one of the ways you can see that most obviously is to think about what were the values of the people in this shul. Like when push came to shove, what did the Jews of Carpentah really believe? Anyone know where you would find that in this room? Very good. What are we seeing over here? These are collection boxes. Look at what they're giving their money to. Because that's a way of seeing, people put their money down. What do you think? So it says here, Kupas Sfas. Why Sfas? Why not Yerushalayim? Well, they do actually have Yerushalayim as well, but why Sfas? So Sfas was an amazing town, of course, in northern Israel. It had an incredible explosion of spiritual activity in the 1500s. That was a period of time when Rabbi Yosef Karo lived there, Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, the Arizal came from Egypt to be in Sfas to learn with the Rabbi Moshe Cordovero, the Al-Sheikh. It was a period of phenomenal, exciting spiritual development, and then it came crashing to an end with a series of earthquakes and plagues. And so, even though it had reached such tremendous spiritual heights, so even though it reached such extreme heights of spirituality in the 1500s, it went into a steep period of decline right after. And one of the most important people who visited Carpentah regularly and who collected money for them was none other than the Fidah, Reb Chaim Yosef David Azulai, very prolific author who traveled around the world going to different communities to collect for Tzfas, for Yerushalayim, and for Hebron. So we see that the Jews of Carpentah were just as mamish connected to the Jews of Israel as we are today. We also connect ourselves through donations. That's what they did here in Carpentah. When they were at their wealthiest, having built this magnificent structure, that's when they remembered the poorest, the Jews of Tzfat, who were under such tremendous duress. That's excellent. You can see here on the other side they have the Ma'or Beit HaKnesset, right, for lights in the Beit HaKnesset. We say a bracha every Shabbos. Even today in our shul, we say a special bracha for the people who buy what it takes to light the shul, the electric bill. Back then, of course, it would have been oil for lights and for Havdalah and things, or they buy the wine for Havdalah and things like that. So we also share those values. The Taharim and the Tabirin, they had a Chevra Kedusha who took care of making sure that people received a proper, kosher, dignified burial. We also care deeply about that. La'aniyim mehakahal, they cared about poor people inside the community, and although Jews have achieved tremendous wealth over hundreds of years in particular, it's unfortunately a well-known secret that about 20% of Jews, even in New York, live below the poverty line. One of the things that we have been very good at as a community is reaching into our own pockets to support those in our community so they do not constantly drag on the outside world. And that's very significant for the Jews of Carpentah as well. And finally, Ma'aseh HaTzedakah Shalem, just any kind of act of tzedakah, that we may not know exactly where we want to give our money, we want to do chesed. And so in that context, as we're about to daven Mincha here, which is our offering through Hashem, that runs straight through Carpentah, runs straight through Cairo, went straight through Grenada, it goes all the way back to Yerushalayim, HaKodesh, and let's hope that with our tefillos we can be a Meili Tefillah for all of our brethren and sisters in the land of Israel. Right?
He goes, we'll bring the best UFC card you've ever seen.
charge $500 for the you have left wants the list, right wants the list. It's like everyone who's not on it wants the list, and the left like, dude, watch here's the White House, because after, fight whatever after, they're gonna announce the fucking list. Yeah, and the only people that there's a tiny group of people who don't want it, they just happen to be the most powerful people in the world, which is why, we're still not seeing again the people, it's like the people who are on it, and then the people who have the leverage. Because that's the thing, the second that you announce the names, all the leverage that you've accumulated, by building all these crews is gone. Yeah, it's part of their fault, part of the Trump's cabinet's fault, because how long have we been told there's a list? From them, so from the very jump, if Trump and his team is like, hey, there's no fucking list. Like, if the trust me, if there was, we release it. But that's not what they said. As soon as we get into power, we release the list, release the JFK files, right? And then Pam Bondi was like, I love this, I like this. J.D. Vance is CEO going, I'd love to see the list. So everyone's talking about this list. And then all of a sudden, Trump was, you guys still talking about that? There's nothing there. It's like, you've told us for how long, how many months now that there's a list? Yeah, does that make sense? Does that make sense? And Pam Bondi, like, everybody's talking about it. She's like, okay, listen like this. He's like, just go back one step before that. She had a bunch of influencers come to DC and hand them binders that said Epstein files phase 1. Hey, there's a phase 1, there's obviously phase 2, and then they open it to all the flight logs and stuff, and it was like, everyone's like, we already know all about this, now don't worry, there's a lot more coming out. We have 10,000 hours of videos of like kids getting assaulted. There's nothing to say, like, never mind, they're like, there's some vendors that we can see a long time at the Trump detractors and the Trump people that were making the calls on the ground. And they all got together and we all agree, listen, we hate each other. We all agree, this can't get out. And they were, yep, cool. Right, let's go back to hating each other. Yeah, they're like, because they're like, Trump's on it. And we're like, no, we don't think so, but we think that guy's on it. So there's the one thing to do. Release it all. How dope would that be for the YouTube? Like, that'd be amazing. It gives them a little bit of leeway. We're like, all right.
One of the things that many students wonder about the Talmud is why exactly does it begin on page 2? In fact, every single tractate of the Babylonian Talmud begins with that familiar base in the upper left-hand corner. The obvious question is, why doesn't it start with page 1? So there are lots of fanciful and kind of homiletic answers that are in many ways really quite appealing and fascinating, but the truth is quite a bit more prosaic, and it dates back to the origins of printing in the 15th century. Of course, the Talmud itself was originally an oral document, then moving into a manuscript culture was written down, often as very beautiful works of art. Like, have a look at this late 13th century Spanish handwritten Talmud. It was just gorgeous. But when we get to the 15th century, there's this Gutenberg revolution with the invention of movable type and the printing press. All of a sudden, these extremely expensive manuscripts, which were typically, a yeshiva or a study circle would own maybe 1, 2, 3 copies of certain tractates. To own the entire Talmud was an amazingly expensive investment. But with the advent of printing, all of a sudden it became possible for communities to possess the entire Talmud. So this was a huge change, and it really revolutionized the study of the Talmud and greatly expanded the number of students who were studying it. But printing was in its infancy, and there were many conventions which were not accepted right away, and one of those was basically page numbers. The first major printers of the Talmud were the Italian Sonsino family, who produced some absolutely gorgeous editions of the Talmud, but they were kind of working their way through it, trying to figure out, how do we deal with these things, such as pagination? If you have a look, just as a small aside, here's a beautiful copy of the 15th century printing of Aesop's Fables, which the Sonsino family thought looked really great. This is the title page, so they actually adapted it with very minor changes for the opening of Tractate Chulin. You can even see the lines where the original had to be cut and then pasted in because, of course, Hebrew is read left to right and they had to orient the page appropriately for the binding. But when they laid out their first Talmud, they did not think to include page numbers. Among other problems that arose as a result of this omission was the fact that people didn't know if a tractate was complete. I mean, what happened if some of the pages or some of the signatures of pages were missing? So what the printers evolved was they started adding at the bottom of each column of text a couple of words that connected to the following page so that as you were studying the text, you could see, there's nothing missing between what I finished at the bottom of this column until I began the next column. And that's a convention which is retained in today's Vilna Shas and more modern printings of the Talmud often as well. And then eventually they said, you know what, why don't we just add page numbers as well? And that's how we get to our curtain pagination system, which numbers actually folios, that is both sides of one page, with the recto, the first page known as Amud Aleph, and then the verso, the other side known as Amud Beit. And that's the convention we follow today. Where was page 1? Page 1 was the title page, because when you would actually get the book of Talmud, the first page would be the Shar block, the opening page, which often has some beautiful artwork, like the classic Vilna Shas that has the pillars and the gates and the lions and the curtains and things like that. That was such an evocative image that has been retained for the last 200 years as symbolic of the entry into the world of Talmud. Okay, thank you very much for listening.
That's it, dude. I'm like, I mean, listen, I can understand it's more to the story now. Do you think? Or is that you think that I have there was more to the story, but I don't know what it is. And let's say that was all that there is, but you know, not playing at the end of the day, you're gonna kick him off the team. So I would assume that created a fracture in the team where they're like, hey, there's too much drama, we gotta get rid of him. And then Nick around his brother's like, hold up. Yeah, the fuck you.
Today's Dash contains 2 references to converts, which just give a tantalizing little glimpse into what life was like for Jews in the Sasanian period when the Talmud was written around the period of the late 3rd and early 4th centuries. The first reference, of course, is in the Gemara itself. There's the Hahik Yorta, a certain convert that is in the era of Shmuel. This was probably during the reign of the famous king Shapur I, also known as Shvur Malka in much of the text. And he was a king that appears actually with some frequency in the Talmud, and he had a relatively expansive policy with regards to non-Zoroastrians in his empire. He wanted to be as inclusive as possible as the empire was expanding. Later, there would be a crackdown on non-Zoroastrians, which appears significantly throughout the Talmud. But during this time, there was more tolerance and acceptance of the idea of converting to Judaism. Very brief-lived period. It would ironically also be present in the era of a successor, not an immediate successor, but Shapur II with the same name that was associated especially with Rava and the town of Mechoza. So the first reference that we have today refers to this Hahik Yorta, the fact that there was such a convert in the era of Shmuel, which is in itself interesting. Second passage is really fascinating. There's a Rabbi Mari Bar Rachel, who stands out as an unusual character. First of all, the obvious thing is, why is he named after his mother, Rachel, when the overwhelming consensus is that rabbis are named after their fathers in the Talmud, as is the general practice. So there's a controversy between Rashi and Tosfos elsewhere in Talmud as to whether or not there is one person by this name or several people by this name. According to Rashi's opinion, however, the story was that Rachel was the daughter of Shmuel, also mentioned on the daf today, who unfortunately was kidnapped, and while she was kidnapped, she had relations with this improbably named non-Jew named Isur. The name Isur means prohibition, but that's quite likely his actual name. At any rate, she became pregnant and she gave birth eventually to Mari. Now, fascinatingly, Isur was quite taken with his encounter with Judaism through his partner Rachel, and ultimately ended up converting himself and becoming an Adam Gadol, a great Talmudic scholar in his own right. Fascinating kind of story. And his grandchildren included Mar Zutra, one of the great figures of the Talmud as well. So it's a fascinating kind of story of how the lives of Sassanians and Jews interacted during the period of the Talmud. Okay, thank you very much for listening.
So that's what I'm saying. So he's holding his black belt. He's like, I've achieved my black belt for 3.5 years. And yeah, and like obviously the whole entire community.
One of the most important scholars of the late first.
Here's the thing: if you know Jiu-Jitsu, you look at this picture and you're like, these are all guys from different academies, and they're all wearing his shirt, different opinions, different.
And early 2nd century was Rabbi Yossi Haglili. He belongs to the group of scholars known as Tanaim, singular Tana, which refers to scholars who primarily are associated with the Mishnah, which is the core text of the Talmud as a whole. We will have much opportunity to speak about many other Tanaim, God willing, in the course of these lectures, these small lectures. But for the time being, let's focus on Rabbi Yossi Haglili himself. As the name implies, he came from the Galil region, from the Galilee, which is in the north of Israel. Typically speaking, one only gets an appellation at the end of one's name associated with a place if one is no longer in that place. So, for example, I come from Canada, and I live in New York. No one would call me Henry the New Yorker because everybody here is a New Yorker. They might call me Henry the Canuck, though, because I come from Canada. I would only get that name, though, living in New York. I would not get it in Canada because everyone there would be a Canuck. So Yossi Haglili indicates that he was principally known in a place other than the Galil, and in fact that place was Yavne. Yavne was one of the most important centers of Jewish thought, particularly in the first few decades after the destruction of the temple. This is the place that the great Rabbi Yochanan ben Zakkai asked of Vespasian, later to become emperor of Rome, "Tell me Yavne v'chachameha, give me the town of Yavne and its sages." When this request was acceded to by the general later to become emperor, this was an extremely important foundation for the continuity of Jewish thought over the ages. So Rabbi Yossi Haglili migrated from the northern region, from the Galil, down to the central coastal town of Yavne. The term Glili may have a slightly ironic twist to it as well, as in most places of human settlement, we tend to regard people from other regions as having various characteristics, sometimes better than ours, and quite often more negative than ours. In the case of the Galileans, the reputation in ancient Israel was that people from the Galil were of less than average intelligence. For example, when Rabbi Yossi Haglili encounters Luria, the wife of Rabbi Meir, and she calls him a stupid Galilean, and she corrects him in a very harsh way with regard to the way that he was speaking with her, which is a fascinating thing. Maybe we'll get to it in another class. But at any rate, the term Rabbi Yossi Haglili may have been a little bit of an ironic comment, meaning that, he comes from the Galil, but he's an incredibly intelligent person. He came to Yavne already as an established scholar and really quite well versed in the rabbinic teachings, but he presented himself with tremendous humility as a student to many of the great rabbis there, including Rabbi Tarfon and Rabbi Akiva. Within very short order, however, Rabbi Yossi's genius became known, and in fact, on many occasions, he even bested Rabbi Akiva in argument and was widely regarded as his equal, which is an amazing thing to say because Akiva ben Yosef was certainly one of the greatest scholars of that age, and for Rabbi Yossi to be his equivalent was really quite significant. Unfortunately, Rabbi Yossi did not enjoy a harmonious home life. He was married to a woman, and their marriage was not a healthy and happy one. He found himself, however, hard-pressed to divorce her because he could not afford the ketubah, the large monetary payment that would be due under those circumstances. Another rabbi generously helped him, and he was able to divorce his wife. And this is all an interesting story, but what's really fascinating, I think, revelatory about Rabbi Yossi's character, is that she remarried, and unfortunately, that second marriage was even worse than her marriage to Rabbi Yossi Aglili. They were frequently known to be arguing with each other and having great disputes, and they fell into penury as well. Rabbi Yossi Aglili, when he heard that his ex-wife was doing poorly with her new husband, he actually undertook to support them financially so that they would have a more comfortable life, even though, he had already severed ties with her as his ex-wife. A fascinating insight into his character. Rabbi Yossi Aglili was also known as a miracle worker, and right up until the 10th century, his name was frequently invoked in folk prayers of Jews throughout Europe. A tomb is associated with Rabbi Yossi Aglili in northern Israel, just north of Tzfat, in the town of Dalton, small moshav there. And I have to share one small private thing, personal thing. When I was a young child, my parents and I used to travel south to Toronto to attend the big Passover Seder that was hosted by my Aunt Enid, Aleh Shalom. And she used to let us all have these paper Haggadahs, usually printed by Maxwell House, these kind of not very expensive things you get from the supermarket. And Rabbi Yossi Aglili, of course, is prominently mentioned in the Haggadah, but in the English translation, his name is spelled with a J, J-O-S-E, the Galilean. So I and my cousins, with our puerile humor, used to refer to him as Jose Aglili, the world's first Hispanic rabbi. Anyways, I hope you have an amazing time learning this stuff. Take care.
Sure, dude, it's a 10-year journey. It's like, no, it's not. Jake, Gordon, fucking whoever else is there, over, Frank, there, come here, dudes. Just come here, money, exactly. But for those who aren't there, dude, get your fucking money, of course, get your money. The thing is, too, that, the way that it played out, so he posted that, and my take immediately was like, who gave him his black belt? Because it was before I knew Jake. And
starting this Shabbos, I'm going to be giving a new series of lectures at my synagogue on the phenomenal work known as the Mesilas Yesharim. It's an incredibly important 18th century classic of Jewish thought, and I have so many students out there on the internet that I feel badly I won't be able to share this with you because these will, of course, not be recording on Shabbat. So I thought what I would do is I would record 12 short lectures on Mesilas Yesharim that will go over the gist of what we're going to be talking about, and hopefully, you'll be able to appreciate this book as much as I do, and hope that I can infect you with some of my enthusiasm for this tremendous classic, and I hope that you will go on to study it in environments closer to where you live. So let's start today's lecture by talking about what exactly is Mesilas Yesharim. The short answer is it's a book published in Amsterdam in the first half of the 18th century by a very important Italian rabbi named Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto. It basically builds on a statement in the Talmud, a teaching of Rabbi Pinchas ben Yair, who describes a series of levels of self-development from the very first level, which essentially is the recognition of one's place in the world, one's obligation in the world, through stages like caution or watchfulness, through alacrity, through cleanliness, and of course each of these stages has a meaning, until finally you get to the highest level, which is holiness, which is a really amazing level. It was a turning point in Jewish literary history and became an immediate classic across the Jewish spectrum, with approbations from the most amazing sectors of Jewish thought. For example, the author is regarded as a tremendous hero
to the Maskilim, that is to those proponents of the Jewish Enlightenment of the 18th century and 19th century, who argued that Jews should become more modernizing. The reason for this is not only Mesilas Yesharim, but really many of the author's other works, in particular his dramatic works, the Yesharim Tehillah, for example, Migdal Oz, the beautiful plays that he wrote really in an Italianate style, but written in Hebrew. It also received quite a reception among the early Hasidim in the 18th century, in the Maggid Mezrich and his circle read Mesilas Yesharim and other works of the author. And finally, in the Talmudic world, in the yeshiva world, tremendous enthusiasm for this work in particular, which is remarkable because he was so excoriated during his lifetime. It's hard to imagine a person as controversial as Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto in the 18th century. Bans were placed on him personally, on his books, and in fact those bans extended to those who would read his books even today, and they've been largely ignored because the work is such a tremendous classic, completely overwhelms any opposition that may have come about from any quarter whatsoever. This is one of the amazing things about this particular book, and I'm very excited to share it with you. It is a book that I regard personally as deeply meaningful. I've read it actually many times, and I have ambition to go through it many more times as well, because I find I get more out of it every time I review it. We are quite fortunate to benefit from a lot of great scholarship that has been produced on the life of the Ramchal, beginning in the 1930s when Dr. Ginsburg published a very important biography, and also, more importantly, published the collected correspondence of the Ramchal, a 2-volume work that was earth-shattering because it went through all of the controversy of his life, his personal correspondence with his own teachers and with his opponents. It really gives us a great overview of his work. That's been updated significantly, especially by the work of Rabbi Sheva Karlebach, who wrote a very important biography of his main detractor, Rabbi Moshe Chagiz, about whom we will have the opportunity to speak momentarily. Finally, in the last couple of decades, there have been some very important bibliographic and biographic research that's come out. Joel Hanzel in Israel published a very important French language biography of the Ramchal. Jonathan Gard more recently published Hebrew language. There's the work of Rabbi Shikri and Nachon Ramchal that's published new editions of the Ramchal's works, opening them up for tremendous scholarly inquiry. And most recently, the dissertation by David Sklar, currently at Harvard, that's going to be a much anticipated biography. I can't wait until that comes out. At any rate, fascinating research has been done on the Ramchal. I'm hoping to catch you up with some of those things over the course of this and the following 11 lectures that are projected in the series. One of the reasons why this research is so important is because it's very difficult to understand the Mesilas Yesharim properly without a broad understanding of the Ramchal's work and the Ramchal's lifetime, because much of what he wrote about is really a reflection of what he experienced. I'm hoping to demonstrate that over the course of the next 2 lectures. That does not mean to say that people can't go into the Mesilas Yesharim cold and get a tremendous amount out of it. That's certainly true. And in fact, that's the way the vast majority of readers appreciate Mesilas Yesharim, is because they approach it without any background information. But I'm here to tell you that having done it that way, and having done it with the historical context, it's way better with the historical context. So let's get right into the material. First of all, the title is rather strange. Mesilas Yesharim. It translates as the path of the Yasharim. Yashar means to be straight, to be straightforward. And it can be understood as being honest or upright or perhaps righteous. So you'll see translations in English like the path of the just, the path of the righteous, and these things are all very true. It's somewhat problematic, though. It's not an outright borrowing from a verse, for example, in the Torah. And what exactly does this phrase upright or the upright ones mean exactly?
It's also easy to confuse it with another book in the Musar tradition, the Jewish ethical tradition, called ROTHSCHILD, which is also translated as the pathways of the righteous ones. So these texts are often quite a bit confused, and we still don't have a really good handle on what the title means. Basically, the word path, though, clearly is a reference to the teaching of Rabbi Ben Yair, who describes this, series of stages of development that you have to go through to achieve holiness. And it's perhaps one of the first works of Jewish bibliotherapy. When you're thinking about how can I develop as a human being, how do I develop my personality and my caricature and my character and my interpersonal relations is very important for that, and this is a path towards that. But the phrase Yesharim, of the upright, does that mean the path of those who go straight? Does it mean the path of those who are honest? We have lots of other words for that. Fascinating theory by one of the early studies of one period of the Ramchal's life by a Dr. Meyer, who was a librarian in Amsterdam. He published this immediately after the war, World War II. And he argued that, in fact, the term Yesharim may be a reference to the family that supported the Ramchal after the controversial period in his life, that gave him support in Amsterdam, that acted as his patron and made sure that he had a livelihood and one of honor, and their name was Dishavez, which might have been pronounced in Amsterdam Dishaveh, not exactly sure. If anyone out there knows Dutch, maybe you can help me with this. But based on the fact that the Ramchal also wrote a wedding tribute to a member of that family and called it La Yesharim Tehillah, which means praise for the Yesharim, it might be, says Dr. Meyer, that Mesilat Yesharim is also kind of like an oblique homage to this family that helped him so much. There's a little bit of an onomatopoeia there, like Yesharim, Dishaveh, Mesilat, Dishaveh, that kind of idea. Interesting, fascinating. No one will know for sure, but nevertheless, this is something we're thinking about. So who was the Ramchal himself? Fascinating individual. He was born in Padua, Italy, a fairly small town within the orbit of nearby Venice. It was a university town, and in fact it was rather rare among the university towns in that they actually admitted Jewish students. Several of the members of Ramchal's, by the way, that's the Ramchal stands for Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, Ramchal, Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, and so I may occasionally refer to him simply by the acronym Ramchal. Anyway, several of the members of Ramchal's personal study circle were actually students at the University of Padua, and Ramchal himself actually studied at the university. There's interesting to see student records. We don't know his grades, but we do know that he attended classes there as well. He was broadly educated in several languages, including Italian, Latin, Greek. One of his first works, actually something he wrote when he was 17 years old, was a book on Hebrew rhetoric. In many ways, the first of its kind in Jewish history. He wrote a book on how to speak. I'm really interested. I studied it, and I'm fascinated with the idea. Maybe I should use it as a textbook for the public speaking class we offer here at Sherrill College. That would be so much fun, bringing the Ramchal back to life, actually in a fundamentals of speech class. But I'm getting off topic. At any rate, he was a child prodigy, genius, and he was especially attracted to Kabbalah. He was especially attracted to the mystical teachings of Judaism. In fact, more than anything else, the Ramchal was a mystical. He was someone who studied Kabbalah. That's when the vast majority of writings, the ones that are extant and most likely the ones that have disappeared, were on Kabbalah. And many of the other things for which he is famous, including his dramas, including his poetry, including his ethical works, they pale in comparison to the importance of Kabbalistic study for him. Some of the most fascinating commentaries on his ethical works, however, really reflect back on the underpinnings of Kabbalistic thought that subtly infuse the text with mystical meaning.
At any rate, he acquired a small circle of followers, very, very dedicated followers, who would gather with him and were engaged in a private study of Kabbalistic texts, in particular the Zohar. It's a fascinating society that is modeled in many ways on the circle that surrounded the Ari in Sfat, and before that, Rabbi Shimon Bar Yochai in Israel. A small circle of disciples that were engaged in very, very deep study of these esoteric texts, and as they stated in their membership rules, they did this exclusively for the benefit of the Shekhinah, of the divine presence of God alone. It was not to accrue to their own benefit in any way. One of the most bizarre things, however, relating to this private study group was the visit of a Magi. Now, this happened when the Ramchal was in his early 20s, and he described it to his students after some time. Other people, including emissaries from Israel, actually visited the Ramchal and observed this phenomenon. It's a rather bizarre story. And basically, what started happening to the Ramchal is he would receive these visitations from some kind of angelic being who would then introduce him to many secrets of Torah, which he would then reiterate to his students or engage in feverish writing, often in Aramaic, where he would record a phenomenal amount of material within a ridiculously short space of time. And his disciples were completely entranced with this. It would, of course, get him into some controversy because many felt that this visitation certainly was not a normal kind of thing to happen, even to great, great scholars, but it was not at all unknown. In fact, there is a long tradition of these Magidian visiting scholars of exceptional holiness, but to visit such a young man, such a young age, seemed like very implausible. And even the staunchest defender of the Ramchal in the ensuing controversy, someone who is, in my humble opinion, deserving of a full-length biography on his own, because, you know, what a tremendous role model for a teacher he was. That is Rabbi Yeshayahu Bassan, who vigorously defended his student against all opposition. But privately, we know from the correspondence, he would write to him and say, you know, what you're describing is highly unusual, and are you sure? And, you know, expressing a little bit of doubt and skepticism with his student in their many exchanges. But nevertheless, that's only privately between the two of them. To the outside world, he was totally behind the Ramchal and broke no compromise whatsoever with the many unfair attacks on his personality. At any rate, one of the Ramchal students, Yekusiel Gordon, sent a letter, most likely with the knowledge of the Ramchal, out to several rabbis, telling them what he had seen, what was going on in Padua, and inviting them to learn more about it, perhaps come visit and see the Ramchal, because it was a truly amazing thing. Word got out, however, to a Rabbi Moshe Hagiz, who was something of a firebrand, who had made his career up until this point specifically attacking people who were suspected of being followers of the disgraced false messiah, Shabtai Tzvi. I've lectured about Shabtai Tzvi elsewhere, and so I won't go into great length here, but very briefly, Shabtai Tzvi was a claimant to the title of Messiah, the Jewish Mashiach, and in the 17th century, he marshaled actually tens of thousands of supporters to follow him to Israel, where he would proclaim the beginning of the Messianic era. He went to visit the leader of the Ottoman Empire to take Jerusalem back from them, but the Ottoman Empire refused, of course, and suggested that if he would not convert to Islam, they would simply have him killed. So, much to the chagrin and disappointment of his followers, Shabtai Tzvi did, in fact, convert to Islam, and his movement was decimated. And Jews went back, often penniless, because they had sold all of their belongings in anticipation of the Messianic era, and it was a huge debacle for the entire continent. So Rabbi Moshe Hagiz was one of several rabbis who were essentially kind of like thought police that would rigorously examine any publications or any public speeches of controversial rabbis and would frankly attack them quite often correctly as being followers of Shabbat Tzvi, but also, unfortunately, also incorrectly. And in fact, Rav Moshe Gagiz was persona non grata in Amsterdam. He had actually been evicted from that city for intellectual rabble-rousing of this nature. At any rate, Rav Moshe Gagiz heard about this. This is, by the way, the tremendous biography by Professor Elisheva Karlebach on this called The Pursuit of Heresy. And there are 2 chapters devoted to the Ramchal there. And Rav Moshe Gagiz wrote to the rabbis of Venice, not to the rabbis of Padua, which is an interesting thing in itself, and said that, hey, you've got this kid there, and he is probably a follower of Shabtai Tzvi. He has been reporting, these illuminations, these visitations from angelic beings and things like that. And besides that, he said he's almost 23 years old yet, and he's not married. What is wrong with this guy? Right, that was something like, obviously, 23 was too old to be single at that time. And he also preferred not to grow a beard, which is considered also, unusual for a rabbi to, especially one who was at such a high level that he was receiving these visitations. The rabbis of Venice got involved. Rabbi Bassan, one of the teachers of the Ramchal, defended him. But ultimately what happened was that the rabbis of Venice prevailed, and they forced Rabbi Lutzato to sign a humiliating oath that he would not engage in public teaching of Kabbalah anymore, that he had to wait till he was 40, and this is something that could only happen in the land of Israel. Prophecy is associated more with Israel, of course, than any other land in the diaspora. And he was required to turn over all of his writings to Rabbi Bassan for safekeeping. He was specifically enjoined not to write in Aramaic, and there were different things going on with the restrictions. So it's humiliating, but but what was resolved at any rate, that he was not a follower of Shabtai Tzvi. We do know from the correspondence with him and his teacher that, in fact, he had read the works of, for example, Nathan of Gaza, one of the most important followers of Shabtai Tzvi. But when criticized for this, he said to his teacher, quoting the Talmud, "I eat the fruit and throw away the peel." Meaning, I may have been exposed to these books. Yes, I've read them, but what's ridiculous about them, I totally ignore. What may have value, I actually retain. Rabbi Bassan, of course, did not emphasize this in his defense of the Ramchal, but nevertheless, we know that he was aware of these ideas. The controversy settled down for a little while, and the Ramchal actually married. He was able to have a son. After about 5 years, he decided, he really wants to start publishing again. So he decided he was going to leave Padua and go to Amsterdam. Again, much more hospitable environment for intellectual inquiry in general, and also a center of Jewish publishing. It's also evident that the Sato family, which was essentially a well-to-do mercantile family, were having some difficulty making ends meet. There was a general recession in Padua at that time, and so many of the members were by his younger brother. When Rabbi Hagiz heard that, in fact, the Ramchal, who he had prosecuted and persecuted some years back, was intending to go to Amsterdam and there to publish his works, even within the context of the ban. He would not write in Aramaic, he would write in Hebrew, things like that. He would not be publicly disseminating Kabbalah. Rabbi Hagiz renewed his attack on the Ramchal, but this time he did it quite differently. He did it a little bit more of a covert fashion, and he coordinated a massive number of rabbis who would sign on to a ban against the Ramchal, and he communicated with the rabbis of Frankfurt that was en route to Amsterdam from Padua, such that when the Ramchal's family endured one of the most brutal winter crossings of the Alps, making their way up through Germany into Austria, and stopped in Frankfurt, they were arrested. And the Ramchal was brought before the Beit Din of Frankfurt and queried as to his religious bona fides. Now, what's fascinating about this at this point is that there was no more question of his being a secret Sabbatean, but there was his, his questions of his innovations, his, new ideas. He was arrested in Frankfurt. The whole controversy was revived once again, now 5 years after the original controversy. Rabbi Bassan came in, and this time he came in, with both barrels firing because this was ridiculous. He was being held, and unfortunately, it went the same way in the end. The Ramchal was forced to sign another one of these humiliating oaths that no, he was not involved in any kind of this negative activity. He would not teach Kabbalah publicly. He would not write in Aramaic, and so on. And he recanted any possible connection with any beliefs that may have been heterodox, and so on. And he was allowed to go on his way. One of the fascinating elements of this particular period is that the Ramchal, after defending himself as best he could, was then mekabel b'din, meaning he accepted the decision of the Beit Din, just like he had in Padua, and it shows a phenomenal restraint, phenomenal strength of character to be able to withstand such oaths. It's interesting, we'll get to it later when we get to the section on chapter 11 on cleanliness, but the Vilna Gaon famously once said that when he read the Mesilas Yesharim, he noted that there was not a single word out of place in the entire book until chapter 11. It's my humble contention that I know exactly which word he was referring to, and it had to do with this second period, the second persecution period in which happened. At any rate, he was forced to hand over his writings once again. The rabbi there in Frankfurt was given the authority to examine them, and his decision was that he would burn some of them as heretical works, and the rest he would bury in a secret location where they would molder away and be lost forever, as they have been. So what happens next is the Ramchal goes on to Amsterdam, and as I mentioned, he was received with great honor and support from the Portuguese community, who gave him a position in the yeshiva. His thoughts are mentioned in the decisions of the Beit Din in Amsterdam, and he received a quite large salary for his activity teaching in Amsterdam, of course not teaching Kabbalah publicly, and it is at the height of his comfort and repose in Amsterdam that he composes some of his greatest works, among them the Mesilas Yesharim. After a few years in Amsterdam, he decides that his life goal is to really go to Israel, and then at the age of 40, he can once again be free to teach Kabbalah publicly. So he and his wife put their affairs in order. We actually have documents of him, speaking with his executors and taking care of whatever property is left behind in Amsterdam. And he makes his way to Israel, preparing to, enter into what promises to be a new phase of his literary, intellectual, and religious activity. Unfortunately, we received note shortly thereafter that he and his wife and his young son are all killed in a plague that swept through the land at that time. This is a period of plagues that have really been going on in Israel since the 16th century, and he dies shy of his 40th birthday, and the world is bereft of his future teachings. But we have a surprise in the 20th century. Amazingly, hidden in the Moscow archives of the Ginsburg collection, in the 1990s, a new version of Mesilas Yesharim was discovered. This just sets the entire scholarly world and the followers of the Ramchal on fire. The Ramchal apparently wrote an earlier version of Mesilas Yesharim. This is an earth-shattering thing, and it's actually quite different from the version that was ultimately published. Now, before I talk about this new version that was discovered and what it means, let me just explain that the fact is the editio princeps, meaning the first printing of the Mesilas Yesharim happened during the author's lifetime, so we have to assume it was authorized. We have to assume that the Ramchal was aware of its contents and was accepting that this is the version he wants to be distributed. There are quite a few typos in that first version, and later clumsy attempts to correct those typos, including new typos. So with the discovery of this version, which is, by the way, written in the Ramchal's own hand, it's his own handwriting, we were able to correct. When I say we, I mean the scholarly world as a whole. I had nothing to do with it, but I love thinking of myself as being in their company, so I'll say we. Kind of like the royal we, I guess. At any rate, the Editio Princeps, the first printed edition, is authoritative. And in fact, if you compare the two versions, they're probably about 90% the same. There are two huge differences, however. One is that the first version is written in a dialogue form between two individuals, one called the Chacham and one called the Chassid. And it has the feeling of a drama. If you've studied Platonic dialogues, it's a lot like that, where the Chassid will actually dominate the discussion. That's sort of like the Ramchal's voice. And the Chacham will eventually recede until he's basically just like a foil. He asks a very quick question, and then you have a long answer, and then another quick question. But the beginning is really quite dramatic and quite telling. Basically what happens in the beginning is there's this Chacham, and he is, to use kind of like 21st century terms, he's kind of like a modern Orthodox Jew. It's not exactly, but he's kind of like well-rounded. He's interested in the sciences. He has a broad appreciation of culture and things like that. And he wonders to himself, though, what is it with these Haredim, with these ultra-Orthodox, the so-called Hasidim in Israel? Obviously, the term Hasid is pre-Baal Shem Tov, so you can't use, or contemporary with the Baal Shem Tov, so he didn't mean in the sense of like the Eastern European Hasidim, like Chabad and Satmar and things like that. But he's a Chassid in the sense of being pious. And he wonders, like, what do they do with their time all day? How can they spend their entire life just focused on what seems to be such obvious stuff? So one day he sees across the room a friend like from high school. He hasn't seen him in many years, and he's flipped out. He's become a chassid, and he goes over to him and says, "Wow, so nice to see you. It's been so many years." And they start talking. He says, "Listen, I really wanted to know what you do with your time. What is this with all these Tehillim you say? And why do you focus on these little books over and over again? Don't you want to study the broader world of Torah, the broader world of science, and nature, literature, all kinds of stuff like that, astronomy?" And the book is basically a discussion between these two figures. Fascinating. That's one of the most important differences. The other important difference, which I'm not going to go into great detail now, but in the next few classes hopefully will. And this is something that scholars are still debating what exactly is going on. But Dr. Sklar has an interesting thesis that the first version of Mesilas Yesharim was actually the Ramchal's preferred version, and it was rejected by the publishers, or more likely rejected by the underwriters. Why would it be rejected? I mean, who rejects the Ramchal's work? Let's remember, this is the 18th century. He's just coming off a continent-wide controversy. He's keeping his head down, not getting into trouble, and there's certainly no obvious Kabbalah in this book and so on. But Dr. Sklar argues, I think very effectively, that the reason why it was transformed is because the underwriters said, "Hey, wait a second, we're reading this material, and we're seeing caricatures of your opponents in it." In other words, some of the characterizations of the negative portraits of people who are arrogant, people who are balei machlokas, who stir up trouble, things like that, we see their characters right here in the text. There are some almost physical depictions of people who are so full of themselves they walk heel to toe very slowly, like nothing can move them. And Dr. Sklar argues that the underwriters said, "You know what, you can't publish this. You're just going to open up that whole can of worms again." And that may be why the Ramchal said, "Okay, fine, so I'll edit it." It didn't take a lot to edit it because he basically removed the first couple chapters, and changed it from a dialogue to a prose version, a thematic version. But anyway, that's what we have today. Those are the two versions of the Messiah Shire that are with us today. In these following lectures, we're going to discuss both of those works and use them as an integrated whole to look at the levels as described by the Messiah Shire. And I guess that's it. I really appreciate the amount of attention that you've given to this lecture. You are right at the end of it still listening, so that's great. I hope you will have an opportunity to listen to the next lectures, and thank you very much.
What's next? He's like, my life. Dude, and maybe this thing. It's basically how Derek Lewis is like, dude. It's so funny. Yeah, Derek Lewis looked great, man. He's doing good. He was like, I know it's going to be one of these fights. You know, Dick Zero hasn't fought anybody. He's been fighting cans. And they're like, why'd you skip them so hard on, after the win celebrations? He's like, I don't know what they're saying Portuguese, but they're talking shit. All right, man. He's great.
I want to welcome everybody to our Wednesday early No Viewer Flying program. And I'd like to thank Mr. Abramson for joining us tonight. I'd like to welcome everybody to our Zoom session. Another one of our, we're trying very hard to have as many virtual shiurim and lectures as we can, and it's an appropriate night to be doing this. And without further ado, I'd like to thank Steve Deutsch for putting this together. Once again, the fabulous job he does putting together so many programs. And I'd like to introduce Steve to introduce our speakers.
Hey, thank you, Jay. Hope everybody's safe and healthy. Mr. Abramson serves as the Dean of Touro College in Brooklyn, New York. He's a native of Northern Ontario, Canada, and he earned his PhD at the University of Toronto in 1995. Before joining Touro, he held a visiting and postdoctoral positions at Cornell, Harvard, Oxford, and the University of Yerushalayim. He's the author of several books, scholarly articles, Jewish history, taught. He's the author of Jewish History and Daf Yomi podcast in the Orthodox Union. Research and teaching is to recognize fellowships from the National Endowment of the Humanities. For the Humanities, the United States Holocaust Memorial Museum, and is recipient of the Excellence in the Academy Award from the National Education Association. His online lectures are viewed by over 3,000 people daily. I'd like to thank the following sponsors: the Applebaums, the Blooms, Ginsburg, the Caplos, the Comars, the Londons, Lucases, and Snyders. Mr. Abramson will speak about Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzaro's last words to his students. Persecuted 18th century genius migrates to Israel. At the end of the program, we'll allow people to ask questions and I'll answer them. So without further ado, Mr. Abramson, thank you for organizing this program.
Thank you. That was a great introduction. I'm so glad I'm recording this and I can play it back for my mother later, and she will get so much knowledge. It is wonderful to be here with you. I was really grateful to get the invitation from Mohav Emes, and I also feel great to be speaking not only on Yom Yerushalayim, one auspicious day in modern Jewish history, but it also happens, it's quite serendipitous, that this is the Ramchal Yortzeit. This is Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto's actual Yortzeit today, and it was, I had sent several possible topics to Mr. Deutsch, and he immediately picked the Ramchal. So, it really is so fortuitous, so wonderful that this should be the able to speak about this incredible genius. What I'd like to speak about in the lecture that I'll begin momentarily is a little bit of the arc of the life of this truly brilliant individual, really one of these once-in-a-millennium scholars that happens to streak across the sky like a meteor or a comet that illuminates a tremendous swath of the earth, and yet is
gone suddenly without a trace. The Ramchal, of course, passed away on this day in 1746. There's some dispute. It may have been 1747, but he was, just approaching his 40th year. And it is also ironic and tragic that he and his wife and child passed away as a result of an unnamed plague, most likely smallpox, probably cholera. So there are many sort of factors in the Venn diagram that bring us all together here today to speak about the life and the work of the Ramchal. There are many factors that come together to create the Venn diagram of our synchronous moment. The Ramchal's north side, Yom Yisraelim, because at the end of his life he migrated there to Israel, and of course from the public health situation. So let me just share my screen and take you to the actual lecture. Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto, a persecuted genius. So many of you, I'm sure, are familiar with the name Luzzatto, and you may have heard him through the acronym of his name, the Ramchal, usually with a definitive article, the Ramchal, because there's really no one else quite like him. And chances are, you know him primarily for this book, the Mesilat Yesharim, the Path of the Just. This is one of these remarkable books that received tremendous acclaim from all sectors of the Jewish world, which is really quite rare. He published it in 1730, and it was an immediate classic, and it touched so many different it basically is, and it's a fantastic work. I've studied it myself many, many times. It is basically a very well-developed Talmudic self-help book. He takes a passage from the Talmud which describes 10 levels of personal development, from the Hiyus, which means caution, meaning to watch out for yourself, to protect yourself, Zerizus, which means alacrity or speed, initiative, in the Piyus, cleanliness, which deals with aspects of burnishing and polishing one's behavior in all ways. And he goes through how each one of these psycho-spiritual qualities can be developed in a person until they reach a very high level of piety and sanctity. It's a very fascinating work, very accessible and challenging. It is frequently studied at seminaries and yeshivas, although there's one chapter, chapter 20, which is almost never studied in yeshivas because that's a chapter about moderation in piety. Meaning that one should don't go crazy. And many of the seminaries and yeshivas, if they were to teach chapter 20, chances are they would lose a big chunk of their population. So they typically only get to about chapter 7, and then they give up chapter 11. An amazing discovery that occurred in the early 1990s was the opening up of the archives of the former Soviet Union, an actual autographed version, meaning written in the Ramchal's own hand, of Mesilat Yesharim appeared. It was discovered in the archives, and it was actually a different version. It is not a thematic version, meaning where he goes and he lectures like a professor going through each of these levels, but it's a very powerful, literally dramatic version, where it is the story of two old friends who are separated from their youth, and they come back to meet each other maybe a decade later after what we would call today high school, and they see that they've taken very different paths. One of them, the narrator, the protagonist, kind of like it's sort of a rough estimation, but we would associate him maybe with kind of like a good YU guy, very centrist, very well developed. He's interested in sciences, interested in humanities, interested in Torah. He's no slouch, but he's kind of like spread out. Whereas he sees his friend who has flipped out. His friend is wearing the dark clothes and reciting Tehillim for hours on end, and he wonders, what happened to you? We used to power around when we were kids, and look at you now. I mean, you're like one of the Haredim. Again, I'm using modern terms to try and translate back to the 18th century, but that's the mood of their encounter. And their discussion of the tension between again, roughly speaking, a modern Orthodox and Haredi approach to Judaism are absolutely fascinating, really gripping, and very personally relevant for everyone who reads it, because it describes the kind of dynamic tension that exists between, full-blown absolute piety and engagement in the larger world. And this is really something that speaks to the Ramchal as a person, as we shall see when we get to his biography. But this dialogue version was published in 1991, and it is absolutely fantastic. In my humble opinion, it's superior to the one that has become defunct. If we have time, maybe you'll remind me in the question period, why didn't he publish this version, which he apparently wrote first? Why did he publish only the latter version? They were published in his lifetime. He refrained from producing this print. Why was that? We'll get to it. Now, this, by the way, is a close-up look at his own handwriting. So, let us understand something about the unusual reception history of the Ramchal's work, because it is really unique. This is, by the way, reception history. That's a great phrase, but in German it's even better. Rezeptionsgeschichte. It sounds really significant to say it that way. So the Crystal says, Yiddish is basically German with phlegm. So if you can say it in Yiddish and remove the phlegm, you have a Rezeptionsgeschichte, the reception history. I don't know if you find that funny because I'm seeing my own face, but I'm not. So look at this here. This is an amazing thing, right? He published it in 1730. He was dead not that long afterwards. And his book was praised by people like Moses Mendelssohn, who was the father of the Haskalah. This is the so-called genius of Berlin, an individual who was the first Jew. He was personally observant, but he was the first Jew who kind of expressed to general society in Germany that Jews were worthy of equal rights, and that Jews had intellectual attainments that were easily equivalent to the great minds of Germany, the great musicians, and so on. And he argued for greater emancipation of Jews within larger society. And his movement later grew further and further away from observance, and in fact, tragically, most of his descendants did not even remain Jewish. But nevertheless, he praised the Ramchal's work primarily for its phenomenal literary qualities. We see this even in the 20th century with Joseph Klausner, very famous professor of literature. I think he was the founding chair of the literature department at the Hebrew University, and he argued that Luzzatto was in fact the first modern Hebrew novelist, modern Hebrew writer, because the Ramchal, and this may be surprising to those of you who've only encountered him in yeshiva, the Ramchal actually wrote romantic plays in modern Hebrew that were clearly modeled on the style of early 18th century Italian drama. He was very versatile in so many different areas of literary endeavor, and so Dr. Klausner associated him as being the first modern Hebrew writer. So that's the kind of the Maskilic approach, the Haskalah approach to the Ramchal. We also see the Hasidim loved him as well. Whereas the Haskalah loved him for his literary qualities, the Hasidim recognized he was first and foremost a Kabbalist. He was incredibly infused with love for the Zohar, for all of the mystical writings. This is something that eventually got into a lot of trouble. But his greatest books, as far as the Hasidim are concerned, are his tremendous introductions to Kabbalah, including, for example, his famous classic the 138 Gateways to Wisdom, which is essentially a Vade Mekum of Kabbalah. Everything you need to know to study Kabbalah. Very, very influential work, following from the work of the Ari. And none less than the Maggid of Mezrich, who was one of the Baal Shem Tov's prime disciples. He wrote, "The generation was not worthy to understand the Rambam." This is the Masnagdim, the Masdirim loved him, the Hasidim loved him, and this is perhaps more familiar to many people in this audience. The Vilna Gaon, who is the grandfather of all Masnagdim, so much so that virtually every Lithuanian Jew claims to be a direct descendant of the Vilna Gaon. And if you're not familiar with Lithuanian Jews and their proclivities, you can always tell that they tend to be very intellectually acute. They have a profound sense of humor, tend to be very snappy gestures. That's usually what the live audience. Very anyway, the Vilna Gaon famously said he was a near contemporary with the Ramchal. He was born just 15 years before the Ramchal would pass away. The Vilna Gaon said famously that if they were alive in the same time he was aware of the Ramchal, the Vilna Gaon would have walked all the way from Vilnius to Padua, Italy, to study at the feet of the Ramchal. And he also famously said that there is not one word out of place in the first 11 chapters of the Torah. I like challenging my students to find which word is out of place in the 11th chapter. I have a theory about that too. Ask me the question. So what do we get from this? Everybody loves the Ramchal. How is that possible? You have people who are at each other's throats. The conflict between the Mishnagdim and the Hasidim in the late 18th century, the early 19th century, was incredibly bitter. They were throwing each other in jail, denouncing each other to the Russian authorities, who both loved the Ramchal. And of course, the Maskilim, who were in some cases openly advocating the abandonment of Jewish practice, the jettisoning of Jewish customs and diet and Shabbat, they loved the Ramchal too. How is it possible that everyone sees a piece of themselves in the Ramchal? So hopefully we'll get to that. What I'd like to do now is let's stand a little bit of the trajectory of his life, which is incredibly dramatic. Really, someone should make a movie of the Ramchal's life because it's so phenomenal, and we hope to understand thereby at least a little bit of what he represented for 18th century Jews. So he was born in Padua, which is a significant city on the Po River in northern Italy. His family were fairly well-to-do merchants, primarily dealing in silk and things like that. Later on, the family business would fail, and that left Ramchal, he was a child of a father who was primarily involved in business. That left Ramchal with a very difficult series of choices to make, and they ended up moving elsewhere in Europe to try and fulfill the family finances. But he received in Padua an exceptionally broad education. He was trained early on in his life in multiple European languages, both living and dead. He was familiar with Greek and Latin, for example, and also a deep fascination with Judaism. He found in his youth a very, very close teacher who was his defender for most of his life, Rabbi Isaiah Bassan, who was in many ways the hero of the story. Really tremendous courage displayed by a teacher and a mentor who defended his students against all kinds of calumnies and injury. As a child, already in his teens, he wrote several important books, some of which are still studied today. I myself used one of these textbooks for my own students. He wrote on Hebrew logic, Hebrew grammar. He wrote a book on public speaking. I think he was about 17 years old when he first issued a book on how to speak publicly. Remarkable kinds of work. He wrote poetry as well, and as I mentioned earlier, some of his earliest works were these Hebrew language versions of Italian plays. Not translations of Italian plays, but the same kind of plot structure, the same kind of character, romantic elements, highly allegorized, so they could be read within a Kabbalistic context, and he in fact returned to this form of literary expression at the very end of his life as well. What's very important about the place he is from, Padua, is the fact that Padua was a university town, and it was one of the few towns in Europe that allowed Jews to study there, specifically in the medical field. What you see here is actually the anatomy auditorium, where dissections and things like that would be performed. They were highly restricted and only a certain number during the year, so they literally had to build this building around them to accommodate the medical students on the field. And so Jewish students were attracted to Padua to attend their medical faculty. It was kind of like a dual curriculum. There were all kinds of for the Jewish students. They had to pay more tuition, they had to bring gifts to the Christian students, all kinds of things like that. But at the end of the day, they did receive a medical education. And they were attracted to this young genius, Ramchal, who formed a small study circle called the Holy Society. This Holy Society would meet nightly to study the Zohar, and we actually have a tremendous amount of documentation about how they ran their business. Ralph kept fairly copious notes and an extensive correspondence, so we know a lot about what he was doing at this time. The membership rules included, everything down to the precise places where everyone would sit, and all kinds of fascinating things about, promises they took upon themselves not to speak ill of each other, how they promised to, if anyone had any dispute with anyone else in society, they had to air it with the entire group, and it had to be worked through, and they had to forgive each other before they closed the meeting. And most significantly, they would devote themselves to study of the Zohar. Everyone, by the way, was well under the age of 40. Some of them would be in their late teens, mostly in their early 20s, and they were nevertheless engaged in this rather esoteric study. But they were widely respected as truly being a very holy society. So much so that the Jewish community, the Kehillah leadership in Padua, actually enacted special rules for them. One of the problems that they had in the Jewish society in Padua, it's kind of funny if you even think about it nowadays, but you get a sense of what a hustling life was in the 18th century. They had a problem with Jews gambling. That Jews would go to card games and they would not be learning. Sometimes they might even mention Indian, things like that. So the Kehillah made a very strict series of rules that all Jewish men had to appear at the base medrash. I think it was from 8 p.m. till 10 p.m. every weekend. And if you didn't show up, you had to pay a fine, and you had to provide a reason. Can you imagine, imposing these kind of sanctions on Jewish communities in America? You have far we have changed, unfortunately, not necessarily for the better. And these were very strictly promulgated rules and strictly enforced. However, there's a special clause in the records of the community of Padua that the members of the Holy Society under Rabbi Moshe Chaim Luzzatto are exempt, because the community leaders knew that the Ramchal and his students were really something special. They were actually Taka learning. You didn't have to worry about having them show up and clock in. So he led the society for quite some time. Now, it was at this time, when he was in early 20s, that a dramatic event occurred that would change his life forever, and really the life of all modern Jews afterwards. He was visited by a Magi. What is this referring to? A Magi is, in the Jewish tradition, literally it is a speaker. Right? They have the word Agada, which is the telling over of the story of the Exodus. So a Magi is this kind of supernatural being that comes to a person, often at night, sometimes in dreams, and reveals all kinds of esoteric Kabbalistic wisdom that would not be accessible in any other form. This is something which has been associated with many of the great Kabbalists of Jewish history. And if you're starting to think that, wow, this is so, kind of flaky and weird, this is not knowing of Judaism, perhaps the most famous Magi in the Jewish tradition is the one that apparently visited one area in the Shulchan Aruch, Rabbi, who wrote a book about his experiences with the visit of the Magid Mesharim, who was the Magid who told him the truth, who would literally discuss halacha with him, and then the Shulchan Aruch would ask him. The next day, the Rabbi Yosef Karo would write down the rulings that he attributed to his discussions with his heavenly view. Now, this is, however you want to treat the kind of supernatural spiritual aspect of Judaism, it's certainly unusual for a 20-year-old to claim the visit from a Magi. It's certainly unusual for a young person who literally did not even have a beard, and in fact he was widely criticized because he preferred to remain clean-shaven until he was about 23 years old. This is very scandalous in Italian society. And for him to go around saying that he's been visited by a Magi, many people would have thought of him as being mentally unbalanced. And in fact, it would have really stayed within the holy society, which he really only told the members of his circle of friends, except for one P.L. Gordon of Vilna, who was one of the medical students, who was one of the Ramchal's students, and he wrote a letter back home to Lithuania, and he said, Mom and Dad, I have found the most amazing people. You are not going to believe this. He was in fact visited by a mafia. His letter wasn't actually to his mom and dad. It was to and there's some question whether or not the Ramchal authorized the Titiel Gordon to speak about the Magi, but at any rate, once he wrote about it to Lithuania, the cat was out of the bag, and a lot of really harsh things happened to Ramchal. Why is this so? Why couldn't it be simply overlooked? Let's look at the years. So we're talking about 1727. The Jewish world at that time was still being shaken by events that occurred some 50, 60 years before the terrible debacle of Shabtai Tzvi. I'll tell you about this in a minute, but the most important name to understand this context is one of Rabbi Moshe Tzvi, who was he had dedicated his life, like his father before him, to hunting out any followers of the disgraced Shabtai Tzvi. And when he heard about this young man in Padua who was claiming to be visited by a Maggid, he immediately saw in it a scintilla of Sabbateanism, and immediately rushed to find out how the community of Padua was dealing with this. So first, let's just go back a little bit to the 1600s to understand the story of Shabtai Tzvi. Shabtai Tzvi, in some ways, an uncomfortable parallel with the life of the Ramchal up to this point. Shabtai Tzvi was also a brilliant student, a brilliant Kabbalist. He grew up in Smyrna, and he was widely sought after as a teacher, as a chazan. He had a very pure voice, and in fact, as a marriage prophet. He was actually led in many different traditions. He ultimately did marry later in life, more than once, including once, by the way, to a Torah school, literally marrying a Torah school. But he began in his early 20s to show signs of serious mental illness. It's hard to make a diagnosis, 400 years later on the basis of literary evidence, but it is worth noting that schizophrenia tends to affect males and tends to make its present self in the late teens, early 20s, more than at any rate, he began to speak about illuminations, which was his term for revelations from heavenly sources like the Maggid. He began to speak about being able to levitate. He began to speak in very grandiose terms, even messianic terms. And this probably would have, just been handled at a local level. He was censured. He was, put into a form of excommunication, and he might have been just considered as some kind of eccentric, were it not for the activity of Nathan of Gaza, who picked up Shabtai Tzvi and saw in him tremendous benefit, and led a movement of followers of Shabtai Tzvi as the actual Messiah. This also came on the heels of an incredibly awful period of Jewish demographic upheaval in the wake of, for example, several peasant revolts in the 17th century, but the most horrific was in Ukraine under the leader Bogdan Khmelnytsky, who rose up against the Polish noblemen and along the way massacred tens of thousands of Jews. So you have people on messianic redemption, and along comes this guy Shabtai Tzvi, who's beautiful to look at, beautiful to listen to, and Nathan of Gaza, who is his propagandist, and the movement starts dramatically. Here you see, by the way, the representation by followers of Shabtai Tzvi. He's sitting on a throne here. It says the top of the bay, the crown of Tzvi. And underneath there is a circle of sages putting mission to Shabtai Tzvi. Very, very messianic. he actually gathered up a massive following who were quite interested. The Messiah of the Jews, he's really going to come back and unite all the Jews, take over Jerusalem. By the way, all of these pieces of art, these woodcuts, are from Christian artists. Because this was like big news at the time. Everyone was following what's going on. What rapidly became a mass movement with Jews all over Europe selling their possessions, selling their homes, and going to follow Shabtai Tzvi on his journey to Jerusalem, kind of like a Jewish crusade to take the land back from the Ottomans and proclaim the Messianic. You know, not only these are non-Jewish because they're regular public, but sometimes you see things like this over here. This is perhaps the most famous rendition of Shabtai Tzvi. And you can see that the Christian artist doesn't know any Hebrew because he's just made a kind of squiggly lines all over the pillar on the back right there. That's his impression of Hebrew. You see that quite frequently. Anyways, he goes around, he blesses people, he names people to ambassadorships of different countries and even continents, and you have these huge crowds following Shabtai Tzvi. You can imagine what this must have looked like at the time. It ended very badly, however, because Shabtai Tzvi was arrested. He presented himself to the authorities in Constantinople, and he said, "Okay, here I am. I'm ready to take over Jerusalem, so just hand it over. I'm going to proclaim the Messianic era." And the Ottoman Sultan said, "That's very interesting, Mr. Tzvi. Do you mind if I call you Shabtai? I have a counter offer. How about I let you live and you convert to Islam?" And amazingly, sadly, Shabtai Tzvi converted to Islam, and his followers were bereft. Many of them thought that this was such a tremendous betrayal, and they went home penniless and dispirited and had to kind of recreate their lives after that. For some historians, they see this tremendous despondency at the roots of the population who saw solace in the teachings of Shem Tov and others who followed. There's an interesting line of historiographic argument. But other Jews said, well, wait a second. Shabtai Tzvi is definitely the Messiah, and he's converted to Islam, so maybe that means we have to double down on our belief that he is the Messiah by also converting to Islam. And so you have tens of thousands of Jews, I don't know if that's the right number, but maybe thousands of Jews converting to Islam to follow Shabtai Tzvi. They actually maintained a separate population. They were called the GUINNESS, and they existed right up until the 20th century. They actually played a significant role, I understand, in modern politics in Turkey as well. But I don't want to go further into Shabtai Tzvi's story because we have to see how that relates to the Ramchal. So this Moshe Faiz felt that it's starting up again. Here is another Sabbathean. I'm going to go take him down. He went to Italy, to Venice actually, and he complained. He said, hey, who's in charge of Padua? What's going on there? Why aren't they punishing this guy? He's claiming 20 years old, doesn't even have a beard, and he's getting business from a Maggid. Come on, that's ridiculous. This is Shabtai Tzvi all over the place. And so he compelled the Venetian authorities to step in to the community of Padua. There was a certain amount of tension between the rabbinic leadership in both communities. But the rabbis in Padua said, okay, fine, look, we're confident that Moshe Chaim is harmless and is a very beautiful person. He has excellent ethos. His students are wonderful. We're going to get him to take an oath that he's not following Shabtai Tzvi at all, that he's not reading any of that stuff, that he's doing everything fine. And although the Ramchal was very upset with this, he was counseled by his teacher, Rabbi Isaiah Bassan, to say, you know what, you are just a kid. You know, you're a beautiful kid, you're a fantastic Talmud, I love everything you're doing, you're a very holy individual, but you know what, you've got to chill out, you've got to calm down, you can't keep saying these things, because it's just going to aggravate the authorities. And by the way, I am paraphrasing, of course, but we have the actual letters between the Moshe Chaim and Isaiah Bassan. They would be separated at several points in their mutual relationship. We have the letters, and we know exactly what they're saying. At one point, for example, a prolific young scholar published a book that had all kinds of Kabbalistic information in it, and he asked Rabbi Bassan to write a book for it, a haskama for him. And Rabbi Bassan said, seriously? You didn't have enough trouble before here. Let's actually look at what he had to say. So this is in 1729, a little bit later, 9 years after. And this is his response about, do you want me to write a haskama for your book about Kabbalah? When the rabbis of Ottawa said, you know what, you're too young to be studying Kabbalah, you're getting mentally imbalanced, you should not be doing this, and they forced him to promise not to teach Kabbalah until he was 40 years old, and they adjured him not to do it in Padua. Only in the holy realm of Israel, in the land of Israel, could he perhaps, after the age of 40, begin to teach Kabbalah again. And the Ramchal accepted it. But then he's publishing. What is he doing publishing? It's not exactly teaching, but he's on to publish. So here, this is Rabbi Isaiah Bazan writes, there is not the slightest doubt in my heart that your words are honorable, for you have been God-fearing since your childhood, and I cannot refrain from stating that the matter is far beyond me. For it, your illumination, as your description of the Mati has reached a degree higher than the Arizal, the Rabbi Isaac Luria, the founder of modern Kabbalah. Although he, the Arizal, sat in isolation for many years, it is true that nothing is impossible for God. I mean, okay, maybe you are getting these visitations. But just as I cannot reject it, I cannot affirm its truth until I see further investigation. I beseech the Lord that you will develop into a mighty seed, but I have yet seen anything except the smallest amount of your writing. How did you carelessly reveal yourself to that Red Patricia? Remember that book that you told him about all these illuminations? Don't you know that it is the foolish way of Ashkenazic and Polish Jews to publicize and confuse everything? The Ramchal was Sephardic, of course, and the Patricia of Vilna was a good one. In my opinion, this is one of the causes of our prolonged exile. You should just keep it to yourself, said Moshe. It would have been best if you would observe walk modestly, as much as possible in every day. To recall the Arizal that our many sins was punished because of the revelation. This crown was removed from his heart. So the Ramchal is getting advice from his own teacher that, your approach to these things is just full of mutual impetuosity, and you are just going to get everybody in trouble. You have to calm down, Ramchal, focus on your studies, and then be overly ambitious. So he was forced in Padua to take this oath. And things began to calm down when he started growing a beard, when he finally married, because it was also scandalous because he had a 23-year-old yeshiva butler who was unshaven, hangs out with lots of guys, and got married, and everyone in Padua was saying, what's going on with Moshe Chaim? Why is he marrying someone already? He finally met a girl named Torah, and he really loved the idea of, he loved her, I'm sure, but he loved the idea of Moshe marrying Torah. And he wrote an absolutely fantastic Kabbalistic sukkah for his wife, which is still studied today as was a phenomenal. But Rabbi Moshe Chaim was not satisfied. And eventually, because of the difficulty and complications, Rabbi Moshe Chaim Misato and his young wife decided they would leave Padua. There were also some economic considerations, like his father's business, as I mentioned earlier, had failed, and they had to seek work elsewhere. His elder brother was already living up in Amsterdam, and they thought that maybe they would go there. So they made their way from Padua. Now it happened that the Moshe Chaim was not satisfied with the slap on the wrist that they gave the genius in Ottawa. He wanted more of a larger trial, more of like a big demonstration of how anything he was smashing himself in actually explicated people. And so he followed them to Frankfurt. And he actually sent word ahead to the rabbinic authorities, and this is an Ashkenazi territory now, saying, You have a guy coming from Padua. His name is Rabbi Moshe Chaim, and he is dangerous. He wears a Sabbath meal. You must arrest him and investigate. In fact, it happened. Here he is traveling from one place to another. Exceptional cold winter that year as well. Arrived exhausted in Frankfurt and he put under pressure. They forced him to take a second oath, still more injurious than the first oath. Even worse. And by the way, they stopped at this point because Isaiah Bassan stepped in and spoke very forcefully to the Frankfurt audience, accusing them of intellectual cowardice and saying that they were being loudly persecuting an innocent person. But they nevertheless forced him to take a second oath, even more stringent than the first on the ban of Kabbalah. And more significantly, they took away his manuscript, all of his unpublished work, because they were suspecting it of showing the taint of Sabbath. And the rabbi in Frankfurt said that he would study them. He could find nothing untoward in them. It's also possible not that he would them, but they're extremely Aramaic and deeply referencing to Kabbalah. And so he elected that rather than return them because he was suspicious that perhaps they were in fact heretical, he buried them. And they were lost. Tremendous treasures penned by none other than Ramchal and moldering somewhere in his chest, buried in the city of Frankfurt. However, one day those manuscripts will be unearthed. We'll learn more about the Ramchal. Nevertheless, beaten and angry, but nevertheless patient, he left Frankfurt and he made his way eventually to Amsterdam was a place of sanctuary, largely because for a couple hundred years now, it had housed Portuguese Jews. Unlike the Spanish Jews, who either converted to Christianity, sometimes forcibly, like in the pogroms of 1391, or through the force of the horrible Spanish Inquisition. On the one hand, they would be converts to Christianity and accepted to some degree or another in the Iberian Peninsula, or they fled, like Don Isaac Montalbano and his family. Many of those Spanish Jews fled to the nearest country, was a land border on the western coast of the Iberian Peninsula, that is, of course, Portugal, where they were, again, 5 years later, subject to horrible persecution and forced, in this case, to convert to Christianity. And then the Inquisition came to Portugal as well, even worse than it was in Spain. And many Jews maintained their Jewish identity as so-called Marranos. That's actually a derogatory term. Crypto Jews, converts, those would be a better term. They maintained their Jewish identity until they were able to actually escape from Portugal. They were actually trapped by the Spanish Inquisition throughout Europe whenever they landed in another Catholic country. And many of them made their way to Amsterdam, which was a place of some liberal freedom. It's no longer such a liberal place today. That's a joke that I can say. It's hard to say when everyone the kinds of experiences they had there were like with people such as Uriel the Hotza, who inexpansible picture, they didn't live at the same time, but Acosta was one of these Portuguese Jews by supply. He was raised as a Christian in Portugal, and then when he was a teenager, his mom told him, and he couldn't tell young children that they were Jewish, but they might just deal it by accident on the playground. He told his mother that he was, his mother told him that in fact he's Jewish, and they were leaving Portugal and they were living in Amsterdam. He was overjoyed, and he immediately got deeply into studying Yiddishkeit. He really became so flipped out. He loved everything about the Torah, but when he encountered actual Jews in Amsterdam, he was deeply disappointed. And he'd look around and he'd say, wait a second, this is that Lashon Hara that you're saying? And wait a second, I thought you weren't allowed to talk about business and stuff. He was like the most irritating Baal Shiva in history. He made everyone's life crazy. But I'm joking because he actually got even worse. And he actually printed some of his criticisms of the Jewish community. The criticism was clearly coming from a place of love. He wanted the Jews that he saw in real life
to match the ideal Jews that he had imagined when he realized he was one of them. And he criticized him bitterly. He was actually put in excommunication 3 times. And on the final time, every time he came back, he said, accept me. I can't live away from the Jews. I have to be among the Jews. The final time, the Jewish community of Amsterdam was so exasperated with him that they subjected him to some ritual humiliation, including a symbolic whipping inside the synagogue, and that will actually use sometimes for corporal punishment. Now we only use it for the Sahara. They subjected him to a symbolic whipping, and then they ordered him to lie down at the entrance of the synagogue. Every member of the community had to walk over his prone form outside the synagogue as a means of conveying the message of behavior. He went home after this incident. He wrote a 12-page suicide note called Exemplar Humanae Vitae, which is in Latin, of a human life, and then he shot himself. Terrible, terrible story. So the Abstinence community was shocked by this experience as they tried to deal with someone coming to town with somewhat, off-center views, and they experienced it once again with Spinoza, who also famously endured an excommunication. And the Portuguese Jewish community kind of realized that, you know what, we're not controlling the community in the modern era. The Ramchal coming into town, even though he had a bit of a history coming with him, he was regarded nevertheless as a great sage, a great teacher, and he was given a very comfortable position as a senior leader in a local yeshiva, and apparently he found some peace at last. And it was in this community that he wrote the work of his maturity, including Der Hashem, perhaps the most significant book of theology written in the last 400 years. He wrote GUINNESS, very important searing study of the basic fundamental concepts of Judaism, and of course, that's when this book appeared in English translation and cited it. He, however, was not satisfied. And even though he had reached kind of like a moment in his life, finally, of reaching peace and contentment, and he could have just relaxed and continued his literary activities, he nevertheless wanted to return to that activity that he began in Padua, the study and teaching of the gospel. And according to the oaths that he had promised, under duress, he knew that he had to do it in Israel. So he settled up his business. He actually had, communication he has with notary republics in Amsterdam, setting up all his affairs. Moved with his young family to Israel. He chose to live in the port city of Acre, rather than any of the great Kabbalistic centers, like Tiberia, for example, Sfat, or even Yerushalayim. It is quite possible, there's a great biography of the life of Ramchal. Right now, it's an unpublished dissertation by David Sparr. He's working on a monograph, and I'm very excited. I can't wait to see that will come out. The dissertation is incredible. It's possible, argues Dr. Sparr, that he didn't want to overshadow the local Kabbalistic life of those other cities, but he lived in Acre until we finally, there's 2 documents that we have from his life there. One is a letter back to his students in Amsterdam, and this letter I'd like to just paraphrase for you because it is, after all, the subject of tonight's lecture, is the last words. He writes back to his students in Amsterdam, and he says to them, I love you so deeply, and my love for you is inscribed in my heart like the bill of an iron pen. Paraphrasing after last week's Dora. And he says, I wish I had more time to write, but I'm so deeply occupied in my studies here that I simply do not have the luxury of being able to communicate more deeply with you. And this letter, like his life, was truncated. We have no more information about what he did in the 3 years he spent in Israel until finally we get a notice of his passing
eulogy that indicates the rent passed away with his wife and with his child on the 26th of ER. The eulogy that we have says 1706, but there are other sources that suggest it might in fact be 1707, and that marks the end of the Ramchal's creativity on this planet. However, he carries a very, very heavy legacy. And I think in many ways, the Ramchal was parallel to some of the really influential figures of Jewish history, such as, for example, Moses Maimonides, and also the Lubavitcher Rebbe, incredibly influential individuals who, in their lifetime, endured withering criticism. The Rambam's works, for example, were actually burned by the Dominican friars at the suggestion of Jewish opponents of Maimonides. It's an incredible thing to say, but in 1232, Jews engineered the burning of Maimonides' works because they felt, they were suffused with heresy and other things. Lubavitcher Rebbe, much closer to our own times. Many of you in the audience, I'm sure, remember the huge controversy swirling around him in the last months of his life. And yet here it is, over 2 decades since his passing, and his movement is still growing. And in many ways, his influence is even larger now in death than it was in life. The Ramchal as well, pursued bitterly by Rabbi Moshe Parviz and forced to accept all kinds of terrible concessions and restrictions. But even within a very short life, he barely reached his 40th year, nevertheless was able to pen some absolutely phenomenal works that continue to be studied as part of the classic canon of Jewish thought. And with that, I'd like to conclude, and I want to thank the congregation once again for this very kind invitation, and I'm very grateful to be able to share a little bit about the life of the Ramchal with you tonight. Thank you. Beautiful. So there is a Q&A button at the bottom of your screen that you can use to put some questions. I see Ms. Cohen, Mr. Adler asked, so I just answered the question. Mr. Adler writes, yes, I got to open up the screen. Mr. Adler writes, what is the error in chapter 11? Oh, that's a great question. Okay. Now, it doesn't actually, the Vilna Gaon doesn't actually say as an error. It's a book out of place, a word out of place. So when you read chapter 11 carefully, in the section called Messiah, the subject of that chapter, cleanliness, is all about, looking at your behavior and saying, are you really doing it right? Like, let's say, for example, you keep kosher. Yeah, you keep kosher. And you like eating, Snickers bar, right? But do you check that the texture is still on the Snickers bar every time you buy one? Or just assume they were kosher yesterday, they were kosher last year, they're kosher this year. And it could be that, the OU removed the certification. So the accused is kind of like, hey, take the extra moment, make sure you're doing right. And in that chapter, we have discussion of the motivation for revenge. And occasionally, you feel an unusually personal kind of statement come out. And one of the things he writes there is he says that we all know that revenge means so much. When you think about the kind of persecution that the Ramchal had to enjoy in his lifetime, and the pursuit of the most of he was engaged in is essentially ideologically purifying, it's my contention, I don't proof for it, that that's really what the Vilna Gaon said, we know that we're going to do it. But you didn't have to say it much clearer than that kind of allowed the personality. Just peek out for a second, lost control for maybe one word, and then he went back, slapped it down, and got into it. Thank you for that question. Now we have a question from Mr. Ari Kugelman. Were Ramchal's lost manuscripts written entirely by him and to be published, or were they more like his personal group notes or meditations? And is it possible that he and or his students were actually influenced by Sabbath Mass? Good question. We should probably not include this in the recording. So many modern scholars, beginning, for example, with Isaiah Tishby,
was someone who discovered a trove of Ramchal's manuscripts in the Bodleian Library in Oxford, argued in fact that yes, the Ramchal did study Shabtai works. And in fact, when you go through his correspondence, it seems pretty clear that the Ramchal was straight as an arrow theologically. And, hey, he wrote our theology. The Derech Hashem is kind of like the guide, the manual of Jewish theology today. Everything like life after death and reward and punishment and the problem of evil, we basically hold like the Ramchal. He formulated it in a way that was hugely influential. But it's clear that he was familiar with what Shabtai wrote or Nathan of Gaza wrote. And when he was taken to task by his teacher, he said, hey, he quoted something Rabbi Meir from the Talmud. He said, I eat the fruit and I throw away the peel. Meaning, I read widely. As you remember, he's read Greek, he's read Latin, he's read Italian, he reads all kinds of things. He was a very unusual figure in that he's able to do that. Now, that's the first thing in the world to say that he was a Sabbathean. But it's also true that he was maybe like the Rabbi, deeply suffused with messianism as well. And there's some really powerful readings of his work that argues that he felt that the Messiah was very close by, and in fact might have been even one of his own inner circle. So there's like a lot of head scratching and arguments among Ramchal scholars over that, and needless to say, that's the part that's not typically taught in seminaries and yeshivas, but there's quite a bit of research on it. Let's go to the question part. Oh, let's see here, Q&A, very good, yes. Sandy also writes, under what circumstances was Ramchal buried next to Rabbi Akiva, and who decided this? Oh my gosh, these are really tough questions. There is in Akinami a little bit of controversy over whether or not that is in fact the kever of the Ramchal. The association, we should understand that while he was deeply controversial in his youth, by the time he reached his late 30s, he was revealed as a great sage. And in fact, he himself believed that he was a Gilgul of Rabbi Akiva. He was a reincarnation of Rabbi Akiva himself. And there are some who say that the Ramchal's wife. The Ramchal lived to be 39 years old. And you know the same story that Rabbi Akiva only began studying Torah at the age of 40. So many Kabbalists today argue that the Ramchal's life of 39 years was a equivalent for the 39 years that Rabbi Akiva did not study Torah. So it was natural that the souls could be together before they were born. Okay, from Melvin Barracles, I mentioned that the Dinna, but weren't there many other Sabbateans than the Dinna? And didn't Sabbateanism change in many generations? Absolutely it did. The Dinna were actually the easiest to identify because they were already converted to Islam. But, maybe I painted too broadly, my strokes were too broad with Rabbi Moshe Ruiz. There were lots of Sabbateans who running around Europe for the next 100 years. Right? You've got tens of thousands of Jews, maybe hundreds of thousands of Jews who flock to Shabtai Tzvi and invest themselves completely in the idea that Shabtai Tzvi is Mashiach. And when it all fell apart, that movement, that energy had to go somewhere. And there's no question that Sabbatean practices continued for at least a century in Jewish communities until finally they were kind of aged out by the overwhelming non-Sabbatean majority. But most of the news was not wrong. There were Sabbateans throughout. Another place where you see it, there's lots of. I'm not really expert in it, I can't really speak to it, but there are many scholars who point to 18th, 19th century innovations in Jewish practice, and they argue that it actually came from Sabbatean practices, kind of like eating the fruit and throwing away the peel. Even though we think of those practices as very wonderful and very Jewish, Others would say, in fact, it is heretical from Shabtai Tzvi. It took a long time for that to fade away. Oh, I don't know. I was going to say, for example, that huge controversy that most of the Jews was also involved with between Rabbi Yaakov Emden and Rabbi Jonathan Eibeshitz over the production of amulets, which I believe, ironically, were produced as well as protections for disease, protections against cholera in particular. People would go to miracle-working rabbis who would make for them a kamea, kind of like a written script that would have names of angels and shapes of menorahs and stars of David and things like that. And these would be treasured as kind of like things that would ward off sickness. And many accused the so-called producers of amulets as being Sabbatean in nature. And sometimes they were actually right. So yeah, you're absolutely right, Mr. Barnhold. This is, Mr. Deutsch, Mr. Zinn, you didn't tell me your audience was going to be so well educated. Saul Langdon, what were the circumstances surrounding his death? Unfortunately, the only thing we know about his death is this very brief obituary that circulated that it's about 100 words long, and it just says that he, his wife, and his child died of mega plague. We don't even know what kind of plague it was, so we really don't know much about it all. I wish we did know more. David Starr, who wrote the dissertation, maybe he's done more research since then in Akko. He may have been able to find more archival sources, but for the time being, that's Marcella Cohen writes, what happened to the Frankists? So that's a little bit later, and that's in Poland. They also had a significant amount of continuity, really into the early 20th century. But in my mind, what happened to the Frankists, this is another kind of Sabbatean sect, neo-messianic, unlike the Shabtai Tzvi movement that became Muslim, the Frankists became Christian. I believe it was Polish Catholic, if I'm not mistaken. I'm just speaking from my sort of hunch of what I would know about that period. Most of them either became outright Catholics or also, didn't Rabbi Jonathan Eibeshitz write a book on Keret Tzvi promoting Sabbateanism? I am unaware of anything he wrote promoting Sabbateanism. I think that would have gotten him in a world of trouble. Some of the things you look at, if you look at Rabbi Moshe Zernizi's accusations, a great book on this called The Pursuit of Heresy by the great scholar Eliseva Karlebach in New York. And, they would read things that were written, and they would say, oh, you see, look at the first letters of these 4 words, and he spells this word, that must be a code for other Sabbateans, and he is, in fact, a freaking Sabbatean, but it seems to be entirely coincidental and very far-fetched. But, people latch on to conspiracy theories, and, when they wanted to declaim Rabbi Jonathan Eibeshitz, they found all kinds of things to read into the text, trying to support that contention. Unsuccessfully, yes. Okay, I think I've got one more Q&A. I think we've got everything here. Okay, wow. So that was a very stimulating question and answer session. If any of you need like an undergraduate degree, I got a great college, and Excellent will help you out. Set you up.
I'd like to thank you so much. It's beautiful, very informative, more than I ever thought I'd know. And I think we're getting some thank yous to everybody who did some of the chats. So I think everybody's very interested, very pleased. Thank you so much.
It's been a privilege. I really enjoyed speaking with you, and I really enjoyed, in particular, the honor of speaking with the Ramchal on his website, on Yom Yerushalayim. And we've got Marius Neshama and all of you who hopefully one day we'll be able to meet in person.
More topics.
Well, thank you very much, Ken. It was very interesting, very informative. I see a lot of people thank you for it. A lot of people really appreciated it. So I just hope the next time we get to listen to you, everybody sitting here listening will be sitting in those seats behind me. No, I am not really in the building. That is just a picture. But I hope you'll all be sitting in those seats behind me the next time we get to hear you. Thank you very much.
That does suck. That's kind of like John Jones did something similar to shoot me a gun, talking about this. Oh, you mean these guys after years of getting punched in the head they do shit. Yeah. Overall, it'll be okay. Jesus Christ. You can't do that.
Hello, everyone. I hope you're doing well. I hope you had a fantastic summer. We've got an amazing fall 2018 semester planned where we're going to look at the history of the Jews of the Danube River. This may be a little bit of an unusual approach because we're going to be looking at a geographic region rather than a series of biographies, but we're going to put it together, I think, in an interesting experimental way, and I hope you like it. Basically, the reason for this slightly different approach is because I have this fantastic opportunity from Kosher River Cruises, which is an amazing organization that leads these ethnographic expeditions that are just fantastic down these important riverways around the world. Over the summer, I was in Spain and Portugal looking for signs of crypto-Jewish life, which was an amazing complement to the whole year of Sephardic Jewry that we spent studying last year. So this fall, we're going to look at the history of the Jews of the Danube River Valley. In the spring, we're going to switch over to the Jews of Italy because I'm looking forward to visiting northern Italy with this same Kosher River Cruises, and I'm hoping that I'll be able to supplement the materials with some fantastic local photographs and footage. At any rate, the plan for these lectures are we're going to look at a few elements of Danubian Jewish history in a few introductory lectures. These are the basis of the material that I'll actually be delivering on the boat to my fellow ethnographers. And then when I get back to Brooklyn, we're going to have our traditional biographic series, but the biography will be focused on Jews who made history within the Danube River. And I think there's some amazing choices, and I'm really looking forward to speaking with you about them. Anyways, let's get started right away, and we should first locate the subject of our study, which is the Danube River itself. One of the interesting things about looking at history from this perspective is that rivers make unusual kind of boundaries because they're easily crossed in many areas, and they are traversable, of course, down their length. They are a medium of transport as well as a boundary, a natural boundary between regions. Unlike, let's say, a mountain range where you have to go to various passes to get through it, rivers can actually, at least for a certain portion of their navigable route, they can actually be traveled along. And so they, rather than acting as boundaries, they act as bridges, they act as communicators of culture. And nowhere is this clearer in Europe than in the Danube River. This is the second longest river in Europe, and it extends through 10 different countries. You can see in this map here, on the left, it begins in the Black Forest region of Germany, and then it crosses over into Austria. It actually bisects a couple of capital cities like Vienna, and later in Hungary it will bisect Budapest as well. And it travels along the border of Slovakia, and when it makes that southern turn towards Serbia, then you see it crossing once again to the east, and it goes through Romania and Bulgaria, again along the border, eventually into Moldova and Ukraine, and emptying out into the Black Sea. In some regions, it is rather flat and docile. In other regions, it's quite rapid and it's very difficult to traverse. But in the 20th century in particular, great strides have been made with making this navigable through much of its length. And that's why it's really such a fascinating area. It goes through so many
different territories. On the actual cruise, we'll be starting in Budapest and traveling upriver towards Vienna over the course of 8 odd days, and then we will take a coach overland to Munich and fly out of Munich to JFK or wherever the rest of us are going. So you can see that it really involves many different political boundaries in 21st century terms. And actually, in this introductory lecture, we're going to be looking at a lot of maps. So let's just keep an eye on this just to begin with as a contemporary map. But rivers are, as I mentioned earlier, not just bridges, they are also boundaries. In fact, perhaps the most famous boundary that the Danube is responsible for is it was the northernmost boundary of the Roman Empire for much of its history. The Danube was kind of like the line that separated Roman civilization from Germanic anarchy, from the various tribes, the Visigoths and the Vandals and the Ostrogoths, that eventually would cross the Danube and would make their way down and sack Rome and take spoils and so on. But for a significant part of the Roman history, especially towards the end of its history, it was actually a very famous boundary. And even people like Marcus Aurelius here, famous the philosopher emperor of the Roman Empire, made his way to Vienna, where there are all these forts all along the Danube River to defend the Roman Empire. But the bridge aspect of it means that it is incredibly complicated on an ethnic level. One of the starting points that we really have to begin with as we discuss the entire region is that it is incredibly complex ethnically. As this map shows you, there are so many different ethnicities all mixed up here. The Magyars or the Hungarians in that orange, the Germans in the yellow, the Czechs in the purple and so on. And even those terms are not accurate because you have a lot of peoples who are ethnically identified one way, linguistically a second way, sometimes religiously a third way. What exactly do you call them? In some major studies today, for example, the authors will prefer to talk about Czech speakers than Czechs. If you have a German, let's say, living in Prague, whose first language is Czech, do you call that person a German, a Czech speaker, a Czech-speaking German, an ethnic German living in Czechoslovakia? It's a very complicated thing. And in fact, one of the easiest ways to get in fights, particularly among historians, is to refer to a town using one particular name or spelling when it is named or spelled in 3, 4, 5 different ways by various peoples who claim the same town. For example, the Polish, Ukrainian, German, Austrian city of, now I'm going to say these and I'm not specifically referring to any particular ethnicity as having preference, but it's known today as Lviv, or Lviv in Galician pronunciation. It's also known as Lvov to Poles. It's known as Lemberg to Austrians. All kinds of places like this have these incredibly complicated histories, and as a result, it's very difficult to speak in an intelligent way about the region without being cognizant of the many different nationalities that compete for space and linguistic loyalty of the population living there. So it's an incredibly complicated place. We will come back to this in future lectures. Okay, so what about the Jews in the Danube River? Well, Jewish settlement really begins with the ancient period. If we look at this map here, which is a little bit confusing, but it shows the same thing we looked at a little while ago, the extent of the Roman Empire. And the Danube River here is right above what says Dacia up there. The red arrows indicate the movement of Jews. And as you can see, they're basically following various mercantile paths and landing on coasts. Jews being very involved in international commerce, really even before their own diaspora in the first century of the Common Era. So you've got small, isolated Jewish trading posts that accompanied both Greek and later Roman settlements throughout the region.
we begin to see a much larger population in the region with the various exiles from more established communities, like, for example, this map which shows the exiles from Spain in the late 15th century. And many of them made their way into the Danube region, as you can see in the darker green arrows, which are on the right-hand side, making their way up into Budapest and to Vienna and to Krakow as the second and third generation of diaspora expellees. But we have Sephardic Jews living in this region, even though it is predominantly Ashkenazic. This is the source of the Ashkenazic emigration to the Danube River region, primarily for two basic reasons. The regions to the east were actually inviting Jews because they were valued for their mercantile know-how. Jews were overwhelmingly literate and numerate when you compare them to the general population. That is, they were able to read and write, and they were able to do basic math. And these proved to be very highly valued skills for these growing economies. Furthermore, Jews, because they had a diaspora, had extensive international connections and could facilitate trade. So there were a whole bunch of different occupations related to commerce that made the Jews especially valuable in Eastern Europe as their economies began to grow. Added to that was growing anti-Semitism in Western Europe, and I'll show you some examples of that later on in this lecture, that were slowly pushing Jews towards the east, especially in the 16th and 17th centuries. So you have a small number of Sephardic Jews, a much larger number of Ashkenazi Jews coming from Germany, the Rhineland in particular, making their way to the Danube River. And then, of course, you have a whole series of expulsions throughout the first half of the second millennium of the Common Era, where there are Jews being expelled left and right, moving into the Danube region, moving out of the Danube region. So there's a lot of population movements even in this fairly early medieval period. When we get to 1900, however, you can see that there is quite a dense settlement of Jews. This is a page from my supervisor, my PhD supervisor's amazing atlas of Eastern Central Europe. His name is Dr. Paul Robert Magachi. And this map shows the density of Jewish and incidentally Armenian settlement in East Central Europe. The yellow indicates 1 to 4% of the population was Jewish. The darker green indicates more than 15% was Jewish in the year 1800. So you can still see there's quite a significant population. If you were to drill down and look at urban centers, you would see it even higher, as Jews tend to be very urban people, tend to live within close proximity of one another for various religious and economic and social reasons. So we've got Jews moving into the region, even though there are very ancient settlements that go back before we have much recorded history, more archaeological in nature. Certainly from the year 1000 on, we're having lots of written records of Jews actually living there, and this is accelerated as we move to the 15th, 16th, and 17th centuries. So lots of Jews in the Danube River Valley. What can we say about the nature of their life in the medieval period? So the most important structural aspect of their life was the fact that they had something called the Kehillah. The community comes from the Hebrew term Kehillah, comes from the word kahal, which means to gather together, to congregate. And this was the formal term that was used, also the term kahal, which is related to the same Hebrew root, that described the structure of Jewish municipalities throughout Europe. It was a form that had developed over 1,000 years of exilic existence, and it proved to be really quite effective right up until really the late 18th, 19th century, when it began to break down for a series of reasons, some of which we will talk about today. What are the main facets of the Kehillah? Well, first of all,
they were governed by an organization typically called the Tuvei Ha'ir. Some differences between the terminology used in Sephardic communities or Ashkenazic communities. We're going to go with the Ashkenazic terminology, which is Talmudic in origin. Tuvei Ha'ir means basically the good people of the city, and this was essentially like the board of directors of a municipality. Typically 7 men. There's no instance that I'm aware of where women sat on the Tuvei Ha'ir. Members of the Tuvei Ha'ir were wealthy, propertied, had a good name, and part of the reward of the leadership also entailed a certain amount of financial responsibility for the community. Typically, the Tuvei Ha'ir would be people who were, senior and were wealthier and able to support the community with their own charitable donations. They governed the community by a semi-democratic fashion. Again, it was limited to men and it was limited to property individuals, but nevertheless, it was not like they had one person who was the dictator of the community. They did appoint a president and they had term limits and things like that. But what was especially important was 2 other organizations that were related to it. The first is, of course, the Beit Din, which means the court of law. And this was a separate organization which usually consisted of 3 rabbis who would adjudicate disputes according to Talmudic law. And if there were any kind of dispute within the community regulating their commercial or social interaction, the Beit Din would have the responsibility and the authority to make a decision to favor one party or the other as necessary. The Tuvei Ha'ir and the Beit Din sometimes competed for authority. Technically speaking, the Beit Din had the authority of God because they were representing Talmudic law. But on the other hand, the Tuvei Ha'ir were the ones who set the salaries of the Beit Din. And so sometimes there was a certain amount of tension between them, especially when sometimes the Tuvei Ha'ir would be involved in these disputes and the Beit Din would have to then essentially adjudicate their employees. But this is nothing new. And in fact, if you go to modern synagogues today, they tend to be organized along very similar lines, with the Tuvei Ha'ir being the board of directors and the Beit Din being the rabbi, and they have kind of like a relationship that varies depending on the relative power of the Beit Din or they are respectively. But what the real muscle that made the Kehillah work were the Chevrot. The term Chevra is singular and Chevrot in plural, or Chevras in the Ashkenazi pronunciation, refers to associations from the word chaver, meaning friend or comrade, colleague. The Chevrot were essentially committees that were tasked to perform a whole host of social welfare functions. Care for the sick, care for the poor, support for students, support for full-time people studying, just social welfare organizations that were staffed largely by women that would actually make sure that the community took care of itself. It's actually quite a sophisticated organization that was able to really scale up to large cities as well as tiny little shtetlas, tiny little villages, and to take care of the social welfare needs of the poor, the indigent, the unfortunate within the community, and really keep the Jewish community stable. Compared to what was available in secular society, it was really quite amazing, and it was the secret to Jewish survival in many ways for 2,000 years of exile. The Chevrot were funded by the Tuvei Ha'ir, and the Tuvei Ha'ir would in turn tax the population for the maintenance of these social service activities. Certainly tzedakah, or charity, was a huge value in the community, but the Tuvei Ha'ir essentially did run on communal taxes. And if you had a problem with the assessment of your communal taxes, there weren't that many places to turn. The Beit Din, of course, could adjudicate those appeals, but ultimately everyone had to pay taxes once they had a certain amount of income. And that's what made it all work. There's so much to say about this. I have a separate lecture that's totally devoted to the structure of the community, but I'll say one quick word here. what the structure lacks in terms of individual freedoms, because the Tuve'ir was essentially a coercive body that people had to live up to communal norms, whether it was paying your expected taxes or public observance of the Sabbath and other Jewish law. What it was, perhaps it imposed on people with its coercive nature, it also made up for it with the tremendous social welfare that it provided. So it was a very stable structure, and it was only the unraveling of the state as a whole, that is the secular state, that really caused the breakdown of the Tehillah structure. And we'll talk about that shortly. But this is essentially how Jews lived for a good 1,800 years of exilic existence. The economic foundation of the early Danubian Jewish community was essentially related to the corporate nature of medieval society. Until we get to the modern period, when people are organized as individuals, as citizens within a nation state, the medieval community tended to be organized based on the place that you had in society, whether you were a peasant or a serf, whether you were a member of the nobility, whether you're a member of the clergy, and the ruling authorities, the kings, did not deal with people on an individual level. They dealt with the entire corporation. Like, I'm going to make a rule for all the peasants, or at least for all the peasants that live in this particular province, those kinds of things. So Jews had an unusual kind of situation because they weren't peasants, they weren't nobles, they certainly weren't clergy, at least not Christian clergy. They lived in urban environments, but they were often denied admittance into local guilds, so it's hard to call them burghers, meaning like merchants and so on in cities. So they ended up adopting, and this is already from the early medieval period, a role that was known as servi kamarai, which means servants of the chamber, sometimes the servants of the royal chamber. And basically, they reported directly to the king. How did that work? The king would essentially employ the Jews in a whole host of tasks. Perhaps one of the most significant was tax farming, where the Jews would be tasked to administer the taxes of a particular region. This is, by the way, more significant the further east you go, where you have Jews acting in this capacity as arendars, or kind of leaseholders in Ukraine, places like that. But the Jews would then be given a figure of taxes that they would be expected to raise, and whatever they raised beyond that amount was what they could keep for themselves. That's hence the term tax farming. But there are a lot of other activities, like, for example, the law of Gratian, which eventually was phased out really in the 14th century onward. But the law of Gratian was the law that forbade Christians from lending money to one another and charging interest. So that acted as a significant depressant on the economy, because, if you can't charge interest for money that you're lending out, then what's the point, right? You're not going to lend your money. But the law of Gratian allowed Jews to essentially have the monopoly on money lending, particularly small-scale money lending. And that meant that the economy got a huge boost because credit was available through the Jews. Interest rate was quite high. We're talking usurious rates. In fact, it was called usury at the time. But it was actually promoted by the king because of an extremely important reason. The king could then tax the profits. The Jews were compared in some historians' writings to like a sponge that was dipped into the society and then wrung out by the king to get as much taxation as possible. So Jews had, on the one hand, this privilege of reporting directly to the king, and they had the tremendous protections afforded by the king, because the king wanted to make sure that they were raising the money that he needed. But on the other hand, it was a precarious situation because they often found themselves at odds with the local population.
providing them with much needed credit, but on the other hand, someone has to pay the bill as well. And occasionally, you will have these economically motivated acts of violence against the Jews that sometimes are promoted by the nobility themselves because they fall into debt to the Jews. And so the Jews will be expelled and then they'll be readmitted and so on. This is a Europe-wide phenomenon, not just in the Danube River, of course. In France, for example, they were expelled 3 times in the 15th century because every time they were expelled, they were invited back again to act in the same function. More to the Danube River, and particularly as you go further east, the monopoly known as propinatia, which is essentially the exclusive right to distill and sell alcohol, is often granted to Jewish leaseholders, again, particularly towards you go to the eastern regions. And this was, especially when combined with money lending, very much valued by peasants coming home from the fields after a hard day of work. They would love to stop in the Jewish inn and have a drink of beer, and they put it on their tab. But then, of course, that can lead to some social ills like alcoholism, but more significantly, the tabs eventually got to be paid. So the Jews had kind of like a crucial part of the economy, but not necessarily a well-loved one. Now, this is not to diminish the many, many other areas that Jews were active. Jews, being an urban people, fulfilled a whole variety of economic functions, working as goldsmiths, silversmiths, musicians. As you see here, klezmer music was pioneered by Jews in Eastern Europe. But the most memorable aspects of the economic foundations of the society were primarily in the area of commerce and money lending. Now, to look at some of the negative repercussions of this, depending on where we look at the region of the Danube, but also throughout the entire region, Jews were occasionally forced to wear distinguishing badges or symbols that would, kind of impose social boundaries between them and non-Jews. And sometimes this was especially promoted by the church, that wanted to limit the amount of fraternization that could happen between Jews and non-Jews. Here you see actually a Jewish representation. You can see that the figure here is not quite represented as a full human being because this is part of a medieval Jewish calendar, and there's a lot of hesitancy right up until the early modern period of representing human forms because of the second commandment that talks about a prohibition on representation of other gods, graven images. So this is actually a Jewish representation, and as we have sometimes with these kinds of things, the artist specifically distorted it so we would not have a clear representation. It was to be understood that this was not a human being and certainly not a god. This is representing the month of Tishrei, and the Jew here is holding an etrog, a citron, and a lulav branch, and the myrtles and the willows there. These agricultural products are all taken together and shaken on the holiday of Sukkot. So this is what decorates the month of Tishrei when that occurs. The reason I'm showing it to you, though, is because the Jew is clearly wearing the Judenhut, the Jewish hat, which was meant to be kind of like a humiliating device to set aside the Jews from other peoples in the land, and Jews were frequently forced to wear this, or the ruel, a badge that was sort of spherical or conical that represented the 30 pieces that Judas took to betray Jesus and so on. Here's perhaps a more extreme example from Munich, not too far from the Danube River. This is the infamous Judensau image, of which we have tens of them throughout Europe, that portray the Jews engaged in a whole host of rather disgusting activities with a pig. You can see the figures on the right are wearing the Judenhut in particular, and well, that's pretty self-explanatory. Let's go on. It's kind of a nasty thing to look at. But what were Jews really active with besides this economic activity was scholarship, and this is something for which the Jews of the Danube River excelled. You have the Or Zarua, a very famous Rishon, an early rabbinic thinker, active in Vienna. You have the Noda B'Yehuda, who's active in Prague, one of the great cities
of Jewish scholarship. And in fact, Prague becomes the center of Jewish publishing as early publishers there begin to work with the new invention of the Gutenberg printing press. Here is a printer's device that's really quite beautiful early works of printing. Figures like the Chassam Sofer, who we're going to speak about later on in the series in much greater depth, very insightful and politically quite active figures who made a huge impression on the later Jewish life. So even though we've spent a lot of time talking about the economy and some of the negative aspects of it, and we've also spoken about some of the discriminatory measures that were placed on the Jews were incredibly active throughout the Danube Basin in Talmudic scholarship in particular. Let us move now to the 18th and 19th centuries during the Habsburg Empire. We should realize that during what's called the long 19th century, which basically dates from the French Revolution of 1789 right up until World War I of 1914, hence the term long 19th century, it's somewhat longer than 100 years. These two important elements bracket a period of tremendous change in Europe, which affected the Jews in particular. Here you see, for example, a depiction of Napoleon rehabilitating Judaism. He's portrayed himself here as a kind of Caesarian, almost messianic figure. You can see the Judean mountains on the right, off into the distance, and the menorah there as he lifts up the fallen woman that represents Judaism. And she's holding on to the two tablets of the law, indicating Napoleon's, granting of equal rights to the Jews, which of course occurred in the context of his establishment of the Great Sanhedrin. If you're curious to learn more about this, have a look at my lecture on David Sinsheim, which speaks about the whole period of Napoleon and the decision to take the Jews out of their permanent transient status, which was what pertained to Jews throughout Europe. And Jews did not have citizenship. They were permanent foreigners, like they had, so to speak, green cards, as it were. They were able to work in certain parameters, certain restrictions, but they could theoretically be evicted from the countries that they had lived in for 8, 9, 1,000 years. A tremendous amount of discrimination based on their non-citizen status. On the left, you can see the representation of various non-Jewish religions, Christian religions, protesting Napoleon's decision to nevertheless emancipate the Jews of France. Now, this happened like in one fell swoop. With the French Revolution, the Declaration of the Rights of Man and Citizen, I say that specifically, the rights of woman and female citizen was debated, but ultimately rejected in 1789. The Jews were given equal rights shortly thereafter in 1791. And it was like an amazing thing that all of a sudden Jews were citizens of the country and theoretically did not have to live within that corporate structure of the Kehillah. This is what essentially began to erode the traditional foundations of the Kehillah structure, because there was no more coercive power. A person simply could opt out of the Kehillah without converting to Christianity, which was previously the only way out of the Jewish community. This was a huge shock to the nature of European Jewry, because it opened up a whole host of possibilities for Jews, and also the tremendous dangers of assimilation and the dissolution of the community. Internally, there's massive change going on within the Jewish community, because Jews are beginning to be sensitive to the possibilities of change, and they begin to explore a Hebrew version, a Jewish version of the Aufklärung, of the Enlightenment. They term it Haskalah, which is the rough Hebrew translation of that, and it imposes a whole bunch of ideas which are related not only to intellectual practices and the relationship to revealed religion, but also to their political standing within these European states. Pioneered in particular by the man shown in red here, Moses Mendelssohn, Jews began to explore the possibility of achieving citizenship in East Central Europe as well as they had in France. In Germany in particular, they looked towards models in which they would be accepted as equals within society. And Moses Mendelssohn advocated, for example, the study of the vernacular language, the adoption of civic responsibilities, and he essentially encouraged Jews to stop looking at themselves as if they were foreigners passing through the country, and instead to look at themselves as actual deserving citizens. A lot more to say about this later in the series. But let's look at the map here. By the time we get to 1914, Austria-Hungary, which contains the Danube River, is, for most of it anyways, the part that we're going to be focused on, it's become a dual monarchy. Austria and Hungary affects an Ausgleich, kind of compromise in 1867. It's this massive country, which once again, let's remember, it's not at all monolithic ethnically. It's got all of these different nationalities in there. Serbs and Croats and Jews and Ruthenians, also known as Ukrainians. But, you know, all kinds of different peoples are populated in Austria-Hungary, and they're not necessarily pleased living with each other, particularly if they don't get their own political rights. This ethnic stew of so many different nationalities ultimately results in the outbreak of World War I. Let's go to the 20th century right now as we get to the end of the long 19th century. So when you get to the 20th century, the Danubian River, the Danubian Basin is a land of tremendous contrast. For example, in Vienna, particularly in the classic year 1900, so much so that there are books written specifically on these two words, Vienna 1900, you have Jews who have reached the pinnacle of intellectual achievement and are in many ways they're casting the entire mold for 20th century intellectual activity. Jews like Sigmund Freud, shown here, many of whom are highly assimilated. Ludwig Wittgenstein, for example, a highly assimilated Jew or a person of Jewish ancestry, nevertheless making a massive impact on 20th century thought. And so they only have sometimes a very tenuous attachment to Judaism, but nevertheless they are on the forefront of cultural life of all of Europe, particularly from the Danubian River. You also have in northern Hungary an extremely insular Hasidic movement, which is quite the opposite, openly rejecting modernity to a much stronger degree than most other Jewish communities, no matter how observant throughout the world. So you have on the one hand the extreme of assimilation and just go down the river a few miles, and all of a sudden you get to the extreme of insularity. You also have these kind of midpoints, like the Neolog movement in Budapest, which is essentially kind of like the Hungarian version of Reform, broadly stated, that is attempting mightily to demonstrate the bona fides of Jews to, as Jews, enter into secular society following the model of the Haskalah. And then, of course, you have all kinds of political movements like the Zionists, who are especially strong in the Czech-speaking lands. So we're speaking about a region of tremendous contrast, intellectually, politically, religiously, all coming out of this very compact territory around the Danube River. It all comes to a crashing halt, of course, with the Holocaust in the middle of the 20th century. Let's just have a quick look at this map for one reason behind the tremendous upheaval that had such disastrous demographic consequences. On the left, you see the map of Europe before World War I, and it's dominated by East Central Europe is dominated by three massive empires: Germany, Austria-Hungary, and Russia. 4 years later, they're going to be dismantled or completely destroyed. If you look on the right-hand side, you see that Germany has lost a massive amount of its territory to modern-day Poland, and the region known as East Prussia, which is also technically part of the German Empire, is separated from its mainland by a land bridge that is Poland.
The Russian Empire is completely destroyed. They have a revolution in 1917 and then a second revolution in 1917 that brings the communists to power. And in place of the Russian Empire, you have the Soviet Union, including the Russian Federation, the Russian Union, which is part of the overall Soviet Union. But you also have these other Soviet countries, Ukraine, Belarus, and so on. You also have non-Soviet states in the Baltics, Estonia, Latvia, and Lithuania. But if you look in the East Central European region, you see that Austria and Hungary have shrunk to a tiny amount of their original size. Hungary in particular is ironic. By the time you get to World War II, it is led by an admiral. But when you look at the country, it seems so absurd because Hungary is landlocked at this time. How can you have a navy when you have no outlet to the sea? 2/3 of Austro-Hungarian citizens live outside of Austria-Hungary. This brand new country, Czechoslovakia, which represents a unity of the Czech and the Slovak-speaking citizens of that region, a whole new region of Yugoslavia, and it's like tremendous amount of self-determination has been given to several countries, but there are a lot of people who are very unhappy with it. Specifically, Austria and Hungary are unhappy with the fact that their country is basically wiped out. Germany is very unhappy that it's lost a lot of territory to Poland. The various peoples that are not listed here as titular nationalities, meaning they don't have a country of their own, or they have a country in name only, but it's really dominated by the Soviets, they're very unhappy with the results of World War I. And so these states, known as revisionist states, ultimately rise up under Hitler, forming alliances with Nazi Germany to persecute World War II, which has, of course, devastating consequences. We will not speak extensively about it, certainly in today's lecture. There's obviously a lot to say about how the Holocaust unfolded, but it is important to note that it came about in very different ways in different parts of Eastern Central Europe. Specifically, many of these countries were much more reluctant to give up their own citizens. For example, Hungary giving up its own Magyar Jews, its own Hungarian Jews, but Jews who were refugees into Hungary were not nearly as well protected. As this rather moving monument on the Danube River shows, represents the Jews who were forced to leave their shoes behind and dive into the Danube River and drown to death. Terrifying stories of persecution. Immediately after the end of the World War II, a new war begins, the Cold War. And this represents essentially the division of Europe into pro-Western states and pro-Soviet states. Germany is divided in half, and Czechoslovakia and Hungary fall under the Soviet realm. And these peoples, although they had more liberal forms of communism than under the Soviet Union proper, nevertheless they are restive under Soviet dominance and have several rebellions which are typically put down by the Soviets, including the Prague Spring of 1968, which was quelled only by the advance of Soviet tanks into Prague itself. Other parts of East Central Europe continue to have unhappy populations, and it's only in the late 1980s that eventually they are able to overthrow the Soviet Union, which eventually collapses in 1991. So that's essentially the course of the lectures that we'll discuss in this particular period. The legacy of Danubian Jewry, although it is no longer a demographic one because of the huge devastation of the Holocaust, there nevertheless is a phenomenal intellectual, political, social, and cultural legacy from the Jews who lived along the Danube River, and I'm looking forward to speaking to you about it this semester. Thank you very much for watching.
He's done a lot of terrible shit, but some on genre
we had to flee that state due to things that they implemented that were they like came out of
Everyone, I hope you are doing well. Just returned from this amazing trip on the Danube River, and I want to share a few highlights of my experience there on a historical level. One of these sites that was absolutely incredible, something that I was completely unprepared for, and really it took me back and I've been reflecting on quite a lot. Specifically, I'm speaking about the tomb of the Hatam Sofer, also Hatam Sofer, who was a very important 18th century rabbi in Pressburg, later currently known as Bratislava, the capital of Slovakia. It's an amazing monument to a phenomenal individual, and I just walk you through the experience of visiting the place. So here's a map, first of all, of where Slovakia is, and where Bratislava is. The home of a very important Jewish community. Second only in the region really to Vienna, and in fact, when Vienna has some of its most interesting moments in the 15th century, in the 17th century, Slovakia and Bratislava, then known as Pressburg, or the Yiddish Pressburg, after it absorbed quite a few of the original refugees. The Hatam Sofer is buried by the Danube River, and there's an amazing story about the construction of his tomb. So let's walk through as I experienced it, and we'll try to take you through the amazing impression I made. So first of all, when you walk up there, you see this mound. Before you realize you're coming to a graveyard, because the graves are largely there's this sort of like tell, like one of those archaeological hills, and it has these beautiful symmetrical glass obelisks rising from the glass. They're all in a faint sort of athletic steel hue. They're not entirely identical. Some are pebbled, some are transparent, but they stand like silent sentinels on the mound. And then beside the mound, there's this massive glass rectangular box that sort of slices into the mound itself. It has a dramatic lock-like entrance on one end, and that's how you access it yourself. In a way, you actually walk underground, it's like you enter into the underworld itself, to account for the great Sofer, and there's a tremendous amount of anticipation and trepidation. Let's just back up a little bit and understand how this unusual experience came to be. So here's a historical photograph of this 17th century had several thousand Jewish graves right on the bank of the Mississippi River. When the region fell to the local fascists in World War II, the leader decided to eradicate Jewish life, and the Jewish community of Bratislava, which was immediately prior to the deportation, destroyed most of them, begged the leader to at least allow them to re-enter the grave. This was grudgingly granted, and several thousand graves were moved up the hill to the newer Jewish cemetery. But there were a bunch of really important graves surrounding the Hatam Sofer himself, and perhaps on account of a large price, perhaps because there was a rumor of a church that went along with disturbing the bones of this holy rabbi, he so agreed to allow those bones to remain in place, but with the intention to pave over the entire region. So he allowed a concrete sarcophagus to be constructed over a series-year-old grave. You can see from the photograph how they're actually sealed in. They follow blocks of concrete that protected them from the element, but it comes to cut them off. And then, after the war, Franklin attempted to create the communists, however, fell in the 20th century, and a new movement arose at the beginning of the 21st century to eventually lift the grave, or to at least change the grave with a fitting memorial for Hatam Sofer. The international consortium was working with the Bratislava Jewish community to create a new monument memorial. They engaged this local architect named Kazmisa, who's actually quite brilliant. Martin Kazmisa never constructed much Jewish monuments, although he had worked with the chief rabbis from here on the left, Rabbi Baruch Myers of Hamanshir, who was originally from New Jersey on the right, by the way, all the David Strauss Jewish historian. They received permission to begin construction, and Kazmisa did a lot of research into the halachic background of the proper treatment of graves in Jewish tradition, and with the guidance of the local community, he designed absolutely phenomenal monuments. Let's go back now to the actual structure of the monument. Here is a view from the entrance to the narrow slot that is proposed. It is open to the sky, like a traditional oval, as you have, for example, with the Rabbi, but it descends downward to the immediate 90-degree left-hand turn. Even before that turn, there's a sign here in four languages that essentially says, as you can see, this is a sacred place, and there's some warning about appropriate conduct. Dress. What I find interesting is that the translations are almost identical, but the Hebrew one has one slight difference. The first word is Makom Kadosh Lefanecha. This is a holy place for you. Meaning, there's like first, second, first relationship with this for people. So for everyone, this is a sacred place. For you, this is a Makom Kadosh. Something special because of so when you make that left-hand turn, and then all of a sudden now the B team is breaking up, and I was like, okay, I'm sure that that's because these guys are like, photograph of sneaking around the building. So you really get a kick of that, as far as my understanding. He was first and foremost a poster, decisive to his law, his most important contribution to history, other than his incredible scholarship and leadership of his very important yeshiva in Pittsburgh, was the fact that he dealt with extremely difficult times for the Jewish people. This era, the late 18th and early 19th century, were suffused with internal conflict as the various European nations were debating exactly how to deal with the Jewish minority. Should they be given complete emancipation? Can they be trusted to be equal citizens? Will they not have dual loyalties? Will they not engage in inappropriate or even criminal conduct? And so many Jews were advocating almost slavish imitation of European norms in an attempt to try and live in the confidence of the dominant population and then be granted political emancipation. In some places, this meant just outright conversion. In fact, there's a massive wave of conversion to Christianity by Jews who feel like really the only way they're going to access modern European culture is to become Christian. Heine, the great poet from Germany at the time, even famously said that baptism was his ticket to European culture, and many Jews chose that. Others chose a more moderate route, like, for example, Rabbi Samson Coelho from Frankfurt am Main, who argued that in order to cope with the challenges of modernity, Jews must examine the tradition carefully and separate those things which are strictly speaking absolutely mandatory and those things which are simply fashionable or customary that have been added on but are not necessarily essential to the observance of Judaism. This eventually becomes what we call modern orthodoxy, which is the Yeshiva University in New York City, for example, and a philosophy that, of course, is today. But Sam Sofer, on the other hand, advocated a strong resistance position. He argued that, no, in fact, the benefits of modernity are far outweighed by the gains of that the threat that modernity would entail tremendous assimilation, would entail tremendous spiritual and demographic losses in Jewish people. And he said, something which is very appropriate for his population, his region in particular, that Jews should draw a hard line in the sand and say, no, we are not going to adopt modernity, we are going to resist modernity. This eventually became the fundamental philosophy of the Arabian movement, which had outposts in Israel, North America, Europe, which, although it's impossible to completely shut out the Jews, we still use modern technology, for example, but Arabian have a kind of a very distrustful attitude towards many aspects of modernity, and will proceed with extreme caution with regards to its own. So his most famous slogan was based on a Talmudic system, which is taken out of context, but nevertheless makes sense in the overall scope of the teaching. He wrote Chadash Asur Min HaTorah, which normally meant a particular kind of belief was forbidden by the laws of the Torah, but the literal translation is new is forbidden by the Torah. And he meant to say, it's a little bit of a pun, that which is new we should regard as forbidden. So this is an indication of the strong ideological position that he articulated and had extreme. So let's look at what happens when you actually get into the grade itself. You actually walk into the box that is formed by the circle. It has sloping roof, and directly above the 23-odd grades that are still in third grade are what appear to be the bottom edges of those green seasonals and the bottom. And suddenly you grasp on an architectural level that there is a connection between the world of the dead and the world of the living, that the influence of these holy Jews resonates in the surface world by somehow rising through the barrier of the earth into the world of those who walk. It's another amazing, poetic, visual experience to walk into this somber place and feel the connection between the living and the dead. It's really quite overwhelming. The graves are all laid out, and there's a competition sofa on the left is the largest among them. All of the people buried here are great importance to the Westport community in particular, and it's phenomenal contribution to the community. Wow, that's the experience of going into the grave there. It's really amazing. Definitely worth listening to Rabbi. I enjoyed this very brief video about blog, and for those of you following me regularly, I urge you to join us as we begin our lecture series this coming Monday. With a lecture on Boys of War, Yitzhak of Vienna, early Greek and then
Jake's legacy can never be tarnished because of his accomplishments. But if you have a black belt from him now, it just tarnishes that. That's the way no one can throw a rock at.
Tonight's lecture, I have to tell you, gives me incredible sipuk hanefesh. That's a term in Hebrew. It's a beautiful term. It means satisfaction of the soul. I feel so great that we together have the opportunity to study the work of some of these very important Rishonim, these early authorities of the Jewish tradition, that otherwise basically don't get any scholarly treatment outside of a handful of maybe a dozen, 24 researchers who think about the history of the Or Zarua. And, here we're going to put it on the internet and make it available to the wider world. So it's such a zchus, such a merit for me. And I thank you so much for giving me the excuse to speak about the Or Zarua, because it's a fascinating story. It is, I think if I'm going to give you a one-word description, it is the story of a genius who was so good and so thorough that his work was hardly studied for 600 years. Right? I said that right. He was, and it's an abject lesson in writing that he wrote so comprehensively that his book was literally almost disappeared. Fascinating, and I hope to share with you why. At any rate, let's get started straight with the material, though. This is part of the fall series on the Jews of the Danube River. As those of you who are regulars know, I had this wonderful opportunity to sail the Danube River last month with Kosher River Cruises, which was a fantastic experience because I had the opportunity to actually visit these sites in person. And it's a very different thing studying history from books than it is studying from the actual being in situ, being on location. So we began here in Budapest, and we made our way over through Bratislava, Vienna, and then across the border into Germany, and we flew out from Munich. And I'm hoping to discuss over the course of the next few lectures some of the experiences that we had, and they were absolutely stunning. I will give away one bit from next week's lecture. If you visit my blog, which is jewishhistorylectures.org or henryabramson.com, you'll see I have an article there and a very short video on the kever of the Chassam Sofer, which is a mind-blowing, beautiful monument to this great Jewish leader, and I think it's very worth reading. If you don't have time, then just wait next week. I hope to go over it with you as well. But that's just an example of some of the things we did. Here's the boat that we sailed on. My wife went with me. It was a Gewaldic thing. She was my research assistant. And this is in the Wachau Valley in Germany. An amazing time. I'll tell you lots of adventures. But let us go straight to the discussion of today. The Danube River is useful for us in that not only is it a boundary, as you can see here in this map, this is depicting the extent of the Roman Empire at its peak, and the Danube River runs right around here. Here's Budapest right at the top of this left-hand turn. So this is the Danube flowing into the Black Sea. And the Roman Empire basically used the Danube as its northernmost extremity when it reached its peak. But it's also, besides being a border, it's also a connector, because unlike a mountain range, which would have limited number of passes, you can actually travel along the river, either downriver. It flows from here in the Black Forest out into the Black Sea, but you can travel it upriver as well, because they have these paths on the sides of the river, and you can connect your boat to oxen and then actually have your boat pulled all the way up to whatever destination you have. So anyways, the river is also a connector. The river brings information, culture, ideas, literature, scientific discoveries up and down its course, and as a result, there's a tremendous cross-fertilization of cultures that occur along any river system, especially the Danube, which travels through several national capitals like Vienna, Austria, Bratislava, once Pressburg, the capital of Hungary, Budapest, and so on. And also travels through many countries, about 12 countries, I think, on its route. It's one of the most international rivers. So the Danube is especially fascinating in that regard. This map also shows you the Jewish diaspora, which gives you some sense of the antiquity of the Jews of the region. Jews are much more populated in the Italian peninsula from the beginning of the Common Era, and only the tiniest number of Jewish settlements are found in the Danube region by the 5th, 6th century. We actually do have evidence of Jews from a very early time, comparatively speaking. In Budapest, for example, we actually have coins that date from an early Jewish minter whose name was Shlom, as in Shlomo, and his name is engraved right there in the coin. So we have Jews living there at least from the 900s, possibly the previous 2 centuries, but very small populations. The person we're discussing today, the Or Zarua, the Isaac of Vienna, dates from the 12th and 13th century, so he's not from the very beginning of Danubian Jewish culture, but he is there at a fairly early point, and as we shall see, that's quite significant. By the time you get to the 1900s, of course, the region is jam-packed with Jews. This particular page here shows the concentration of Jews in East Central Europe, with the darker green being the heaviest population centers, constituting about 15% and higher of the population, and the lighter greens indicating smaller numbers. This is useful as a kind of a larger regional map But when you drill down into the smaller locales, into the villages and into cities, then you see the Jewish population really soar, because Jews are historically very urbanized. That is, at least after the exile from Israel in the first century, Jews seek out urban environments. And as the cities grow, the Jewish population grows as well. In Warsaw, for example, by the turn of the 20th century, you're talking about 30% of the population was Jewish. Budapest, similar numbers. Vienna, not too far away. And in medium-sized towns like, let's say, Berdichev, 77% Jewish, an incredible population of Jews in some of these towns. So you will get this impression as you move through East Central Europe that you have these highly Jewish islands in a sea of non-Jews. Very different urban-rural culture, which can contribute as well to some of the social tensions that would boil over in the much more violent 20th century. So a quick note of thank you to our sponsors. Mr. Christopher and Anne-Marie Bray have long been sponsors of the scholarships that we generate with these lectures, and we also have a few smaller scholarships, very much appreciated, from Mr. Michael Heller in memory of his father and his mother, Mr. Dean Webb, and this is really cool, Shalom Janashvili is actually my 70-year-old son's best friend. And I was so amazed when I got this email, Shalom Janashvili. It's weird when your son's friends follow you on Instagram, you know? I think it's a good thing. And then I could say to my own son, I could say, so new? Are you following on Instagram? You know, his Instagram is blocked. I can't see what he says. But anyways, that was nice. And a couple of anonymous donors. And for those of you who are joining us for the first time, the purpose of this series is to support our students with scholarships. We've raised over $15,000. I'm very proud of that. You can just go to this website, the Friends of Jewish History, if you'd like to sponsor a lecture, partially or fully, whatever you like. Okay, so now, good and welfare, let us talk about the sources that we're going to use for tonight's discussion. So as I mentioned to you earlier, there's remarkably little available on the web about the Or Zarua, particularly in the English language. In the Hebrew language, you will find more material, and that's about it. Not even very much in Hebrew. My main sources for tonight's discussion are the works of the classic scholar Ephraim Urbach, who lived from 1912 to 1991. He wrote some very important works on the history of Jewish thought. A book called The Sages, and this other book here called Balei HaTosfot, which is especially important. This is there's about 12 pages in this section, in this book, on the Or Zarua, and that is, I think, the most concentrated discussion of the Or Zarua as a historical figure anywhere. Despite the fact that the Or Zarua, Isaac of Vienna, is cited hundreds of times, perhaps thousands, in the halachic literature, there's very little discussion of his life and activity outside of the Balei Tosfot by Ephraim Urbach. So this is one of the major sources of his biography. We also look at some important articles by Yehoshua Horowitz, who works for the Misrad HaChinuch in the State of Israel, and Monica Selmakers at the University of Amsterdam wrote some great things on the manuscript. Finally, I have a special thank you to Dr. Simcha Emanuel of Hebrew University. I happened to see an article that looked really great. I wanted to read it. I didn't have much time to request it, so I just fired off a quick email, and I got the article from him within 30 minutes. So I was really grateful. These are all people who contributed to my understanding of the life of Isaac of Vienna, and I'm very grateful to all of them. The manuscript. The manuscript is the most amazing story. It is, of course, authored by Isaac of Vienna. Here is the first printing of the manuscript. It appeared in Zhytomyr in 1865. The author, Isaac of Vienna, was born somewhere around, not 1880, that should say 1180, sorry for the typo there, 1180, he did not live backwards in time. Who writes these things anyways? And he died somewhere around 1250. We only have the vaguest notions of it because he was constantly rewriting his own work, and he would edit it and make changes. And sometimes those changes will be dated. We know that the last change he dated was 1246. So 1250 is a rough idea of when he actually lived. He studied and taught in medieval Ashkenaz. I'm going to give you a map shortly of what exactly this refers to, but he is one of the foundational thinkers of this sub-civilization we call Ashkenazic Judaism. Last year, we spent the entire fall and spring semester speaking about Sephardic Jews. This year, we're going to spend a lot more time talking about Ashkenazic Jews and also next term, Italian Jews. Here is a map that gives you a sense of the ethnic groupings. You'll see that the Ashkenazi Jews are in the purple here, but this is a little misleading. It looks like, all of Siberia is Ashkenazic. Meanwhile, even if you include prisoners in the Gulag, there's probably no more than a few hundred Jews out in that massive Siberian expanse. But it is basically northern and western Europe, with the exception of Spain, where, of course, you have the Sephardic Jews, and also that little bit up there surrounding Amsterdam, where a lot of Sephardic Jews fled. The term Ashkenaz is biblical in nature, and for reasons that are not at all clear, the early Jewish settlers chose to appropriate the term Ashkenaz from the book of Genesis and apply it to the Rhineland in particular, German Jewry. Those German Jews then spread out primarily to the east, where they formed the backbone of Eastern European Judaism. The Polish Jews, the Hungarian Jews, the Russian Jews, and so on. Here's a map that shows you a little bit more detail of what we're looking at. He is called Isaac of Vienna because he is specifically associated with Vienna, but he actually traveled quite a bit around the entire region. He was born in the Czech Republic, which was then Moravia, and he traveled around Germany and France quite significantly, recording his travels, settling down eventually in Vienna, hence the name Isaac of Vienna. Okay, now the legends of the manuscript are fascinating. As I mentioned to you, this large handwritten manuscript was completed most likely around the year 1246. And it was widely cited by the early halakhic authorities, meaning everybody is saying, hundreds of rabbis are saying, the Or Zarua says this, the Or Zarua, that's the title of the book, says that, but it did not see the light of day as a printed book until 600 years later in the 1860s. Okay, printing has is not developed until the 1500s. That's when you start seeing Hebrew printed books, but it is completely incommensurate with the popularity of the book as a manuscript, meaning when it was hand copied, the Or Zarua was one of the foremost authorities of his day and had tremendous influence on later halakhic writers. But when it comes to the time of printing, nobody's printing it. And even after printing has become cheaper and cheaper, and more of the classics are coming into common circulation, the Or Zarua still remains in manuscript until finally in the 1860s, two different caches of manuscripts are published, and they see the light of day. How is that possible? So let's just talk a little bit about the discovery, as it were, of the Or Zarua manuscript. One of the early writers of the discovery is none other than Shai Agnon, very important modern Hebrew writer, winner of the Nobel Prize for Literature. And he describes, I have to tell you up front, it's not true. It's a legend, but, he's a writer of fiction, and he writes beautiful fiction. He gives a whole story behind it. So this is not history. This is a legend, and it is attributed to none other than Shai Agnon, but nevertheless, it's beautiful to read it. Here's an English translation. Okay, he writes about, by the way, when he was a young man, and his name is actually Samuel Yosef Chachkis. That's an interesting name, right? Chachkis is his name. He changed it to Shai Agnon, Shmuel Yosef Agnon, when he came to Israel. But he was traveling through Eastern Europe, passing through Vienna on his way to Israel. When he went to Israel, of course, that's when he became famous. But he writes this when he's passing through Vienna. I heard from the tellers of truth. That's a literary kind of, flourish. I heard from the tellers of truth that the book Or Zarua still exists. And it is to be found in a manuscript in the Emperor's treasure house in Vienna. I forgot to mention, by the way, that by the time you get to the 1600s, lots of halakhic authorities, this is now 400 years after the book was written, lots of halakhic authorities have said, I myself do not have a copy to consult. Many important figures, the Shach, many commentators on the Code of Jewish Law, they say, I've read that the Or Zarua says this, but nobody is able to actually look up the source in the original because the manuscripts have all been lost. So in that context, let's continue here. It is to be found in a manuscript in the Emperor's treasure house in Vienna. Because of its size, no bookshelf could hold it, and it was held by iron chains in the middle of the hall. When I went to Eretz Israel, I passed through Vienna. I said, I found a person, and I asked him the way to the Emperor's treasure house. He joined me and went with me. As we were walking, I told him that I'm going there to see the book Or Zarua. Now, it has the trappings of a story here. He said, if so, come, I will tell you what I heard from my fathers. One time a sigh was heard in the Emperor's treasure house. He said, what is the sound in my treasure house? They found that those chains were striking against one another with a sort of sighing sound coming from them. They asked their wise men what this was, but they did not know. There was one Jewish wise man there who said, I will tell you. This book is a book of laws of the Jews, and its author was very saintly, and he was a rabbi in our city. Now that some of the Jews of Vienna were about to change the practices of their fathers, this righteous one grieves over this, right? Meaning that the nature of Jewish practice, the nature of Jewish observance, their adherence to traditional halakha and Jewish law is waning, and so the Or Zarua, the manuscript itself, is feeling that pain, and the chains are shaking as a result and making this noise. This, Chachkis is writing like in the 1890s, I think, so it's definitely late Haskalah. So he's writing about it long after the period, definitely. But yeah, this is a period of great change. Well, how old was he? 1888, yeah, so probably he's writing around the 1910s, 1920s is my guess. Very secular period. Now what is he? He continues here. When the emperor heard this, he arose from his throne and said, now I know that the Holy One, blessed be he, troubled my sleep only for this, so that the Jews would not change the practices of their fathers. That same day, the sect of the innovators, meaning like the maskilim, the reformers, came and asked the emperor's permission to institute new practices in prayer and the like. The emperor rebuked them and sent them forth with a reprimand. So it's kind of a story that reinforces the value of tradition, reinforces the value of adherence to traditional norms, and also, of course, elevates the status of the Or Zarua. The thing is, that's not true. The manuscript was not in Vienna. The manuscript was actually in London and in Amsterdam, but it's still a good story. Another version of the story, because we do have it, of course, discovered in Amsterdam, is that the book was cast into the sea, and then it was found, amazingly, by a fisherman, washed up on shore, and that it was slightly damaged by the sea, but otherwise was perfectly intact, and that's how it made it to the library in Amsterdam. Also, not so likely as well. But what we do have is a series of manuscripts. They are not the entire Or Zarua, because, as I mentioned earlier, the manuscript, first of all, it's massive. Even in the printed version that we have today, in double columns, it takes up about 8 or 10 inches of shelf space. It's a massive work, tiny letters. He must have been writing basically nonstop for most of his, 6-day weeks about things that he observed and saw and so on. But he was constantly re-editing it, and it's not in order. The volumes overlap in material. It's not a start to finish kind of work at all. It was published in 2 different series. It's called volumes 1 through 4, but in reality, we don't even know which sections came first and which sections came last. It's really quite a mess in terms of its sequencing. We can still garner a lot from it, but I want to return to my question. How is it that it was so important when it was written, and then it ceased to be studied, or it was basically lost within a couple hundred years? And the answer is his son, Rabbi Moshe, recognized how valuable his father's work was, but it was so big and unwieldy, he published an abbreviated version, which is shown here, still in print, Simane Or Zarua, which is like the chapter headings or the signs of the Or Zarua, which gives you the boiled down Cliff's Notes version of the Or Zarua. So if you are a really serious scholar, then you've got to work through the original manuscript, which is massive, or you can have this very authentic, dedicated, careful edition that just gets to the heart of the decisions that the Or Zarua made, and you don't have to worry about all of the back and forth and all of the extraneous information, supposedly extraneous. And as a result, this book, the edited version by his son, was incredibly popular and remained in print all that time, but the Or Zarua itself was lost until the 1860s. And only then was the original manuscript returned to. So this is really giving away my original opening statement, that it was so good, so comprehensive, so complete, that nobody studied it. That they preferred to go to the Simani, the short version, which was really much more adaptable to people's needs. I attended an event just recently for organ donors, halachic organ donors, called an organization called Renewal. And there's an amazing number of Orthodox Jews are the highest single population that performs altruistic kidney donations. Whatever reason it is, Orthodox Jews will actually, just volunteer their kidneys at a much higher rate than the rest of the population. So anyways, they had this one guy who was a Sephardi man who donated one of his kidneys, a beautiful thing. And the day of the operation, he met his recipient, who was an Ashkenazic man. And the Ashkenazic man, apparently, as soon as he came out of his anesthesia, the first thing he said is, well, now that I have the kidney of a Sephardic man, can I have rice on Pesach? Right? So the question is, apparently the answer is no. So the question would be, let's say we made a halakha, that the question was asked, and the great rabbis of the era considered it, and they said no. Right? And then that particular precedent was lost. For whatever reason, people lost the piece of paper. It didn't factor into the halakhic tradition once again. And then 50 years later, the same thing happens again, and they go to the great rabbis of the generation, and they look at it, and they make a decision, yes, you can have rice on Pesach. And after they make that decision, someone steps forward and says, wait a second, I found this precedent over here. So the fact that the precedent was not part of their deliberations, does that invalidate their decision? Do they have to restart it again? Or do they say, look, we've been talking about this for 50 years, we're not going to change it now? So that's what happens with the Or Zarua, in that the original text is out of halakhic circulation for so long, people make decisions in its absence. Do we invalidate those decisions and go back and consider the Or Zarua, or do we say, no, it's now settled law? We have several figures like that. Okay, so let's talk a little bit about what is this book about. We spent half an hour, and we have not said what's actually in the book. So this is the full set of the Shulchan Aruch, the Code of Jewish Law, just as a background image. The Or Zarua is one of the figures in a group of Jews called the Rishonim. This is, of course, familiar to anyone who studied the Talmud or halachic literature. Basically, we have this very important philosophical concept in Judaism that states that the earlier generations have a greater level of spiritual sensitivity, primarily because they are less removed from the revelation at Sinai. The later you go in time, there is a diminution. Good, thank you. That's good. Diminution of the generations. The phrase in Hebrew is yeridas hadoros, a decline of the generations, because they're further away from the Sinaitic experience. Now, the later generations may have much more knowledge. Like I said, my iPhone has a tremendous amount of Torah in it, and I can access it very easily, but I don't have the same spiritual sensitivity that my predecessors had. And that has a lot of impact on how decisions are made. In those decline of generations, there are kind of like big chunks that are divided in our historiography and in our halakhic literature, and we say, okay, these 10 generations belong to this group, and then there's a big drop-off, and there's another 10 generations belong to another group, and so on. The Rishonim are the first generation of European Torah scholars. That means after the decline of the Jewish civilization, primarily in Babylon, where the Talmuds are written, and the generation that succeeded them, called the Geonim, in the Mesopotamian region, then you have a rise of Jewish scholarship in places like Spain, in the Rhineland. Rashi, people like that are growing up. Those people are called the Rishonim. It means the first ones. There's a series of rabbis that go basically from about the 850s, 900 till about 1400. All the rabbis who thought in that time are Rishonim. The period afterward is called the Acharonim, or the later ones, and that extends up until maybe the 1800s. And now we're in, for the last 200 years, contemporary thinkers. So he is one of these classic periods called he was a Rishon, one of these first ones. And it makes a difference because in terms of categorizing disputes, an Acharon generally will not have the authority to override a Rishon. And only another Rishon can override a Rishon. So many of the debates that we have today are really continuations of the debates that were presented in the early times. I'll give you one very important debate, for example, that's quite significant. In one of the major debates in American society right now, the election we'll have tomorrow will have an impact on this, of course, is what exactly is the Jewish position on abortion? So it's not a straightforward thing. We should not take our theological positions from what's in the general press, because that tends to be dominated by evangelical Christianity, as they say, bless their hearts, but it's not halachic. It's not what Judaism says. So there is no question that terminating a pregnancy is not only permitted under certain circumstances in halacha, it's actually mandated. It's required, specifically a therapeutic abortion where the mother's health is in danger. Talmudic law is completely clear, Mishnaic law, that a woman's health takes precedence over the survival of the fetus. Now, the question that comes up in the period of the Rishonim, to illustrate this point, is why is that true? There's no disagreement that it is true. The question is, why is it true? The Rambam, Maimonides, very important Rishon, at the same time as the Or Zarua, wrote that it's because the fetus, as it were, takes on the halakhic status of a rodef, of a pursuer, meaning the child is unwittingly seeking to kill his or her mother. That the child's birth in itself is a danger to the mother, and unfortunately, under those circumstances, we're required to kill the rodef, or at least disable the rodef, in order to allow the nirdaf, the pursued one, to survive. It is, as it were, according to Maimonides, a sanctioned form of murder. According to Rashi, also a Rishon, he says not necessarily. Relying on passages elsewhere in the Talmud, the fetus is actually a part of the mother's body. And although one is not normally allowed to harm one's own body, obviously, if it's the sake of saving yourself, you are allowed, for example, to amputate a gangrenous limb or something like that. So Rashi's position is not that it's murder, that maybe it's something like manslaughter or something, or involuntary murder, but Rashi's position is much more lenient and allows for a larger scope of interpretation as to what you would rule, for example, if a woman's psychological health was at risk. Would you say that those are sufficient grounds for an abortion? Rashi might say yes. Rambam, on the other hand, would say no. And that debate of Rishonim persists to this day. In the 1970s, the Tzitz Eliezer, a very important Israeli rabbi, ruled that a woman who found that her child at 7th month of pregnancy was carrying Tay-Sachs, very terrible disease. She said she can't take it, and she didn't know what she'd do with herself. So the Tzitz Eliezer ruled that she could, in fact, terminate the pregnancy. Rabbi Moshe Feinstein in Israel said, very wrong decision. I respect the Tzitz Eliezer, but he is wrong in his point. We rule like Maimonides, the Rambam, and say that she may not terminate the pregnancy. So this is the kind of an illustration of how the debates of the Rishonim still very much alive today in contemporary thought. So he's one of these Rishonim. What do the Rishonim do? Some of them comment on Talmudic texts, and in fact, much of the Or Zarua is organized along the lines of the Talmud. It's structured according to the order and sequence of the Talmudic text. And he also wrote hundreds upon hundreds of responsa, and the responsa are especially valuable for us. Responsa are a form of halakhic literature in which a community or an individual sends a question, a she'elah, to an important rabbi, in this case the Or Zarua. The Or Zarua does a research project on it and responds, hence responsa or teshuvah in Hebrew, and that becomes Jewish law. That becomes the precedent that's later used. So we have an amazing number of questions directed to the Or Zarua, which are relevant not only from a theoretical point of view of understanding what the Talmud means, but understanding what are the pressures affecting Jews in Vienna and the Danubian region in general. This is how halacha is formed. In particular, the Or Zarua is useful in that he begins to show us the origins of Ashkenazic custom. Let me give you some examples of this. But before that, let me just tell you a little bit about the unusual title, because he is, like so many rabbis, known by the title of his greatest work. Right, like the Rabbi Yisrael Meir Kohen is known as the Chafetz Chaim. Chafetz Chaim is the title of his book. So the Or Zarua, Rabbi Isaac Avin, is known as Or Zarua, the title of his book. It comes from Psalm 97:11, which is the phrase Or Zarua means light is sown. Sown not as in like repair your clothes, but sown as in put seeds in the ground. The whole pasuk is here. Or Zarua la tzadik uva yishrei lev simcha. Beautiful, very poetic passage. It translates literally as light is sown for the righteous, and for the straight of heart, rejoicing. It's a typical kind of Tanaitic or Tanakh-like phrase where the phrase is split in the middle with this asnachta here. The first part is light is sown for the righteous, and then the conditions are reversed to say, and for the straight of heart, joy. Meaning that if you are, the meaning of the verse is that if you are righteous, if you are pure of heart, then you may not be experiencing happiness right now, but it is sown, it is in the ground, and in the fullness of time, it will burst forth, and you will experience that great happiness. Perhaps a reference to life in the world to come. Now, he especially liked this phrase because when you take the final letters, you see it spells out Rabbi Akiva, Resh, Ayin, Kuf, Yud, Beis, and then ends in Hey. Sometimes Akiva is spelled with an Aleph. And he mentions in his introduction that he was drawn to this particular passage and the Sofei table, the last letters of the words, because Akiva was his Hebrew, referring to the Rabbi Akiva of the 2nd century, one of the greatest rabbis of the Mishnah and the Talmud. In fact, at the very beginning of his book, there's this massive discussion of something that is associated with Rabbi Akiva's activity, and he begins this way because he wants to emulate Rabbi Akiva, who was someone who was darshan the osios, meaning someone who would derive meaning from the actual shapes of the letters. As you can see, this is the first page of the Or Zarua, and right at the very top, it says the alphabet in Hebrew. I mean, this is like, can you imagine opening up this massive 800,000 page book, and the very first thing is A, B, C, D, as if you're going to learn the alphabet from. You know, like children's Siddur, children's prayer books, open with pictures of the alphabet, lists of the alphabet with all the vowels, and it's so cute when you see little kids sitting there, you know, putting their fingers on the letters and sounding them out. So it starts like that, but then he gets into, he lists first the actual series of letters, then he lists how they are spelled out. Like, for example, the letter Aleph is spelled Aleph, Lamed, Fe, right? And he spells them out in full. And then he lists some of the secret combinations of the letters, the codes that you find occasionally in the Talmud. Like, for example, the Atbash system. At is like the Aleph, the first letter, is replaced by the Taf, the last letter, the last letter of the alphabet. The Beit, the second letter, is replaced by the penultimate Shin, right? And that way you can spell out a whole word or a whole sentence by reversing these letters, and several other less common ones. And then he goes into a long discussion which extends for about 30 pages about some of the secrets of the shapes of the letters themselves. This is out of character from the most of the work because it is deeply Kabbalistic, very much into gematria, numerology, and other things which are, you know, just an indication of the mystical background of the Or Zarua, which we shall see in terms of his influences. Is he a Makubal? I would say he is. He would not make his reputation on it, but as we shall see, he was deeply influenced by a very important Makubal, a very important Kabbalist. Okay, so travel and influences. Here's a page of the Talmud, a very old printing here. The Tosfot, by the way, are the commentators on the outside here. This is the actual text of the Talmud itself. On the inside, pride of place by the binding, is always printed the commentary of Rashi, who is more of like he takes you and he walks you step by step through the meaning of the text. Tosfot, by contrast, is much more into discussing the contradictions and things like that. Rabbi Yitzchak of Vienna is one of the members of the larger school of Tosfot. Perhaps the most well-known are the grandchildren of Rashi himself, but there are literally tens of scholars throughout Europe that contributed to this massive body of work. His teachers included the Arugat Habosem, author of a very famous commentary and halakhic work, and his students included the Maharam of Rothenburg, whose biography is also quite fascinating. Perhaps we will refer to it in a later lecture. Perhaps my most favorite of his teachers, however, was Yehuda the Chassid, who is the most prominent individual in a short-lived phenomenon called the Hasidei Ashkenaz. Fascinating explosion of spiritual activity, primarily in the Germanic lands towards the north, that has its own name now called Hasidei Ashkenaz. The term Chassid, we speak today about Hasidim. Generally speaking, that term is used to refer to the followers of the Baal Shem Tov in the 18th century. Prior to the 18th century, the term Chassid was generally used to refer to anyone who went beyond the minimum standard. Anyone went beyond the letter of the law to do extra. David himself, King David says, you know, Chassid Ani, I am a Chassid, because he's always trying harder and things like that. But there are a couple of moments in Jewish history where the term Chassid is applied to a movement. It happened so in early medieval Rhineland, where they composed a group of rather unusually spiritually sensitive individuals who were deeply involved in various mystical practices and also ascetic practices. They had some things which today would seem rather weird. Like, for example, they were very big into atoning after death. So they would put their bodies in coffins after they passed away, and they would tell the Chevra Kadisha that they wanted the coffin to be dragged along the ground to the graveside. As a way of expiating their sins in life, they should suffer those punishments after death. And, you know, those are kind of weird things. Immersion in snowbanks things like that. Very, very aesthetic practices. It didn't really last. It only was there for about 150 years, and the Hasidic Ashkenaz kind of faded away. But they did leave us a rather remarkable book called Sefer Hasidim, which is a brilliant explication of some of their philosophical standpoints, and it's a strain in Jewish thought that has not necessarily survived, but is nevertheless fascinating in its detail. I will mention one thing that Yehuda Chassid wrote that is still extremely well preserved among Jews. You've probably heard of it. Maybe you've even considered it in your own, private relationships. Yehuda HaChassid, the teacher of the Or Zarua, he left behind a fairly detailed will for his children that has a whole bunch of significant stipulations about how he wants them to behave and not behave. One of the things that he wrote to his children is that a man should never marry a woman with the same name as his mother. Right? And there's never, that's the only source for it in the rest of Jewish tradition. It's not in the Talmud, not in Halacha literature. It comes just from now. Now, we don't know what that means. He provides no source for it. No, it's him specifically. Yehuda Chassid said, don't ever marry a woman with your mother's name. Who knows what? So the Halachic literature later said, and just to be safe, also do it with your father too. But I have to share with you one spot from the great Kotzker Rebbe. When I say the Kotzker name, I have to straighten my tie because he was so brilliant. A 19th century Hasidic rabbi who wrote that if Yehuda HaChassid had known how seriously people would take his will regarding not marrying a woman with the same as your mother, if they knew how Jews would read his will with such intensity and dedication, he should have put the 10 Commandments in there too. That's the Kotzker. Self-flagellation was also their stuff too. Yes, you see self-flagellation also come up in the Tzfat circle as well. But the Hasidic Ashkenaz were very big into this. The Rambam was a very different kind of thinker as well. He didn't see the value in it. And actually, it's ironic because the Hasidim themselves also tried to put, the Baal Shem Tov was not a big fan of this. He's saying we're not of the generation where we fast the same way the Hasidic Ashkenaz did. So the term is a little bit misleading. We use it in different ways, but this was a brief period of time where this was, as it were, the religious style. This is all, I think, fascinating stuff from a religious perspective. I, however, am a historian. So what's really cool, I think, is what can we do with the Or Zarua as a historical text? What can we learn about the nature of Jewish life in early Ashkenaz from the Or Zarua? And the truth is we can learn a lot from it. So this is not the way the Or Zarua intended his book to be read. He was primarily composing a halachic treatise and a commentary on Talmud, but nevertheless we have tremendous things that we can derive from it, and we have only begun to scratch the surface. As I mentioned, it was not published until the 1860s. Sefer Hasidim, because it's a very different kind of work. It has a lot of beautiful kind of parables in it, a lot of stories in it that are fascinating. It was printed much earlier, and a lot of work has been done on the Sefer Hasidim about the life of early Ashkenaz. The Or Zarua is just beginning to get that attention. 50 years from now, probably we'll have several monographs that tell us more about it. But let's just have a look at some of the things he did. So my first encounter was actually through this man's work, Alexander Harkavi, who was a great linguist. He wrote an amazing American Yiddish-English dictionary, which is actually worth reading cover to cover because there's so many amazing words in there. He published it in 1907 after he had encountered American English. He adds words in there in Yiddish like sonof agon, so which is clearly an American derivation. Fascinating book. But he was also really a great scholar of language, early linguist, and he studied the Or Zarua for the non-Hebrew terms that occur there. And fascinatingly, the Or Zarua was fluent in many languages. He refers specifically to early Czech as Lashon Canaan, the language of Canaan. And when he's looking for a particular word to describe, some kind of object or animal or phenomenon, he'll use the Czech word. He'll say Lashon Canaan, and then I'll give you the Czech word. The Czechs at this point were illiterate. They didn't have language. They didn't have anyone writing down their language. So ironically, anyone who wants to study early Slavic languages, they have to look to the Or Zarua for the 2-3 dozen odd words that they can find. It is ironic that the earliest Czech words are written in Hebrew letters, because we were literate and they weren't, and he was recording these things. It's an amazing phenomenon. We actually see it also with some of the Romance languages and Rashi, and even some Russian words occasionally occur in here. This is a fascinating phenomenon. So we can learn a lot from the Or Zarua about early language. Not so interesting for Jewish history, though. What we also get from the Or Zarua is a tremendous amount of discussion about commercial interactions with non-Jews and other social interactions. Because, of course, responsa literature addresses specific needs posed by questioners. It also relates stories about how Jews lived. So there's a lot of discussion, for example, about what is a Jew allowed to eat or drink if he's traveling and he stays in the home of a non-Jew. So right away you get the idea that Jews could travel alone. Jews could knock on some peasant's door and say, listen, I need a place to stay. I'll pay you, and can you give me some breakfast, like a Airbnb kind of place, right? And they're asking, what can I eat? What can I drink? What's considered acceptable? So the laws of kashrut are really what he's really concerned about, but we do get a lot of sense about how Jews interact with non-Jews. Also, a tremendous amount of discussion of business dealings with non-Jews, of the interference of church authorities. For example, the Or Zarua lived at the time that the Fourth Lateran Council in 1215 decreed that Jews had to wear distinguishing clothing. And he has a lot to say about how Jews dealt with that particular regulation, whether they wore the hat, didn't wear the hat, wear the cloth, not wear the cloth, bribed individuals. A lot of discussions of what Jews could do with regards to non-Jews was discussed in the Or Zarua. Some of them are fascinating. Like, for example, a question, normally, halakhically, a Jew is not allowed to carry armor on Shabbat. Right? You're not allowed to wear a sword, carry a gun on Shabbat. It is unfortunately a sad reality that this halakhic discussion, of course, is, as my father, Olav Shalom, used to say, plus ça change, plus c'est la même chose. The more it changes, the more it stays the same. But this is actually a little bit different. So you're not allowed to wear armor on Shabbat because it's muktzah. It's something that you're not supposed to use on Shabbat. Since you're not supposed to use it on Shabbat, you're not supposed to have a war on Shabbat. So therefore, you shouldn't be wearing a sword. There's a discussion, though, about what if it is like a ceremonial sword, like it's an adornment, like jewelry for a man, so to speak. A whole discussion of whether women can wear it as well. But the Or Zarua deals with the question of, well, what if it's a Jew's turn to do guard duty in the city, and he has to walk around on Shabbat wearing a sword? Is he allowed to do so? So right away, that opens up a whole bunch of questions. Wait a second. They had Jews participating in the defense of the cities, and Jews were allowed to carry weapons, which they weren't in a lot of locales, for example, in Muslim lands. It just opens up a whole different picture of what it means for Jews to participate. If I remember correctly, in this case, he said, yes, he can, right? Which is probably feeds into the whole discussion of whether or not people can carry guns to shul nowadays, because it is for public safety. I'm not a rabbi. I'm not going to deliver a psak on this, but the Or Zarua is one of the earliest discussions of this in the Ashkenazic period. Another thing that occurs frequently in the Or Zarua, a remarkably common question, are Jews allowed to go hunting for pleasure? Are they allowed to join non-Jews on fox hunts and things like that? The Or Zarua says no, you're right. But first of all, why not? Well, you're allowed to kill animals for food, and in doing so, you have to do it with particular prescriptions. There's a blessing to be said, and certain kinds of methods of slaughter are acceptable. Others not acceptable. You are allowed to kill animals that are noxious, like snakes and spiders in your house, things like that. And there again, I'm not ruling halachically. I'm just sort of discussing things in general. But then what about something like fishing for fun? Are you allowed to fish, catch and release? right? Can you do it? I'm not going to give a psak. But what apparently the Or Zarua is referring to is that, you'd have like noblemen who would say, okay, on Monday we're going out on a big fox hunt. Shlomi, you want to come on along? And Shlomi says, wait a second, got to ask my rabbi. Writes a letter to the Or Zarua and asks him, am I allowed to hunt? Now, here's the question. As social historians, when you see a law repeated several times, what does that usually indicate? Yeah, that people are ignoring the law, that people are doing it anyways. Just like how many times do we pass laws, for example, against marijuana consumption, right? Over and over and over again. And finally, some countries simply say, okay, enough already. Could be that this country will do it as well. Could be this state will as well. But the laws are repeated because no one's paying attention. And so it could be that when the Or Zarua has to say several times, no hunting, it's because Jews are hunting. Good question. Okay. He also speaks significantly about the dangers that Jewish doctors face. Jews have historically been very active in the medical profession. I'm sure you know the joke about the first Jewish president of the United States. Oh, please let me tell you this joke. It'll make me feel really good. The joke goes like this. First Jewish president of the United States. He calls his mother up in Boca Raton. He says, Ma, I really want you to come to the White House. She says, oh, why? When do you want me to come? He says, this Thursday. We finally solved the problem of peace in the Middle East. We're going to have a big signing in the Rose Garden. I really want you there, Ma. He says, Thursday? It's my mahjong night. He says, Ma, it's so important to me. Please, I've been working for this, my first term, my second term. I really have to have you there. I'll send US 1. The Marine Force 1 will pick you up from the club. You won't have to worry about it. So she says, okay, fine, I'm coming. Hang up the phone. And she calls up her friend. She says, Sarala, guess what? My son, the brother of my son, the doctor, he invited me to the White House. Right? My son, the brother of my son, the doctor. Right, okay. All right. I enjoy telling these jokes. So he writes several places about the danger of Jews practicing medicine. Specifically, if the patient dies, the Jew is often accused of witchcraft. And so therefore he deals with a lot of specific questions about, what if you can use this treatment, what if you use that treatment, consulting with non-Jewish doctors, and all kinds of things related to the danger of engaging in that profession. Finally, another area of significant value in the Or Zarua is regards Ashkenazic minhag, the origins of the specific practices of Ashkenazic Jews, of which the Or Zarua is a classic go-to text, because he's really describing what Jews did, sometimes in extra halakhic ways. These are like customs that evolved in the region that don't necessarily have sources in specific texts earlier in the Bible, or we've lost the customs. He is a recorder of Unatana Tokef, the very, very powerful prayer that we utter on the high holidays, right? Who will die by fire, who will die by water, very moving prayer. He attributes it to Amnon of Mainz, which is probably not a fair historical attribution, but nevertheless he records the presence of this very moving passage in the liturgy, and many, many other passages in our liturgy today. He also has discussion of what Jews eat. This is the earliest recorded reference to cholent in Jewish history, and in fact, the reference there is because he talks about how he was invited to someone's house, and the fire had gone out, and therefore they had to eat their cholent cold. And this horrible experience moved him so much that he recorded it for the next 1,000 years in the Or Zarua. But we know that the word cholent, I'm so glad you asked, it's clearly a French derivation. It comes from chaud, which means hot, and lent, from lentement, means long. Slow hot. You cook it overnight, right? Shula enda. Oh, that's pretty good, yeah, after Shula enda. So do they have also like Kiddush klaba? Or it's only like, okay, Shula enda. Okay. That's so much fun. Okay, he also has discussions of like his impressions of synagogue decor. He writes about how he remembers the particular synagogues he used to go to that had, drawings of birds and fishes and trees and stuff, and he disapproved. He said, we really should not be decorating our shuls like this. So it's indicative of kind of like the independence of individual congregations and his halakhic impact on them, and we can see how certain practices evolved as a result of his historic observations. Okay, so that's basically the story of the Or Zarua. We now have it printed in large new editions. This is the Or Zarua Hashalem, the complete Or Zarua, which sort of undoes the unfortunate